3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 12 in the National Football League. Gridiron Gameday here on the Infinity Sports Network. You can also listen on Sirius XM Channel 375 on the Odyssey app, no matter where you are. And hey, watch us on YouTube. On the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube channel, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific. We've got you covered for every early and afternoon window game in the National Football League today, and we've got a great slate for you. 7 games in the opening window, 4 in the late window. We've got the starting debut of Shedeur Sanders coming later today. We've got the rematch of Spitgate when the Eagles take on the Cowboys. We got the Chiefs season maybe on the line against the 8-2 Colts. You got an NFC North rivalry renewed with the Vikings and the Packers. You had a old NFC North rivalry renewed, Aaron Rodgers versus the Bears, except Aaron Rodgers not going to play today. We'll get to all the big injury news in just a second. Joe Burrow was thinking about playing, maybe trying to play. He's not going to play as well, so we got a ton on the quarterback front. We've got some late injury scratches, but all in all, we're going to bring you 11 games today from start to finish. And as always, here on Gridiron Game Day, you're going to hear every touchdown, every big play, every highlight, all the injury news you need to know before and during the games fantasy football angles, sports betting angles. We've got you covered. I'm Pat Boyle. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. And without further ado, let's get right into it here. In terms of the big news, that is, yes, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, he's got the fracture in his non-throwing hand wrist, his left wrist. He is out. He is not going to play. Mason Rudolph is going to start for the Steelers. He came in and played the second half plus of the game last week for the Steelers when they rolled over the Cincinnati Bengals 34-12. Mason Rudolph performed admirably in that game. The defense did most of the work as they made Joe Flacco, come back down to earth. But Mason Rudolph, 12 for 16 for 127 yards and a touchdown in that game last week. And so now the former Steelers starter a couple of years ago, Mason Rudolph, this is a familiar spot for him, right? He's going to make the start today for the Steelers. They will be on the road in Chicago. Steelers-Bears, two teams that, truthfully speaking, at this point, we didn't expect for them to be at the top of their divisions. Steelers atop the AFC North. Bears atop the NFC North. And so this is a pretty critical game here for two teams that have teams behind them in their division that are on their heels, trying to chase them, trying to overtake them, and a win for either one of these teams gets them that much closer to a playoff spot. So it is Mason Rudolph under center today for the Pittsburgh Steelers. In the Cincinnati Bengals game, they're at home against the New England Patriots. And in case you missed this was yesterday, but Joe Burrow was pushing a play. He's going to be pushing a play Thanksgiving night. He is not going to play today. It is Joe Flacco who's going to be under center for the Cincinnati Bengals. Also, the Atlanta Falcons, they play the Saints later today. Michael Penix done for the year. He's going to have surgery, basically ACL surgery. He had that bone bruise in his knee, re-aggravated it last week. Falcons season is all but done. Kirk Cousins under center today for the Falcons against the Saints. The Jets making the quarterback change to Tyrod Taylor. He's going to start today on the road against the Ravens. The Jets are a massive underdog. Jameis Winston going to start for the Giants. Jackson Dart did not pass concussion protocol on Friday, and so Jameis Winston gets the start for Big Blue, as they are massive underdogs on the road today against the Lions. Jacoby Brissett will start again once for the Cardinals. They play later today in the desert at home against the Jaguars. And then, as we mentioned, in Las Vegas, it's the NFL starting debut of Shedeur Sanders trying to make up and atone for that brutal performance in his NFL debut last week against the Ravens. He came in the second half. Cleveland got shut out. They had a chance for the upset against Baltimore, and the Ravens were able to come back. Okay, let's run you through all the games here before we get to our stringers, our live on-site correspondents from all 7 games here in the opening window. So, you've got, as mentioned, the Steelers at the Bears. Soldier Field in Chicago. We'll have all the weather for you, all the pertinent information that you need to know. But the Chicago Bears right now a 3-point favorite, and the total in that one, 46.5. Ben Johnson and the Bears having a great first season. A lot of defensive injuries that we'll get to when we go to Chicago in just 2 minutes from now. And then again, the big news for the Steelers, no Aaron Rodgers. Patriots against the Bengals at Paycor Stadium in Cincinnati. And the Patriots, a road favorite of more than a touchdown. 7.5-point favorites. The total is a large one, 50.5. No surprise, because Cincinnati is on track to have one of the worst defenses in NFL history. Like, literally, they're on track to give up the most points in NFL history in a single season. That tells you everything you need to know about that defense. Drake May, right now, neck and neck with Matthew Stafford for the MVP odds. And, pretty good chance Drake May can maybe be the MVP favorite after this game if the Patriots can put up 35, 40 points against Cincinnati. At Ford Field in Detroit, the Giants at 2-9. They're 0-6 on the road. They've got the unenviable task of taking on Dan Campbell's Detroit Lions coming off a loss. The Lions have won 13 straight games after a loss. They have not lost consecutive games in 3 years. They're 6-4. Coming off the loss last Sunday night against the Eagles. And the Lions are a whopping, and I mean whopping, 13.5-point favorites. Total in that one also 50.5. Giants defense in shambles. Lions defense was banged up, but they're getting healthier in that secondary. More on that game in a little bit as well. You've got a tremendous NFC North battle. Playoff implications on the line at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Vikings at 4-6. Packers at 6-3. J.J. McCarthy said his play is like a cork about to come off a bottle. Well, hopefully he can pop that cork today because the Vikings season pretty much rests on it. If they lose and go to 4-7, nearly impossible for them to make the playoffs. The Packers at 6-3-1. Green Bay a 6.5-point favorite at home. The total a low 41.5 with how good both of these defenses are. Okay, Seahawks at the Titans. Nissan Stadium in Nashville. The Titans a lowly 1-9. The Seahawks are 7-3, looking to bounce back from the narrow 2-point loss against the Rams last week. Seahawks also a massive favorite, 12.5-point favorite, total 41.5. Okay, one of the games of the day. Colts at the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Indy coming off the bye at 8-2. The Chiefs at 5-5, maybe more desperate than they've ever been in the last several years. And Kansas City a 3.5-point favorite at home. The total 50.5. Jets at 2-8 on the road in Baltimore to take on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. The Ravens are a 13.5-point favorite. Total 44.5. Again, it'll be Tyrod Taylor under center for the Jets. Okay, those are the 7 games in the opening window. Let's start getting you some more in-depth previews, all the injury news and information you need to know. And we head out to the Windy City. Soldier Field in Chicago. Steelers, Bears. For everything you need to know, we go to David Schuster for the first time. David, it's Pat Boyle, New York. How you doing?
All right, good afternoon, Pat. I'm doing well. Pretty decent weather here in Chicago for this time of year. Low 50s, dry conditions. Aaron Rodgers, if you're curious, he will not play today. That injured wrist just isn't healed enough, so Mason Rudolph will get the nod. As for the Bears, they're decimated with injuries on defense. All 3 starting linebackers out today, along with 2 key members of the secondary. Now, few, if anybody, thought the Bears would be leading the NFC North on November 23rd, but here they are with their 7-3 record. They are atop the division. Meanwhile, the Steelers, also divisional leaders, they're atop the AFC North with a 6-4 mark. Should be a good game, good weather. Back to you, Pat.
All right, David, thank you very much. And how about this? Dan Graziano of ESPN tweeted 2 hours ago, Aaron Rodgers arrived at Soldier Field about 20 minutes ago, walked 1 lap around the field, flipped off a couple of the cameras that were filming, and went back inside. Used his right hand to flip the bird, so unclear if he could do it with his left. That's really classy, Aaron Rodgers. Good job. Letting the Bears know you still own them, even if you won't be playing today. Really good. Really good job by Aaron Rodgers. Make sure you flip the bird, let all Chicago know who their daddy is. Okay. Yeah, and what David Schuster is talking about, that defense, the 3 starting linebackers, T.J. Edwards, the run-stopping middle linebacker, not playing. Noah Sewell, not playing. Tremaine Edmonds on IR. So it could be a heavy dose of the run game with Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, and also expect Mason Rudolph to be able to work across the middle of the field. Maybe another big game for big Darnell Washington, who is listed at 6'7", 264 pounds. He might be 320 pounds. He is massive. And I say that with love. And I say that with fear in my heart if I ever had the task of trying to stop him in the open field. Because last week, he made 3 Bengals defenders look like rag dolls. It looked like if you watched a high school player go up against a Pee Wee football team. Darnell Washington is a monster. He had 4 catches for 67 yards last week. And I know the Steelers, well, Arthur Smith and that offense, at times it figures out why aren't they, you think, why aren't they utilizing their weapons? Well, with the Bears defense today that is banged up with injuries in the linebacking core, perhaps Darnell Washington over the middle can put more defenders on a poster. Also, DK Metcalf against that Bears secondary. We'll see how that one fares. But for Chicago, they have found ways to win against all odds so far this season. And despite a defense that gives up a bunch of chunk yardage, they have done a tremendous job in generating turnovers. And I mean a tremendous job. You look at the NFL as a whole in terms of takeaways, and the Chicago Bears are number 1 in the NFL. 22 takeaways in just 10 games. Their plus 16 turnover differential, is blowing the rest of the league out of the water. The next best teams turnover differential are the Texans and the Rams at plus 10. So you wonder why if you watch Bears games every Sunday and it feels like they win by one score and they don't really play that well, but they still win games. That's why. They are beasts in the turnover department. Only 6 turnovers on the season, 22 takeaways. So expect that to be a big factor today. If the Steelers can win the turnover battle, which almost nobody's been able to do against Chicago, they'll have a chance to win this game 100%. And the Steelers also one of the best turnover teams in the NFL. They're plus 8. That's tied for 5th best in the NFL. So 2 teams that really do a great job at winning the turnover battle going up against it today. Caleb Williams versus Mason Rudolph. And that is the story in Chicago. We're going to head out to Cincinnati in just a second, but a little bit more on this game. Patriots-Bengals. The Patriots 9-2, and they're undefeated on the road. And the New England Patriots, they've had one of the easiest schedules in NFL recent history, to the point where their wins are over the Dolphins, under 500, Carolina, above 500, but the Panthers probably, no offense to them, I picked them to win the NFC South this year as a surprise, and so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that they are 6-5, but they're another team that feels like they don't blow you away on paper, but a good run game. Bryce Young did set the franchise record in passing yards last week, but still, that's the Patriots' other wins. The Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, the Jets, and then 2 really good wins on their schedule. Remember, they beat the Buffalo Bills in prime time on Sunday night all the way back in Week 5, and they went on the road and beat the Buccaneers 2 weeks ago. Well, now the Patriots have had 10 days off since they beat the Jets, and now they're going to go up against the Cincinnati Bengals. And we will talk to Jason Earhart in just a second. But again, the big quarterback news is involving Joe Burrow and Joe Flacco. So the Bengals at 3-7, they have to win all 7 of their final games to even have a chance. So it is literally do or die today for Houday Nation at Paycor Stadium. Let's get out to Cincinnati. Let's talk to Jason Earhart. Everything you need to know about Patriots Bengals. What's going on, Jason? It's Pat Boyle.
Hey, good morning, Pat. Yeah, no shortage of storylines in this one. You touched on the quarterback situation. It'll be Joe Flacco instead of Joe Burrow today. Burrow was a full participant in practice on both Wednesday, Thursday, kind of held him back a bit Friday. There were no setbacks based on what Zach Taylor said and what we understand. They didn't want Burrow to play twice in 4 days, considering they have a Thursday game with the Ravens, which obviously begs the question, you lose today, what's the point of Thursday? But I guess we can discuss that later. Bengals 1-7 since that Burrow injury. Flacco will make his 6th consecutive start. Kind of lost in the mix of the whole quarterback thing this week is Jamar Chase won't be playing, serving a 1-game suspension for spitting on Jalen Ramsey last Sunday. Big shoes to fill there. He leads the NFL with 79 catches. You'll see a lot more of Andre Yosevich, Mitch Tinsley. Bengals do get tight end Mike Gesicki back today. He's been out for a number of weeks with an injury. Take on a Patriots squad rolling, 8 straight wins, kind of a mini bye. They haven't played since beating the Jets a week ago Thursday. They were well rested. They do get Ramondre Stevenson back after missing 3 games with an injury. He and rookie Travion Henderson probably licking their chops today against the Bengals' run defense, which is the worst in the NFL. Pass defense, 2nd worst in the NFL. In fact, the Bengals have given up 27 or more points in 9 consecutive games, and their 33 points allowed per game are the worst by any NFL team since the 1966 New York Giants. I could go on and on, Pat, the entire segment with awful stats of the Bengals defense, but I know we have 6 other games at 1 o'clock to get to. Well, last time these 2 teams met, the Bengals were over a touchdown favorite season opener last year, and the unexpected happened there. The Patriots came out with 16-10 wins. So you never know a game like this today. Bengals defense did show some life, to be fair, last week against the Steelers. A couple of those touchdowns were given up by the offense. So we'll see if they can show a little bit of progress here today. Weather looks great, mid-50s, sunshine, no chance of precipitation. Should be a great afternoon for football. Back to you, Pat.
Jason, excellent stuff as always, man. And that's kind of the we got really good weather across the board today in the National Football League. Week before Thanksgiving, the Turkey Day is 4 days away, and so normally around this time you expect some inclement weather, some frigid temperatures. No, not the case. I mean, just really, again, across the board, it is like mid-50s just about anywhere in the country that they're playing football today with a lot of sunshine. That's the case in Baltimore for the Jets and the Ravens. That's the case in Chicago, as you heard David Schuster say, low 50s, no chance of rain, plenty of sun. Same thing that Jason Earhart just said in Cincy, low to mid 50s with sunshine. Lions are obviously in a dome. Packers and Lambeau, mid to high 40s, but again, plenty of sunshine. Same at Arrowhead, mid 50s with sunshine. Nashville is always beautiful. That's low 60s with sunshine. And then the games later on today, they're all in dome stadiums from 4 o'clock Eastern on. They'll all be playing inside. All right, let's get out to Lambeau Field in beautiful Green Bay, Wisconsin. Vikings, Packers. We went through the main storylines earlier, but we'll recap those. Plus the big injury news at the running back position for Green Bay. Everything else you need to know in this critical NFC North battle. We go to Bill Rabier in Green Bay. Bill, it's Pat Boyle. What's going on?
Hey, Pat, getting ready for this, like you say, pivotal NFC North Division battle today. Pivotal for the playoff run, if you think about it, really more so for the Vikings than the Packers, although Green Bay obviously would love to win it and enhance their playoff hopes. But for Minnesota, if they lose today, that's going to be awfully hard for them to make it to the postseason. And so they really need this one. You mentioned sunshine today. It hasn't started yet. It's overcast and cool. High temperatures, though, expected to reach near 50 if that sun comes out. For the Packers, you also touched on it. Josh Jacobs out today. Running back suffered a knee injury last week, although the good news was that after an MRI, there was no structural damage, more of a bone bruise, they're calling it. And he said this week in the locker room that if he didn't play today, he's going to be ready for Thanksgiving Day when they go to Detroit. So we'll see if that comes true. So he's out today. So is Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, first-round pick for the Packers, who's been dealing with a shoulder injury. But back to the running backs today for Green Bay, Emmanuel Wilson will get the start, and this will be his first game as RB1. But what we've seen out of him over the past couple of years has been pretty encouraging and actually quietly impressive. I mean, he ran for over 500 yards a year ago. He's averaging little over 5 yards per carry throughout his career. So hopefully he can pick up the slack of the Packers missing Josh Jacobs today. On the other side for Minnesota, obviously I'm sure you've talked about the struggles for J.J. McCarthy, and the Packers are hoping to continue his struggles today, and they're also hoping to get their hands on a couple of footballs. They had several opportunities last week against the Giants for interceptions. They only came away with one. They had probably 2, maybe 3 other opportunities at least to come away with a pick, and so they're going to try to improve on that today. And so we'll see what the Packers can do against J.J. and what the Packer offense can do against what is a pretty solid Minnesota defense. It's a blitz-happy defense, so they blitz more than anybody. We'll see if the Packers can take advantage of that today with either the run game or some screen passes or whatever they can do to get that offense rolling. But they'll have to do it without Josh Jacobs. That was the big question mark coming in, and now we know he won't play today for the Packers, who are looking to – this is the first of 3 straight division games for them, too. So they play Minnesota today, then they get Detroit on Thanksgiving. They follow that up with the Bears here at Lambeau Field. So a critical stretch for the Packers starting today at Lambeau.
All right, Bill, awesome stuff. And, yeah, critical stretch for Matt LaFleur as well. I don't think the pressure is necessarily off the Packers head coach as of this moment after they've been kind of sputtering here over the last 3 games. Losses to Carolina and the Eagles, in which they only scored a combined 20 points. They did bounce back and beat the Giants last week on the road. It wasn't all that convincing, and Jordan Love exited that game with that shoulder injury and then came back. But again, as you heard Bill say, no Josh Jacobs, so expect a lot of Emmanuel Wilson and Chris Brooks. And we'll see if the Packers can hold off 9. Can they hold off 9? J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings. We'll see if that cork pops off the bottle today for that Vikings offense. When we come back, we'll head out to Arrowhead and talk to Christian Vetter for Colts Chiefs. We'll go to Baltimore to talk Jets Ravens, and then we'll get some bets for you today. Rob Brown, host on the BetMGM Network, will join us. I'll give you a prop bet as always, like I do when we do it every Sunday when I join on Gridiron Game Day. So much more to do as we're working our way towards opening window kickoff, Week 12 in the National Football League. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 12 National Football League. We are just over 30 minutes away from kickoff. 7 games in the opening window, 4 games in the late window. Just a quick note for one of the later games, because when we've got action all coming towards a climax in the early window, it's tough to fit in a ton of notes on the later games. But the one huge game that everybody's going to have an eye on, Eagles-Cowboys, rematch of opening night, Spitgate, Dak Prescott, Jalen Carter. We'll see if any saliva is exchanged. Pause. We'll see if any saliva is exchanged in that one. But by the way, speaking of Dak Prescott, 160 passing yards away from passing Tony Romo as the Cowboys' all-time passing yards leader. How about that? And how about Dak Prescott's record against the Eagles in Dallas, where the game is today? He is 6-1 against the Eagles. And at home against the NFC East, Dak Prescott 21-2. So plenty of chance for history today for Dak Prescott, and plenty of chance for the Cowboys to get their best win of the season. But again, we've got our eyes all on these opening window games that are coming up shortly. And arguably the biggest one of the opening window, the 8-2 Colts coming off the bye against the 5-5 Chiefs. Maybe as desperate as they've been in a decade. Let's get the feel of what it feels like in Kansas City right now. The weather, the injury news, everything you need to know. We go to Christian Vetter for Colts Chiefs today. Christian, it's Pat Boyle. What's going on, man?
Hey, Pat, good to be with you. Yeah, the weather-wise, the sun started to break out. It was cloudy, foggy this morning, but it's supposed to be somewhere in the mid-60s and sunny. Sun started to break through. But anyway, big game, 5-5 Chiefs hosting the 8-2 Colts in a key AFC clash here at Arrowhead Stadium. Chiefs return home after nearly a month, and to say playoff implications would be an understatement. There's no margin for error. Chiefs are 2-4 versus the AFC. If the playoffs were today, they'd be on the outside looking in. They must stay in the West race today with a win. But the Colts, leading the South, rolling to solidify a spot in the AFC. Colts have won 5 of 6, including that OT thriller over Atlanta before their bye. They're rejuvenated with quarterback Daniel Jones. Slowed a little bit with a fibula and a calf injury, limited in practice on Thursday, but he's good to go today. He's got that big rookie tight end target, 6'6" Tyler Warren to throw to, not to mention the run game. Running back Jonathan Taylor over 1,100 yards, 15 touchdowns. He's going to test KC's defense today. Had a big 83-yard run in that win over Atlanta. Meanwhile, Chiefs will need to snap a 2-game skid after losses to Buffalo, and then the Denver loss last week after their bye. Penalties, turnovers, and key mistakes on defense were key in that loss. Kansas City, 3.5 games behind the Broncos in the West. Andy Reid put emphasis on seeking offensive balance after just 14 rushes. A pass-happy Kansas City with quarterback Patrick Mahomes, 65% completion, 2,600 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 16 interceptions. He's also nearly 300 yards on the ground with 4 rushing touchdowns. Throwing to his familiar target, Travis Kelce, the aging Travis Kelce, 50 receptions, 631 yards, and 4 touchdowns for him this year. Looking at the inactives for the Chiefs, really the only notable inactive, Isaiah Pacheco, out with a knee. Xavier Worthy was limited in practice, but he's good to go with that ankle injury. And then no notable inactives for the Colts. As I mentioned, the sun's starting to break out here in Kansas City, mid-60s for the highs. We're getting ready for some football here coming up at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock Eastern.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. He mentioned all of the inactives. I think some notable actives for Indianapolis is they get their other top cornerback back in Charvarius Ward, who's been on IR for the last several weeks after he got a concussion in pregame warm-ups several weeks ago when they were getting ready to play the Cardinals. He hasn't played since week 5. This is the defensive backfield that Chris Ballard has been dreaming of since they made that massive trade at the deadline to acquire Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets. So now Sauce Gardner pairs up with Charvarius Ward, Kenny Moore in the slot as one of their top corners as well, as they will try to slow down Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Travis Kelce. It should be a fantastic battle today in KC. Let's go to Baltimore, though. Ravens, they were 1-5 a month ago. Feels like they are so back on track right now, dare I say, inevitable, that they would win the AFC North. Don't say that too loudly in Baltimore right now, but they've got to take care of business today against the 2-8 Jets. Everything you need to know, injury news, information, weather, and the likes. We go to M&T Bank Stadium. Mike Popovic's there for Jets Ravens today. Mike, it's Pat Boyle. What's going on?
Hey, Pat, good afternoon. Good to be with you this afternoon. And, the Ravens back home in nearly a month. This is the first of 3 straight home games. And to your point about the AFC North, well, Vegas is still very bullish on the Ravens. And you're right, they have dug themselves out of a 1-5 hole. They put themselves in to start the season since then with wins over Chicago, Miami, Minnesota, and Cleveland. The team is back to 500 for the first time since week 2. A win today puts them at 6-5. And then maybe the team that was one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl can start talking about the playoff picture where they're currently right on the outside looking in. Today is also important because not only would it put them above 500 and continue to put pressure on the AFC North division leading Steelers, but the Ravens have 3 straight division games staring them in the face after this one, albeit 2 are at home, including this Thanksgiving night against Cincinnati. But the defense has been a huge catalyst in the turnaround as they've given up just 57 points in that time, an average of a little over 14 points per game. The offense has done their job for the most part. However, the Ravens have scored only 1 first-quarter touchdown in their past 6 games, and they rank 28th in the league in red zone efficiency after having the NFL's top mark last season. But Baltimore 50-20 in November under head coach John Harbaugh, including 29-7 at home. Tight end Mark Andrews became the Ravens' career leader in yards receiving last weekend. He's just 4 receptions shy of passing Derek Mason, who has 471 in his career with the Ravens for the lead in that category. And wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins needs 3 more catches to reach 1,000. Now, we've gotten accustomed, Pat, to seeing a long injury list on Wednesday for the Ravens, included on their quarterback Lamar Jackson, whether it's his hamstring or knee soreness. Well, he was on the list again this past Wednesday, this time for an ankle and missed practice, was back at it on Thursday, as were many others who were out on Wednesday. Wide receiver Rashad Bateman, backup quarterback Keon Martin will be out. Of note, also inactive in this game, running back Rasheed Ali, but they've got good depth at that position because running back Justice Hill, who was out with a toe, he's back to do today. That is quarterback Marlon Humphrey, who had surgery on a finger. He's back today as well after both missed last week. For the Jets, Garrett Wilson remains on injured reserve with a knee injury. And active for them today, wide receiver Tyler Johnson, running back Khalil Herbert, defensive lineman Mozzie Smith, tight end Jelani Woods, and defensive lineman Tyler Barron. Going to be a nice weather day today, all in all. Sunny to partly cloudy, high 58, west wind 10 to 15 miles an hour. So it's the 5-5 Ravens hosting the 2-8 New York Jets from M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore with a kickoff at 1.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. Let's go to the guest line now. We bring in Rob Brown, host of the BetMGM Network and host of the Rob Brown Show. You can hear that every single morning down in the beautiful state of South Carolina. He's a handsome devil. It's always good to lock horns or lock wings with him. And I know he is torturing himself today by going to the Falcons-Saints game. God bless you, Rob. It's great to hear from you, buddy. Happy early Thanksgiving. Happy holidays. Love you. How you doing?
Pat Boyle, you handsome, beautiful son of a gun. I am 22 steps away from taking a right-hand turn on Bourbon Street, and I got to tell you, being at Bourbon Street at 11:30 might be the only way I survive a Falcons-Saints game. But when the blood runs deep, buddy, you stick it out and you go. Plus, when your wife says, "I want to go to my first Saints game," you don't say no to that. You know that.
That's right. All right, so let's try to make the people some money here today. We can get to the Falcons-Saints game if you are bold enough to actually put some American currency on that contest. But let's start elsewhere here. Early circuit, what games, props, totals do you like?
There's a couple that I'm looking at right now. I'm going to start with Jordan Love. I caught him at over 10.5 rushing yards today. That one's on BetMGM. Minnesota is a team, we know they're blitz happy. We know they love to bring extra pressure. I believe they have the highest pressure rate per drop back dating back to week 1. They're going to keep up with that today. Here's the thing. Jordan Love, the last couple of weeks, what have we seen out of the dude? He's a little finicky, right? He's a little panicky back there. So if they're going to bring extra players and he is a dude that can get out of the pocket, he's going to get out of the pocket. You're asking me for 10.5. That's one decent rush and a couple of other escapes. Now, you get worried, obviously, about taking a couple of sacks, but I'm willing to take that risk. So I'm looking at that one. I'm going to go Travis Kelce over 51.5 receiving yards too. Not obviously having the season that he has had in years gone by, but he's got 9 of 13 targets for 91 against Denver. Denver's a much better defense than they're lining up today against tight ends than Indianapolis. So I'm going to play Travis Kelce. I'm going to throw it back and go with Mr. Swift in that one.
Mr. Swift. Okay, very good. Late window. Again, along with a couple of hold-your-nose spots with the Falcons, Saints, the Jags, and the Cardinals, that has a ton of injuries. Browns, Raiders, other than the Shedeur Sanders NFL starting debut. Not much to get excited about. We do have Eagles, Cowboys. Do you like anything in that game? Eagles, Cowboys, America's game of the week?
Am I a fool, Pep? Well, I'm going to interview you here for a minute. am I a fool for wanting to keep playing Saquon Barkley props? Like, it's 74.5 rushing yards at minus 114, which is not a number that I'm in love with. And obviously Saquon's not the guy that he's been, but he's cashed the over in 2 in a row, went for 83 last weekend. I don't see why he couldn't get to 74 again. So I might pay for this down the line, but I'll go with one more Saquon Barkley rushing prop.
Yeah, no, I like it as well. I already took that on my show on Friday. And look, I think Dallas, even though they've added Quinnen Williams and, they got Kenny Clark and the Herschel Walker Part 2 trade, right? Because trading away Micah Parsons looks so brilliant right now for Jerry Jones. They looked a lot better on Monday. That was the Raiders, okay? And so I know the Eagles' offense, it's struggling so mightily. They're so broken, despite the fact that they're 8-2. I think Saquon has a chance to run all over them today, so I like that as well. All right, last thing here, my brother. Buccaneers-Rams tonight. Baker Mayfield, a dog of a touchdown or more. Is it Tampa Bay here, or do you like the Rams to keep it rolling?
I got to tell you, I'm not saying Tampa lost a little bit of the mojo, but let's keep it a buck. Their top 2 receivers, their top 2 veterans, the top 2 leaders, both going down. It kind of feels like they've gone a little out of sync since Godwin and Evans have both kind of started racking up the injuries. So I'm over-under on that one, but I'm going to look at I'm actually looking at Emeka Egbuka today, 69.5 receiving yards, catching that at minus 114, playing for that one. I think the game script is going to be very heavy on the pass today. I think that he's getting 70. The question is, can I get one more big one after that? But I caught him at 68.5. I think that number may even tick up a little bit closer to that game. But I'm going with Egbuka in that one. And I'm also going to go Matt Stafford over 247.5. 6th in the league in passing yards. He's looking against the defense that probably is going to be susceptible to the pass, and he torched New Orleans. So I'm going to lean in on that one. 22nd in defensive dropback success rate are the Buccaneers. So I like Matt Stafford in the over passing yardage too.
All right, from the Big Easy on Bourbon Street, that is Rob Brown. He'll be going to Falcons Saints today, but plenty of exciting football to watch all day today. Rob, as always, it's a pleasure, brother. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Pat Boyle, if I get to share the airways with you, the Saints, they're still going to lose. Shut up. It doesn't matter. Good to talk to you, brother.
All righty. That is Rob Brown, host on the BetMGM Network and the Rob Brown Show every morning on our sister station down in South Carolina. Speaking of which, I did tell the folks of Charlotte and North Carolina that the Panthers would win the division before the season. And so with the Carolina Panthers getting ready to play the Niners tomorrow night, they could get the help they need from the Rams, and we would have a tie atop the NFC South before Monday Night Football plays out. But long way to go before we get there. We are just over 20 minutes away from kickoff here. 7 games in the opening window. We still got to head out to Detroit and talk to the great Denny Cap for Giants-Lions. And we'll go to Nashville and talk to Brand Douglas before Seahawks and Titans tee it up and kick it off. Still 2 more games to get a full preview on, plus so much more here on Gridiron Game Day. Week 12, NFL, Infinity Sports Network. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Update time. Here's Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Pat, the Chiefs are in desperate need of a victory this afternoon as they host the Indianapolis Colts at 5-5. Kansas City is currently on the outside of the playoff picture. However, Patrick Mahomes says they still have faith in one another.
About going out there and proving it now and getting better at practice, getting better in the film room, getting extra time at the facility. But talking with the guys throughout the building this week, I think guys are excited for the opportunity to go out there and prove that.
The Chiefs are 3.5 games behind the Broncos in the AFC West and just 2-4 against the rest of the AFC. Kickoff is at 1 Eastern. In the late afternoon window, Shedeur Sanders will make his first career start as the Browns meet the Raiders in Sin City. Sanders got his first taste of NFL action last week against the Ravens after Dylan Gabriel suffered a concussion. Since 1999, Browns quarterbacks are 0-17 when making their first career starts. Kickoff is at 4:05 Eastern. And the Sunday night matchup features the Buccaneers and Rams in Los Angeles. The Rams have won 5 straight and are now tied for the best record in the conference at 8-2. Thanks in part to the performance of Matthew Stafford. The 37-year-old is showing no signs of slowing down with 27 touchdowns and just 2 interceptions on the year. Baker Mayfield says he has nothing but respect for his counterpart.
One of the best, if not the best, pure passer ever in the history of the NFL. The way it comes off of his hand, the way he can change his arm angles. Obviously, the no-look passes really started with him. So he can do it all.
Kickoff is at 8:20 Eastern. In other news, Aaron Rodgers will not play today against the Bears. Mason Rudolph will start for Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Josh Jacobs is also inactive because of a knee injury. NBA Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon will miss 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. On the court today, the defending champion Thunder will look to keep the good times rolling when they host the Trailblazers. OKC has won 8 straight and sits atop the Western Conference with a 16-1 record. Tip-off this evening is at 7 Eastern. Men's college hoops number 5 Duke is home for Howard, while third-ranked UConn will play host to Bryant. On the women's side, Michigan taking on Syracuse right now, and the 6th-ranked Wolverines lead the Orange by a score of 31-17 late in the second quarter. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Anthony Gallo today. Week 12, National Football League. 7 games in the early window, 4 games in the late window. We're going to bring you 11 games from start to finish today. Every touchdown, every big play, every highlight, all the injury news you need before and during the games. We gave you some bets with Rob Brown last segment, host on the BetMGM Network. I got some bets for you. I got some spread picks for you. But we've still got 2 games to get some full previews on. Let's go to the Motor City. Giants at the Lions. Big Blue, 2-9. Winless on the road. The Lions looking to bounce back, which they have done 13 straight times. For more information on what I just said, plus all the injuries that you need to know about today inside Ford Field, we go to Denny Cap. It is Pat Boyle. Denny, how you been, man?
Absolutely great, Pat. Great to be here with Gridiron Game Day. Lions come in as nearly 2-touchdown favorites, and on paper it makes sense. Detroit is top 8 in the league in every offensive and defensive category, including the 7th-ranked rushing offense going against the league's 31st ranked run defense. Now, that said, Pat, the Lions' offensive line has shown some cracks in recent weeks, and keeping Jared Goff upright has been a challenge, as we all saw on Sunday Night Football against the Eagles. Now, enter Brian Burns in his career-best 13 sacks, and this is where the Giants can keep this the ballgame. New York will be down Kayvon Thibodeau today, but Abdul Carter is a nice replacement who has a ton of pressures already under his belt this season despite only having a half sack. The only other notable inactive for the Giants, starting safety Tyler Nubin. Now, on the flip side, Detroit welcomes back a pair of cornerbacks in Khalil Dorsey and DJ Reed, which is music to the ears of defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard as Detroit gets ready to play 3 games in the span of 11 days, while defensive backs Terry and Arnold and Kirby Joseph remain on the shelf. The extra help in the secondary is really going to help this Lions defense, which has only forced 3 turnovers in its last 6 games, and today gets to go against Jameis Winston, who makes his second start while Jackson Dart recovers from a concussion. Now, Winston, of course, as we all know, has a knack for making the big plays, both good and kind of bad, as we all know. So, Pat, Lions, as you mentioned, won 13 straight following a loss. They haven't lost 2 in a row in over 3 years now, and at 6-4 in the thick of a heated playoff race, the pressure is on here in Detroit to take care of business at home.
All right, Denny, thanks so much. And he mentioned the injuries in the Lions secondary. Still no Terry and Arnold, no Kirby Joseph. But again, Brian Branch, DJ Reed healthy. The rest of that secondary trying to get 100%, which is massive because we know why the Lions got knocked out of the playoffs last year. Their defense was decimated with injuries. The Giants secondary looks just as bad right now. Paulson Adebo, inactive. Tyler Nubin, the safety, inactive. Tay Banks, who, look, I mean, even when he plays, could probably be inactive, but he is officially inactive today, as well as his Kayvon Thibodeau. So defense might be optional today in Ford Field, and I know the Lions fans will be loving that. All right, let's get to Nashville. Beautiful Nissan Stadium in Tennessee, where the play on the field hasn't been as beautiful, but the Titans are 1-9. Maybe this is the Cam Ward breakout game. Well, it's against an elite Seahawks defense. Seattle 7-3, Titans 1-9. Everything you need to know in this game. We go to Brand Douglas. Brand, it's Pat Boyle. What's going on?
Hey, Pat, I appreciate the optimism there. It is a beautiful day here in Nashville. Sunny sky, 65 degrees. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people will be staying home breaking leaves today. But nevertheless, for the Titans fans who are here, they're hoping to see the Titans win their second game of the season. The Titans, the only one-win team left in the league. They're playing a Seahawks team coming off of a loss to division leader Los Angeles Rams last week in a tough game, 21-19, as the Seahawks are now a game behind the Rams. As for the Titans, as you say, Cam Ward hoping for a breakout game. You will not have one of his favorite targets, Alec Iomanner, out with a hamstring injury. On the defensive side for the Titans, Xavier Woods, starting safety, also out with a hamstring injury. For the Seahawks, if they have one area where they're struggling with injuries, it would be at the linebacker position, as Ernest Jones is out today with knee and Tyrese Knight out with concussion-related symptoms. Again, the Seahawks coming off of a 4 out of the last 5 with wins. The Titans haven't won since October 5th against Arizona. It's going to be a gorgeous day, Pat, for football here. Hope we'll see some gorgeous football as well.
All right, Brant, thanks so much. How about that? The Titans' only win this season was that miracle comeback against the Arizona Cardinals where Amari DiMercato dropped the football before the goal line. That was a game that if he had scored that touchdown, the Cardinals would have taken a 28-6 lead. But he dropped the football before the goal line. It counted as a touchback. It stayed 21-6, and then the Titans rattled off 16 straight points and won the football game 22-21. That's their only win. Seahawks at 7-3, looking to keep the pressure on the Rams after they only lost by 2, considering Sam Darnold threw 4 picks. I think that's the optimism you needed to take away if you're a Seahawks fan. Okay, 1 minute to go before the hard end of our hour. And the last commercial break we're going to take before football begins. And so, a little throwback to how we always used to do it when I hosted the show last week. I'll give you a couple prop bets. I'll give you 3 spread bets. Let's start with the spreads because on my normal show, the Pat Boyle Show, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern here on the Infinity Sports Network, I've got a season-long picks competition with our buddy Zach Gelb, who normally does Sunday morning football and is the host of the Zach Gelb Show. Zach's ahead by 1 pick. We do 3 picks against the spread every week. Zach's up by 1. And so the spreads have changed a bit with some injury news here, but I'm going to keep the picks the same, and I'll give them to you in case you want to tail or fade. Up to you. Lions minus 14. Again, coming off of a loss. The Giants' defense is terrible. I think the Lions blow them out. I'll take the Lions, even though it's now minus 14 live at this very moment. I also like the Chiefs. I understand how mediocre they've been. I know Indy's coming off the bye. I like the Chiefs minus 3.5. And then give me the Bengals. Even though it's Joe Flacco, I thought on Friday maybe it would be Joe Burrow. Give me the Bengals plus 7.5. Keep it close against New England. 2 props. Jahmyr Gibbs going to have a monster day. Over 111 rushing plus receiving yards. And then Rashid Shaheed. I think this is the day the top comes off for him and Sam Darnold. Rashid Shaheed over 32.5 receiving yards. Football next. Week 12 NFL. This is Gridiron Game Day.
Minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey, it's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. I'm back in my old stomping grounds. This is Gridiron Gameday, Week 12 in the National Football League. It is heating up. It's the final Sunday before Thanksgiving as we're getting ready to carve the turkeys. Teams are getting ready to make their final playoff pushes. Some teams, you could say their season might end today. Not mathematically, not officially, but virtually. A couple of teams, seasons on the line. They need a win today desperately. And we've got 7 games in the opening window, 4 games in the afternoon window, 11 games in total. We're going to bring you from start to finish, where you will hear on this show over the next 7 hours. Every touchdown, every highlight, every big play, all the injury news you need. We've given you both before the games. We'll give you all the injury news you need during the games. All your fantasy football angles, big performers, big plays of the day, your betting angles. I gave you a couple of prop picks, gave you a couple of bets against the spread. And if you missed it, you can just rewind to the last 10 minutes here on the Odyssey app. You can listen live. You can listen on replay. However you choose to consume your football Sunday, we appreciate you for making us a part of it. And you can listen, of course, on your local affiliate, which we are on over 300 right now across North America. You can listen on Sirius XM channel 375. You can listen on the Odyssey app. And you can watch on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube channel, where you'll see a much more handsome face than you normally do. Love you, Gallo. So here we go. We are seconds away from kickoff across 7 games. Really quickly, let's just run you through the gamut once more. We did all of our big full game previews. You're going to hear live listen-ins, as you do every Sunday, from our stringers, our on-site correspondents, live at the stadiums. Steelers at the Bears from Soldier Field. No Aaron Rodgers. It's Mason Rudolph under center for Pittsburgh. Both of those teams atop their divisions. Steelers, first place AFC North. Bears, first place NFC North. Patriots, 9-2 at the Bengals, who are 3-7. It's Joe Flacco under center for Cincinnati. And again, no Jamar Chase after he spit on Jalen Ramsey last week. It's the 2-9 Giants at the 6-4 Lions at Ford Field in Detroit. The Lions are one of a handful of double-digit favorites today in the NFL, the other two being the Seahawks and the Ravens. Vikings, they're one of the teams whose season is virtually on the line today at 4-6 on the road against the Packers, who are 6-3-1 at Lambeau Field. For Green Bay, no Josh Jacobs and no Matthew Golden. So a couple of big injury news there. Seahawks at the Titans. Seattle at 7-3. The Titans at 1-9. Seattle looking to get back on track after their narrow 2-point loss against the Titans last week. The Jets, they are 2-8. And it's Tyrod Taylor under center for Gang Green at the Ravens, who are 5-5, trying to keep pace with the Steelers in the AFC North. Remember, it was only 5 weeks ago that the Ravens were 1-5 to start the year. They've gotten back on track. And so there you go. And then the Colts and the Chiefs, that's the big one here in the early window. The Colts at 8-2, coming off the bye, atop the AFC South, and currently the number 3 seed in the AFC, along with the 9-2 Broncos and the 9-2 Patriots. They're at Arrowhead to take on Kansas City. The Chiefs, 5-5, more desperate than they've been in about a decade, and that one underway. The Colts have the opening kickoff. They just ran it back right around to their own 30-yard line, and so Daniel Jones will take the field at a 70% completion percentage, 266 yards per game. That's number 2 in the NFL, and an 8-2 record. He's got 20 total touchdowns this season. That is a career high through 10 games. So the Colts have the ball first. And Daniel Jones lining up in a heavy set formation. He will turn and hand it off to Jonathan Taylor, who bursts up the middle for about a gain of 6 or 7, and then fighting through some tackles. So a good first play for the Colts. The Bears have the ball first, and DeAndre Swift takes a carry for 1 yard against the Steelers. Patriots have the ball first in Cincinnati. They hand it off to the rookie running back Travion Henderson, who has done a tremendous job filling in for Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson back, and it's still Henderson who gets the first carry. So the Patriots have the ball first. The Giants have the ball first against the Lions, and Jameis Winston on the first play just connected for a big-time gain. Jameis Winston hits Darius Slayton for 23 yards, and the Giants are immediately in Lions territory. The Titans, they've got the ball first against the Seahawks. Tony Pollard gets a 3-yard carry on the first down yardage. And then on that second down play for the Colts, Daniel Jones hit Jonathan Taylor, but only for a gain of a yard. So it's 3rd and 1 for the Colts. Finally, the Jets have the ball first against the Ravens. And it looks like they got a great kickoff return. Yeah, ran it back to their own 43. And then Breece Hall with a carry of 4 yards. Tyrod Taylor, an incomplete pass. So it's a 3rd and 6 for the Jets near midfield. But let's get to Green Bay, where we've already got a team in plus territory. It's the Vikings and the Packers. Let's go to Bill Rabier at Lambeau Field. Bill, what's going on?
Just underway here at Lambeau Field. First possession of the game goes to Minnesota. The Packers won the coin toss and deferred, and Minnesota already has it at the Green Bay 34-yard line after a couple of chunk plays, one by Aaron Jones, the former Packer and super popular Packer, I might add, who is back today for just the second time since he left Green Bay. He has already 16 yards on 2 carries, including a 13-yard run for a first down. Right after that on first down, J.J. McCarthy hit Justin Jefferson for a nice gain to get it to where they are now. 2nd down and 10 at the 34-yard line. No Josh Jacobs today for the Packers. No Matthew Golden for the Packers. And as importantly, I think no Quay Walker, the defensive linebacker for Green Bay. and so he's out today. The Vikings on the move on the first possession. Still no score, though. About 2 minutes in here at Lambeau Field.
All right, thanks, Bill. By the way, Cam Ward, he picked up a big gain on the ground on the Titans' first drive. On a 2nd and 7, Cam Ward scrambled for 14 yards. So the Titans are in plus territory on their opening drive. The Jets, by the way, on that 3rd and 6, they did not convert. It was an incomplete pass. 4th and 6, they punted away to the Ravens. And meanwhile, the Bears, it looks like they went 3 and out on their opening drive. And Chicago, on a 4th and 6, punted it away to Pittsburgh, where Mason Rudolph will get his first drive as the starting quarterback filling in for Aaron Rodgers. Let's get to Detroit. Lions and the Giants. We told you Detroit had moved the ball. The Giants had moved the ball well on their first play in Lions territory. Let's find out what just happened here. Denny Cap from Ford Field. What's up, Denny? Denny, what's going on? All right, let's see if we can reconnect with Denny, because we just had a massive play in the Giants-Lions game that we will get you back out to Detroit to hear about in just a second. A wild, massive trick play, and we'll tell you how that one finished up in just a second. But for the time being, let's get to Cincinnati, because we told you the Patriots had the ball first against the Bengals, and let's get out to Jason Earhart at Paycor Stadium. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, just underway here in the Queen City in an injury timeout. Patriots left guard Jared Wilson had to be helped off the field there, so we'll see what the Pats do with that interior offensive line. Patriots got the ball first, faced in on a 3rd and 1, just gained that with a 2-yard run from Travion Henderson. Looking for another big game, the rookie out of Ohio State back here, trying to help the Patriots. The early start here, the 13:29 to go in the first quarter. Patriots have a first down at their own 36-yard line. The win today puts them 2.5 games ahead of the Buffalo Bills. That's the story here in Cincinnati.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. Meanwhile, Mason Rudolph drops back to pass on a 2nd and 1 for the Steelers, launches down the field, and it looks like it might have been intercepted. It looks like the Bears, the best turnover team in the NFL, they might have another. That play is going to go under review, but it looks like for the moment it could be a massive interception for the Chicago Bears. And if it is going to stand, it looks like it's Nahshon Wright who picks off Mason Rudolph on a one-on-one deep ball down the sideline for DK Metcalf. Let's go to Chicago right now and find out if that is going to be the confirmation. David Schuster, what a big play already in this Steelers-Bears game.
Yeah, Pat, we're just a couple minutes into the game, and they are reviewing the call on the field right now, but it appeared that's an interception, but we'll just have to wait and see. That was Rudolph's first pass of the day. He's obviously filling in for Aaron Rodgers this afternoon. The Bears on their first possession, 3 and out, and then very quickly on their first possession, the interception, at least the apparent interception, we'll wait for the official call. But again, 2.5 minutes into the game, no score here in Chicago.
All right, David, thanks so much. And I did see the replay. It looks like Nahshon Wright got both feet down. That will be a hell of an interception if that thing stands. Meanwhile, 4th and 1 for the Ravens on their opening drive. They're going to go for it from their own 29-yard line. They've got Mark Andrews lined up under center. They're going to go tush-push, and they get the first down. How about that? John Harbaugh rolling the dice early on, and the Ravens pick up the first down. We told you, though, there was a massive play in Detroit. Let's get to Denny Cap and find out what happened between the Giants and the Lions. Denny?
Yeah, Giants get in front 7-0 on a Wan'Dale Robinson catch of a pitch flea flicker. Jamison Winston, we talked in the opening segment that he has a knack for big plays. He had one there, and the Lions actually almost sacked Winston before the throw, but an incredible block by John Michael Schmitz Jr. The center came backwards and knocked Aleem McNeil off his feet as he had a hand on Winston. Winston then shook him off and threw the deep pass and got the Giants in front. Extra point good, 7-0. Giants on the first drive like they did last week against Green Bay. They score a touchdown once again 2 weeks in a row with Winston at the helm. 12:56 to go first quarter, 7-0 New York.
Danny, thanks so much. How about that? Early upset brewing. How about a flea flicker wild touchdown pass from Jameis Winston? Yes, indeed. He hits Wan'Dale Robinson for our first touchdown of the day. 39-yard touchdown catch for Wan'Dale Robinson on an insane kind of flea flicker trick play from the New York Giants. Mike Kafka, the interim head coach, the offensive coordinator, dialing up some trickery. And that's our first touchdown of the day. We do have our first points of the day, though. In Lambeau, we told you the Vikings had the ball first. and they got a couple of big chunk plays. Aaron Jones, a 13-yard rush. J.J. McCarthy to Justin Jefferson, a 15-yard pass. That got them into field goal range. They would stall out after that, though, after 3 straight incompletions. So they bring on Will Reichard, who's been one of the best kickers in football this year, and he drills it from 52 yards out. So we told you, weather not really a big factor against in any of these games today. It's across the board about low to mid-50s and sunshine across the entire North America, across the entire U.S. where these games are being played. So field goals, not as difficult as you would normally think for late November. Will Reichard hits from 52 to put the Vikings up 3-0. That and the Wan'Dale Robinson touchdown, the only points so far on the board. Meanwhile, the Ravens have a 3rd and 3. They're trying to move the ball deeper into Jets territory. Lamar Jackson back to pass in the shotgun, looking over the middle. It's incomplete. He was looking for Mark Andrews, and he threw it behind him. That's a bad pass from Lamar Jackson. And after converting a 4th and 1, it looks like the Ravens are going to have to punt here on 4th and 3. Meanwhile, 3rd and 1 for the Chicago Bears. After the interception, it did stand. They hand the ball off. That looked like it was DeAndre Swift, and he's got just enough for a first down. Yeah, DeAndre Swift, a gain of 4. The Bears are in Steelers territory. Meanwhile, the Lions, they just converted a first down. Jared Goff hitting Brock Wright, who again is filling in for the injured Sam Laporta. Injury news earlier this week on Sam Laporta, unlikely to play this entire season, the rest of this season. Major injury news for the Lions offense, although Sam Laporta had been playing kind of banged up for most of the year, hadn't had nearly the impact he had last season. But the Lions now right at midfield down 7-0. The Packers just picked up a first down. Jordan Love hits Christian Watson for a gain of 12. They're in plus territory. There's one team in the red zone right now, and that is the Tennessee Titans. And they have moved the ball pretty well here, and this is still their opening drive. They got the ball first, and right now it's a drive that has gone 12 plays, 53 yards. They just had a 1st and goal. Cam Ward tried to hit Tyjae Spears. It went backwards, though, for a loss of 5. So it's 2nd and goal from the 14 for the Titans on their opening drive, looking to score first against the Seahawks. Cam Ward back to pass, fires over the middle. Chimere Dike with the catch, a sliding catch. He's going to be short of the end zone, though. It's 3rd and goal from the 3. So the Seahawks, as a 13-point favorite, they've got the Titans on the verge of scoring. And then the Giants, as a 14-point underdog, they are up on the Lions 7-0. So how about that? The dogs are barking, at least early on in the first 15 minutes of gameplay here. The Colts, by the way, told you they had a couple of first downs on their opening drive, but that has stalled out. They have punted it away to the Chiefs, and so Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City taking the field for the first time. It was a really good punt from the Colts, by the way, so Kansas City's going to start at their own 4-yard line, and Kareem Hunt picks up about a gain of 3. Meanwhile, on 3rd and goal, Cam Ward back to pass, in trouble, looking for somebody. He's going to go down. Nearly got back to the line of scrimmage, but on a little play-action pitch toss, Cam Ward couldn't find anybody, tried to run, and it's going to go down as a sack and a loss of 1. So 4th and goal from the 4. Titans at 1-9. Do they have anything to lose? Probably not. And so we'll see if they go for it. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes back to pass for Kansas City. Pass tapped up in the air. It's picked off. The Colts have intercepted Patrick Mahomes inside the 10. They're going to get a 1st and goal inside the 5. Intercepted by Laiatu Latu. Tipped the pass to himself. Picked it off. Colts ball. 1st and goal from the 3. What a critical turnover from Mahomes on the Kansas City first drive of the ball game. And they are in big trouble now. Indianapolis, 1st and goal from the 3. Meanwhile, the Titans, they're actually going to settle for a field goal. 1-9. Not much to lose. Kicking a field goal from the 4-yard line. Okay. And the kick is up. And it is good from Joey Sly. Hits it from 22 yards. So there you go. We've got 3 scores on the day. We told you about the Wan'Dale Robinson wild touchdown catch from Jameis Winston. That's our only touchdown. Vikings kicked a 52-yarder with Will Reichard. They lead the Packers 3-0, and the Titans just kicked the field goal to lead the Seahawks 3-0. But right now, we've got 3 teams in the red zone. The Bears are 1st and goal at the 5. The Packers are now first and goal at the 1 after an 18-yard catch from Dontavian Wicks. And after the Patrick Mahomes interception from Laiatu Latu, the Colts are first and goal at the 3. We'll check back in and see how all 3 of those drives did. Plus, you keep you posted on everything going on right now. 7 games in the opening window and a wild start. Week 12 in the NFL. This is Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, welcome back. Before we left you, we had a touchdown in the Giants-Lions game that we told you about. We had a field goal in the Vikings-Packers game, and we had a field goal in the Titans-Seahawks game. But right before the commercial break, Patrick Mahomes threw an interception. The Colts had first and goal. We'll get there in just a second. We've got a couple of other scores that have happened as well. A touchdown in the Steelers-Bear games, a field goal in the Bengals-Patriots game, a touchdown in the Vikings-Packers game, and so let's get to everything. And let's start in Kansas City. Christian Vetter's going to fill us in on Colts-Chiefs. Christian, what's going on?
All right, Pat. So the Colts won the toss. They elected to receive the ball. Their first drive made it midfield. A big catch by Tyler Warner on 3rd and 15. Brought up a 4th and 3 with a false start. They had to punt it away there, but they get the ball right back because they come up with a big defensive play. Defensive end, Latu, picked off Patrick Mahomes on their second play of the game, and that put them at the 3-yard line. And from there, Daniel Jones to Michael Pittman Jr., a 6-yard touchdown pass to put them up 7-0. Just a 2-play, 3-yard drive. They lead 7-0 over the Chiefs. Daniel Jones on that initial drive, 5 of 5, 28 yards, and now he's got a touchdown and a 7-point lead over the Chiefs. 5:47 left here in the first quarter.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. And Kansas City now is moving the ball. Kareem Hunt doing a lot of the work for Kansas City. Again, no Isaiah Pacheco. And so the Chiefs now have it 2nd and 3 at the Colts' 45-yard line after a Kareem Hunt 7-yard run. So they're in Colts territory. They are the only team right now, forget about red zone, they're the only team in plus territory. The Seahawks have just moved into plus territory. They've got a 2nd and 10 at the Titans' 49. But, yeah, no red zone trips right now, so we'll continue to fill you in on what has transpired in the last 5-10 minutes or so. Let's get out to Lambeau Field. We've got a touchdown to tell you about. 2 scores already in the Vikings-Packers game. Bill Rabier's got the latest from Lambeau. Bill?
Yeah, Pat, the Vikings opening drive of the game stalled at the Packer 34-yard line. They had to settle for a 52-yard field goal by Will Reichert. That put them up 7-0. And then the Packers answered with a 7-play, 70-yard drive on their first possession. It was aided by a pass interference call that put them in the red zone, and then a pass from Jordan Love to Dontavian Wicks took it down to the 1-yard line, and then Emmanuel Wilson getting the start today for the injured Josh Jacobs. Wilson punched it in from 1 yard out, his second TD of the year. He scored last week against the Giants as well. 7-play, 70-yard drive for the Packers. Took them 3 minutes and 38 seconds. The Vikings just fell short on 3rd and long, so they punted away on their second possession, and it's down inside the 5, right around the 2-yard line, it looks like. So that's where the Packers will start from their own 2 with a 7-3 lead over the Vikings. 5:04 left, first quarter here at Lambeau.
All right, Bill, thanks so much. Let's get out to Ford Field, Giants-Lions, and let's see where we're at now after a couple of wild plays to start this game. Denny Cap's got the latest at Ford Field. Denny?
All right, Giants still with that 7-0 lead thanks to the pitch, pass back, flea flicker that Jameis Winston hit Wan'Dale Robinson for on 39 yards. Lions next possession or first possession of the game, they got down into plus territory but took a sack on 3rd and 7 at the Giants 37. Ended up having to punt, and then the Giants go 3 and out, and the Lions not doing much better on their second possession, in danger of going 3 and out as well. Now, the Giants are really having a tough time running the ball. Tracy and Singleton, 4 carries for 4 yards. Credit to Jack Campbell, who's been blowing up the middle of the line from the linebacker position and getting into the backfield to disrupt the runs. It looks like this game's really going to be on Jameis Winston's shoulder. How much more can he do like he did on that first drive? 5:51 to go in the first quarter of this one. Lions have the ball at midfield facing a 3rd and long, trailing this one 7-0.
All right, thank you very much, Denny. Still no team in the red zone right now. The two teams that were in plus territory, the Chiefs and the Seahawks, they are still there. The Chiefs just picked up a first down on a 3rd and 1. Kareem Hunt just carried for 3 yards. So they are right near the red zone. And then the Seahawks had a 3rd and 9 that Sam Darnold was able to convert to A.J. Barner for a gain of 13. So a 1st and 10 at the 34 of the Titans. And Chiefs have a 1st and 10 at the 29 of the Colts. Let's get to Chicago because we've got another near red zone happening in Steelers-Bears. Let's go live Soldier Field. David Schuster on the latest. David?
All right, Pat. The Steelers facing a 3rd and 2. They're into Chicago territory. The Bears leading this game 7-0. It's Caleb Williams to DJ Moore, a 5-yard touchdown pass for the points so far on the board. That followed an interception by Mason Rudolph. So the Bears did score on their second possession. Since then, Rudolph has been perfect. Overall, he's 4 of 5 for 35 yards. But again, right now the Bears with a 7-0 lead, but the Pittsburgh Steelers are threatening.
All right, thank you very much, David. So, yeah, big 3rd and 2 coming up in Chicago. Mason Rudolph did throw the interception to Nishawn Wright. And then, as you heard David say, it was DJ Moore with the 5-yard touchdown catch from Caleb Williams. And on 3rd down, Mason Rudolph back to pass, drops it off to Kenneth Gainwell. He's got a seam. He's got the first down. He's got more than that. He's inside the 20, and he's finally brought down. But it's going to be a gain of 13. 1st and 10 Steelers officially in the red zone at the 18-yard line. We'll keep you posted there. Let's get to Tennessee. We told you the Seahawks had the ball in plus territory. Let's go live to Brant Douglas at Nissan Stadium. Brant, what's going on?
And they made it about 20 yards into that plus territory. And the Titans defense stepped up as the Seahawks are going to be forced to kick a field goal or try to hit a field goal. Jason Myers on for a 47-yard kick and waiting for the decision on it. And it is barely through, and it is good. So both teams trading field goals on their first drives of this game. Sam Darnold passing this far, 2 of 4 for 18 yards, both targets to A.J. Barner. The Titans had a 15-play, 63-yard drive to start the game, lasting more than 9 minutes before a field goal. Cam Ward on that first drive was 4 of 6 passing for 31 yards. 3 apiece between the Seahawks and the Titans, 2:14 left in the first.
All right, thanks, Brant. So that drive stalls. Meanwhile, the Chiefs drive still going. They're in the red zone now. They just picked up a first down. Patrick Mahomes just found his running back, Brashard Smith, for a gain of 10 on a 1st and 10 play. So fresh set of downs for the Chiefs. First down from the Indianapolis Colts, 19. Mahomes throws it out to the flat, and it looks like it's caught by Xavier Worthy. Did he hold on to the ball, though? And as of now, it's going to be a catch and a gain of 8. So it'll be 2nd and 2 for the Chiefs at the 11-yard line. They are one of 2 teams in the red zone. The Steelers are the other. 2nd and 2. Handoff to Kareem Hunt. Gets tripped up and tackled from behind, but he's got enough for the first down. 1st and goal, Chiefs from the 9. They trail the Colts 7-0. Let's get to Cincinnati, where we've got some points, and we've got a rare defensive battle at Paycor Stadium. Jason Earhart, it's like Bizarro World. What's going on, Bengals Patriots?
Yeah, how about that? The much maligned Bengals defense making 2 stops already. After that first stop, the offense took at 11 plays, 46 yards. Drive stalled out at the 30 after T. Higgins dropped a 3rd down and 3. Would have been a first down. Had to settle for a 54-yard field goal attempt. Evan McPherson bangs it through for the 3-0 lead. And we talked earlier, Pat, about no Jamar Chase, but Mike Gesicki back off IR. They activated him yesterday. The big tight end. Moore is a wide receiver, more of those routes. But he caught 3 passes on that first drive. So that could be big for Joe Flacco and company here. As you mentioned, the Bengals make another stop on the Patriots' second drive. Safety blitz by Geno Stone. Break it up. A Drake May pass. So the Bengals have the ball at their own 24, leading 3-0, 5:28 to go, first quarter from Cincinnati.
All right, Jason, beautiful stuff, man. Thank you so much. So 3-0 Bengals, and they've got the ball back. Meanwhile, the Steelers, they just converted a first down on 2nd and 2. Jaylen Warren takes it for 4 yards and a first down. This is a drive that started at their own 4-yard line after a bad kickoff return. And meanwhile, the Steelers have gone 89 yards. They've got it 1st and goal at the 6. Meanwhile, the Chiefs have it 1st and goal at the 8. Mahomes back to pass. He's got Travis Kelce. It's a catch, and it's a short gain brought down by Zaire Franklin and Pratt, and it's a gain of 4 for Kelce. So 2nd and goal from the 4 for the Kansas City Chiefs. 1st and goal from the 6 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are the only two teams in the red zone right now. And meanwhile, in Detroit, the Lions, they did indeed have to punt it away. They could not convert on a third and long, a 3rd and 13. Jared Goff was only able to hit David Montgomery for a gain of 4. So how about that? 2 drives for the Lions. They've run 11 plays, and they've only picked up 18 yards against this Giants defense. And so the Giants have the ball right now, 3rd and 6 at their own 14, leading the Lions 7-0. Jameis Winston, back to pass, looking, hits Wan'Dale Robinson. He catches it. He's got a first down, and he's got more. A gain of 13 for Wan'Dale Robinson. The Giants move the sticks. They're up 7-0. They've got the ball at their own 27-yard line. Meanwhile, on 2nd and goal, Mahomes back to pass. It's actually a direct snap to Kelsey. Kelsey takes it up the middle for a touchdown, but there's a penalty on Kansas City, and this one is coming back. It's going to be an offensive face mask on the Chiefs. Wow, and who did they get the face mask on? It looks like they've got it on, I believe, one of the linemen. Offensive face mask on the Chiefs. Oh, goodness. That was a nice play there. They got Travis Kelce on a direct snap for a touchdown run. It's going to be face mask on their right tackle, Jawan Taylor. Wow, so that wipes the touchdown off the board. And it backs him up 15 yards. 2nd and goal from the 18 now. What was a direct snap to Kelce for a touchdown run is wiped off the board by an offensive face mask. 2nd and goal, Mahomes back to pass, hits Rashee Rice, but it's going to be a short gain, only a gain of 3. 3rd and goal from the 15. That'll be the end of the first quarter in Kansas City. Wow. Again, nullified touchdown of Travis Kelce, and now a 3rd and goal from the 15 as they start the second quarter in a couple of minutes. The Colts lead the Chiefs 7-0. Meanwhile, let's get back out to Baltimore. We've been searching for points. Let's see if we have any as we've hit the end of the first quarter in the Jets and Ravens game. Mike Popovic's got more. Mike?
Yeah, Pat, unfortunately we don't, and there has not been much. I promise I didn't forget your guys' phone number, but the summary in this one, the Jets' first offensive drive, 3 and out. For the Ravens, on their first offensive drive, 1 first down and then a punt. On the Jets' second offensive drive, 2 first downs, but then ultimately punting. And then the Ravens, on their last offensive drive, of 3 and out, they punt. The Jets now have the ball 2nd and 11 at their, make that a 2nd and 10 at their own 46 right now, just about to start the second quarter. Jets quarterback Tyrod Taylor, 2 of 4, 22 yards. Lamar Jackson for the Ravens is 1 of 3, 7 yards on the ground. Breece Hall for the Jets, 7 for 20. And for the Ravens, Derrick Henry, 4 for 10. So let's hope that the second quarter is a little brighter than the first. Beautiful day here in Baltimore, but ugly offensive football so far. Ravens and Jets, no score, start of the second quarter here at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Yeah, Lamar Jackson just 1 for 3 for 7 yards. And the Ravens, as a team, have 7 carries for 18 yards. And 2 of those have been Mark Andrews pushes. So, yeah, not much offense for the Baltimore Ravens. Meanwhile, we've got another team in the red zone, the New York Football Giants. My goodness, they are making it look easy today. Jameis Winston on a 2nd and 8 just hit Wan'Dale Robinson for another gain of 15, and you can tack on 15 more or half the distance to the goal more, They're going to get Brian Branch for unnecessary roughness. And how about that? The Giants already have a 70-yard touchdown drive, and now they've gone 85 yards on this drive. They've got a 1st and goal from the 8. They hand it off to Tyrone Tracy, knifes his way for about 3 yards through the middle, down to the 5. Wow, this would be one of the biggest stunning results of the entire season. The Giants lead the Lions 7-0. They've got 2nd and goal from the 5. They hand it off again to Tyrone Tracy, and he is going to be gang tackled for about a gain of 2. 3rd and goal from the 3 for Big Blue. Meanwhile, coming out of the first quarter, second quarter has begun. 3rd and goal for the Chiefs at their own 15, and it looks like they're going to back them up, or are they going to move them forward? This might be offsides on the Colts, but they blew the play dead before Mahomes could do anything with it. And I did see the one referee signal for offside. So this might move the Chiefs back up to the 10, and it will. 3rd and goal from the 10 on a neutral zone infraction. Meanwhile, 3rd and goal from the 3 for the Giants. Winston gets the shotgun snap, back to pass, under pressure, throws it out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. 4th and goal from the 3. Giants have a decision to make. They're 2-9, nothing to lose. Do they try to go up by 14, or do they go to kick the field goal? We'll find out. Again, those are the 2 red zone drives that we've got right for you now. We did mention the Steelers were in the red zone, and they were able to cash that in for a touchdown on a DK Metcalf 6-yard touchdown catch. Or was it a run? I'm trying to figure out. I saw the back end of the replay of it, whether it was a pop pass or a jet sweep. Either way, it's DK Metcalf finding the end zone from 6 yards out, and they're calling it is going to be a touchdown run. So I think it was a little jet sweep for DK Metcalf. How about bringing that one out of the playbook? So the Bears scored first to make it 7-0, and the Steelers have answered with a DK Metcalf 6-yard touchdown run to make it 7-7. Meanwhile, the Giants, they were going to take the conservative route. They will settle for a field goal. It is up, and it is good. They lead the Lions 10-0. A surprising result through 1 quarter of play. Younghoe Koo bangs through the 21-yard field goal. And meanwhile, let's find out what the Chiefs are going to do here on a 3rd and goal from the 10. Let's go live to Arrowhead Stadium and talk to Christian Vetter. What's going on, Christian?
All right, Pat. Well, the Chiefs just put some points on the board, not the touchdown they were looking for. 7-3 now. The Colts lead over the Chiefs. The Chiefs had to add 3. Butker, a 28-yard field goal, capping a long drive, 17 plays, 64 yards, 8:20 off the clock. They had some points taken off the board. 2nd and goal at the 4. Direct snaps to Travis Kelce. That touchdown was nullified for an offensive face mask. And then here moments ago, they had a 3rd and goal at the 15. Colts offsides made a 3rd and goal from the 10, but incomplete pass from Mahomes into the end zone, a try from the end zone, so they had to settle for Butker's 28-yard field goal, and now they trail by 4. 7-3, Colts lead, 14:51 left here in the 2nd quarter.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. So, yeah, how about that? We've got some surprising results. We'll let Pete McCarthy tell you about all of them as we've hit the end of the 1st quarter in more than half of the opening window games. We definitely have some surprising results on the board. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here, Week 12 in the National Football League. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. For all the scores, all the information you need to know here on this Sunday in the world of sports, it is time for an update. Here's the handsome Irishman. It's Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Pat, no Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers today. Mason Rudolph starting at quarterback against Rodgers' old rivals, the Chicago Bears. Rodgers had been questionable coming into today with a fractured left wrist. The Steelers and Bears tied up at 7 as they go into the 2nd quarter. As you mentioned, DK Metcalf, a rushing touchdown to put the Steelers on the board. Jameis Winston and the Giants, little trickery. There's a pitch from Winston to running back Devin Singletary, who threw the ball back to Winston. Winston then fired downfield for Wan'Dale Robinson, a 39-yard touchdown. Robinson already over 100 yards receiving for the Giants. They just finished the 1st quarter in Detroit, and it's the 2-9 Giants up on the Lions 10-0. The Jets and Ravens all scoreless early on in the 2nd quarter. Ravens have the ball all the way back at their own 15-yard line. The Bengals up 3-0 on the Patriots. Patriots been red hot, sitting at 9-2. They're just entering the 2nd quarter. Emmanuel Wilson filling in for the injured Josh Jacobs at running back for Green Bay. Wilson has found the end zone. Packers 7, Vikings 3. Very late in the 1st quarter at Lambeau Field. Seahawks Titans all even at 3 points apiece early in the 2nd. The Chiefs just settling for a field goal. They're trailing the 8-2 Colts 7-3 early on in the 2nd quarter. Patriots left guard Jared Wilson was carted off the field with an ankle injury. 4 games coming in the later window. The 8-2 Eagles trying to quiet some of the voices of discontent that have made themselves heard over the past few weeks. The Eagles visiting the Cowboys. The only other team with a winning record is the Jaguars, who are visiting the 3-7 Cardinals. And then it's mostly top of the draft intrigue with the 2-8 Browns visiting the 2-8 Raiders and the 3-7 Falcons taking on the 2-8 Saints. Tonight, the 8-2 Rams hosting Baker Mayfield and the 6-4 Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. College football news. Florida State will return Mike Norvell for his 7th season as head coach. Florida State at 7-16 over the past 2 seasons. Just lost to NC State on Friday night. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, this is a wild and chaotic start to Week 12 in the National Football League. Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. We've got 2 defensive touchdowns to tell you about. We've got a team inside the 5. We've got another team in the red zone. We've got a touchdown in the Colts-Chiefs game. And we've got the Ravens getting shut out by the New York Jets. Wouldn't you know it? Well, let's start with the Chicago Bears and the Pittsburgh Steelers. This game has delivered so far. David Schuster live in Soldier Field with a couple of scores to fill us in on. David?
Absolutely, Pat. 13:09 to go here in the opening half, and the Steelers have come from a 7-0 deficit to take a 14-7 lead. They tied the game on a DK Metcalf 6-yard run. That was at the end of the opening quarter, and then very early here in the second quarter, Caleb Williams was sacked by T.J. Watt in the end zone. Nick Herbig recovered the fumble in the end zone for a touchdown. 14-7 Steelers early still here in the second quarter.
All right, David, thank you very much. Let's zip on over to Kansas City, where it's a double-digit deficit for the reigning AFC champions. Christian Vetter's got the latest in Colts-Chiefs. Christian?
Yeah, Pat, the Colts have added to their lead. 14-3 now over the Chiefs with 10:31 left here in the first half. It was a Drew Ogletree 4-yard catch from Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones throwing his second touchdown here in the first half. The first one coming to Michael Pittman Jr. off a Mahomes interception that set up a very short field to give them the early 7-0 lead. As I mentioned, Daniel Jones, 10 of 11, 94 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he and the Colts lead the Chiefs 14-3 with 10:31 left here in the second quarter.
All righty. How about that? How about that? Not that the Chiefs' season is on the line, but, man, I said it a couple of times already. This is probably the most desperate they've been in a decade. At home at 5-5, and they trail the Colts 14-3. The AFC West is already just about all out of reach. The Chiefs are going to have to reach via the wild card, and they are down 11 at home against the Indianapolis Colts. Let's get over to Cincinnati. We have a defensive touchdown on the board. Let's go to Jason Earhart, Paycor Stadium, Patriots-Bengals. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, early second quarter here in Cincinnati, the Bengals lead 10-0. It was a pick six from Bengals safety Geno Stone, an overthrow by Drake May, trying to hit tight end Hunter Henry, just threw it over his head, and Stone picked it off at the 32, took it back the distance for the 10-0 lead. A note on that for the Bengal defense, this is the first time since week 7 of last year that they held an opponent scoreless in the first quarter. They lead the Patriots 10-0 early stages of the second quarter here in Cincinnati.
All right, Jason, thank you very much. Yeah, that interception that Drake May threw, woof. You know, he has been amazing this year with his touch passes. That time he floated it right over the head of his receiver into the waiting arms of Geno Stone, who took it to the to the house for a pick six. So you got a Geno Stone pick six. Bengals lead the Patriots 10-0. You had a T.J. Watt strip sack and a Nick Herbig defensive touchdown on the fumble recovery of Caleb Williams. Steelers lead the Bears 14-7. Let's go to Detroit. Lions were down 10-0 against the Giants, but they were in the red zone. Let's find out what happened. Denny Cap with the latest at Ford Field. Denny?
All right, Jared Goff hits Amon-Ra St. Brown on an 11-yard slip screen on 3rd and goal from the 11. He gets pushed into the end zone from the 2-yard line for his 9th touchdown of the season. Lions are back within a possession now, trailing this one 10-7. It is Wan'Dale Robinson Day here at Ford Field. In the first quarter alone, 4 catches and over 100 yards and a touchdown. He'll try to get the Giants back up 2 scores as they get the ball back here with 11:41 to go in the first half. But Detroit now within 3 after Goff hits St. Brown.
All right, thank you very much, Denny. So there you go. Lions, all right, on the board. Maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief from the fans of Detroit. Still down 10-7. We'll see how long Wan'Dale Robinson and Jameis Winston can keep it up for the Giants. Meanwhile, let's get to Tennessee. Massive play in the Seahawks-Titans game. A huge play. Let's get to Brant Douglas and find out what happened in Nashville. Seahawks-Titans. Brant Douglas, the latest. Brant?
And so far in this game, the Seahawks offense hasn't been able to do a lot. They were facing a 3rd and about 6. They had a 3rd and 1, got called for a false start. Reset for a 3rd and 6, and Sam Darnold dials deep to Jackson Smith and Jigba. He blows by Amani Hooker, makes the catch, trots backward into the end zone, 63 yards on the touchdown pass, capping off the 3-play drive with 67 yards in a minute 42 seconds for Sam Darnold. Now 4 of 6 for 86 yards and 1 touchdown pass. Cam Ward this far 8 of 10 for 78 yards for the Titans, who now have the ball deep for their own territory. 10:40 left to go in the second quarter. It's the Seahawks 10, the Titans 3.
All right, thanks so much, Brand. Nobody is in the red zone as of this moment, so don't worry, you're not missing anything. We do have 2 teams in plus territory. The Steelers have it first down at their own 48, so actually technically not in plus territory, but, right next to it. And then you've got the New York Jets scoreless with the Ravens, and the Jets have it first down at the Ravens 37. Midway through the second quarter, 0 points for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Yikes. Let's zip over to Green Bay. Vikings-Packers. Let's get the latest in this crucial NFC North implication playoff battle with Bill Rabier. Bill?
Pat, the Vikings had it in the red zone a couple of minutes ago at the Packer 18-yard line, but then on 3rd and 1 they were stopped short, and then on 4th and 1 the Packers defense came up with another stop, so they took over at their own 18, and since then have made their way out near the 40-yard line, actually about the 35-yard line, after a couple of nice runs by Emmanuel Wilson, who's getting the carries today for the Packers with Josh Jacobs out. He's had 18 yards on his last 2 carries to give him 35 yards on 8 carries. But we're still at 7-3. Each team scored on their opening drive, and we haven't seen a score since. Minnesota scoring a field goal on their opening drive. The Packers answered with a touchdown, and that's where we stand. 7-3 Packers, 8:46 left in the second quarter here at Lambeau Field. We have an injury timeout right now. One of the Vikings is down, so that's where there's a delay in the action. But the Packers looking at 3rd and short when we come back.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. Okay, so let's give you the full rundown here. The 7 games going on right now in the opening window in Week 12 in the NFL. Nobody in the red zone as of this moment, but we've had plenty of chaos already. The Steelers lead the Bears 14-7, and Pittsburgh's got it 2nd and 8 at the Bears 37. The Bengals lead the Patriots 10-0. New England, though, in positive territory, 2nd and 5 from the Cincinnati 43. The Giants have just hooked up for another massive play. This time, Jameis Winston hits Tyrone Tracy for a gain of 42. And the Giants leading the Lions 10-7. They've got it 1st and 10 at the Detroit 27. The Packers, as you just heard Bill Rabier said, they lead the Vikings 7-3. They've got a 3rd and 1 at their own 38 midway through the second quarter. Seahawks lead the Titans 10-3. And Seattle has just punted it away. Seattle's got it in great field position. Colts lead the Chiefs 14-3. And the Jets and Ravens are scoreless. Gridiron Game Day resumes next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
All right, a week 12 in the NFL gets more wild and more chaotic here by the minute. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Welcome, hour number 3 of our show. Gridiron Gameday every single Sunday here on the Infinity Sports Network from 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern. We bring you from start to finish. 11 games today. Every touchdown, every highlight, every big play, all the injury news before and during the games, fantasy football angle, sports betting angle. Speaking of injury news, really quickly, in the Steelers-Bears game, DK Metcalf has an ankle injury. He is questionable to return to today's game. But we've had a couple of touchdowns. We've had some big plays here to fill you in on during the break. We're going to recap all of them. But right now, the scores that are the same since we last left you during the commercial break. The Steelers lead the Bears 14-7. Chicago's got it in their own territory. We did have a touchdown in the Patriots-Bengals game. We'll recap that. We had a touchdown in the Giants-Lions game. We'll recap that. The Packers still lead the Vikings 7-3. Green Bay still has the ball. They're in Minnesota territory now. It's 2nd and 10 from the Vikings 37. And Jordan Love just hit Romeo Doubs for a gain of 18 and a first down for Green Bay. They're in the red zone right now. The Seahawks still lead the Titans 10-3. And Seattle's got a 4th and goal from the 11. So it's probably going to be a field goal for Seattle, but we'll keep you posted there. We had a score in the Colts-Chiefs game We'll get you caught up in Kansas City. And then we had a score in the Jets-Ravens game. We're going to get to Baltimore in just seconds. But really quickly, you got plenty of ways to listen to the show. Any of our 300-plus local affiliates throughout North America. Anywhere in North America, Sirius XM Channel 375. Anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. You can listen live. You can listen on replay. And you can watch us on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube stream. Go to youtube.com, search Infinity Sports Network. You can watch the show with yours truly here in for Anthony Gallo on this Sunday. I'm Pat Boyle. Hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. All right, back into the action we go. Let's get to Baltimore. Let's find out what happened. It was scoreless until just a moment ago. Mike Popovic's got the latest from M&T Bank Stadium. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Pat, yeah, signs of life here offensively, at least for the Jets. They just completed a 12-play, 79-yard drive, taking 6 minutes and 29 seconds, capped off by a Tyrod Taylor touchdown pass to wide receiver John Mechie for 13 yards. He also had catches of 19 and 13 on that drive. Breece Hall had a completion for 13. He also had runs of 4 and 8, highlighting that drive that started at the Jets' own 19-yard line. Nick Folk's extra point was good, so 7-0 in this one. The Ravens got a return out to around the 40-yard line. They're driving right now into Jets territory, but up until that drive here, or this drive, I should say, the Ravens with just 2 first downs and 0 of 4 on third down, where the Jets with 9 first downs and 3 of 6. Tyrod Taylor for the Jets, 6 of 10, 81 yards of that touchdown pass we mentioned. Breece Hall just 13 for 32. For the Ravens, Mar Jackson, 3 of 6 for 20 yards. Derrick Henry, 5 carries for 14 yards. And DeAndre Hopkins with a catch in this one. He's 2 away from a career best, or I should say from a career highlight of 1,000. So we'll see if he gets those 2 here today. But the Ravens on the move right now at the Jets 34, 3 minutes and counting, 7-0 Jets over the Ravens in Baltimore.
Stunning. Just a stunning result. The Jets up on the Ravens, 7-0. But you did hear Mike Popovic just say Baltimore moving the football now. Lamar Jackson just hit Zay Flowers for a gain of 20. So they're in positive territory, but shut out by the Jets with under 3 minutes to go in the first half. All right, let's get to Detroit. We told you we had another touchdown in Giants-Lions. What a stunner this has been. Denny Caput Moore from inside Ford Field. Denny?
Pat, I am witnessing greatness. Jameson. That's right, Jameis Winston. I keep saying Jameson Williams, Jameis Winston in the same game. That's really tough. It's
yes, no relation.
Yeah, no, of course not. Jameis Winston, 7 of 10, 2 touchdowns. The last one going to Isaiah Hodgins for 12 yards. And he has been on target, and the Lions' defense has given him opportunity because he's getting great protection. This is one of the best offensive line performances, I'm being told, that the Giants have had all season to this point. They had a 10-point lead in the first quarter coming out of it for the first time since 2020. Put that in perspective. Winston's given this team a bit of a boost. Wan'Dale Robinson, 4 catches, 106 yards, but it was all set up there by a Tyrone Tracy wide-open screen. 2 Lions collided into each other. Tracy went 42 yards, got them into plus territory, and then Winston delivered to Hodgins a few plays later. 17-7, it's all New York Giants here at Ford Field with 7:03 to go in the first half.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, just crazy. So the Lions were 14-point favorites. They're down by 10. The Ravens were 14-point favorites. They're down by 7. My goodness. Meanwhile, the Seahawks did indeed settle for a field goal on 4th and goal. They kicked it through. It's 13-3. Seahawks lead the Titans under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Meanwhile, the Packers, they are one of 2 teams in the red zone right now, although they have a 4th and 5 from the Vikings' 14-yard line. So it's likely they're going to kick a field goal, Green Bay, and if they hit it, they'll go up 10-3. They lead at 7-3 right now. Meanwhile, the Ravens, I told you they're in the red zone now. 1st and 10 at the Jets' 19-yard line at the 2-minute warning. Those are the 2 teams in the red zone. And filling you in on some scores that we haven't heard from some folks just yet on, so I'll fill you in on here. The Bengals led the Patriots 10-0 after the Geno Stone pick 6. New England has responded. 9 plays, 70 yards, and Drake May hits Hunter Henry for a 28-yard touchdown pass and catch. And the Patriots are on the board. It's 10-7. Right now, Cincinnati has it on the ensuing drive. They've got a 2nd and 5 at their own 36. So again, another big favorite trailing. The Patriots down by 3 to Cincinnati. Let's get to Chicago, where we just had a 3rd team now currently entering the red zone. Bears, Steelers, Soldier Field. Let's go live to David Schuster. What's going on, David?
All right, Pat, and you're right. The Bears are in the red zone. They're currently 2nd and 10 at Pittsburgh's 17-yard line. The Bears do trail 14-7. They scored first as Caleb Williams hit DJ Moore with a 5-yard touchdown pass, but after that, Pittsburgh came right back. DK Metcalf with a 6-yard run. By the way, he's questionable to return to the game. He's got an ankle injury, and then Pittsburgh also scored a defensive touchdown as Williams was sacked in the end zone by TJ Watt. The fumble recovery by Nick Herbig. And again, the Bears are threatening again right now. 4:20 to go here in the opening half. They trail 14-7.
All right, thank you very much, David. So, 3rd and 5 coming up for the Chicago Bears. Meanwhile, we're going to get to Kansas City. We told you there was a score, but we just had a much bigger play in Cincinnati. Let's go live, Paycor Stadium. Jason Earhart, what just happened in the Patriots-Bengals game, Jason?
The Patriots getting a defensive score of their own. Marcus Jones picking off a Joe Flacco pass at the 34-yard line, and he takes it back for a 34-yard touchdown to give the Patriots a 14-10 lead. Moments before that, the Patriots had scored on a Hunter Henry 28-yard touchdown reception. He was left wide open. Safety came up and left him all alone. Miles Murphy almost got to Drake May on that play, but then they finding the open Henry for the tutty. And the Patriots 14 points here in the last 3 minutes. They now lead 14-10, 7:42 to go in the first half.
Wow. All right, Jason, I just saw the pass from Flacco. Terrible. I mean, he kind of double, triple pumped, and then by the time he decided to let it rip, Marcus Jones had not only closed the gap, he was right there waiting for it. He was a solid 10 yards away when Flacco looked out to the flat and then kind of double clutched. And by the time he threw it, Marcus Jones, I mean, that was one of the easiest pick sixes you'll ever see. So the Patriots with 14 unanswered in the span of 2 minutes, and they now lead the Bengals 14-10. Cincinnati's defense has actually done a pretty good job so far. All right, let's get to Kansas City. Let's fill you in on that score between the Chiefs and the Colts. Let's go to Christian Vetter at Arrowhead. What's up, Christian?
All right, Pat, under 2 to go here in the first half. Colts now with the ball and their lead still 14-6 over the Chiefs. They got a 3rd and 1 right now at their own 40-yard line. The Chiefs put 3 more on the board. Harrison Butker, a 48-yard field goal this time. Patrick Mahomes sacked on 2nd and 3rd down. Gallimore coming up with a sack, and Austin Ajike coming up with the sack, and they forced that Butker field goal. Patrick Mahomes 10 of 13, 67 yards, and an interception that led to the Colts' first touchdown. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones 10 of 11, 94 yards and 2 touchdowns, and the lead 14-6 lead over the Chiefs. 150 left here in the first half.
All right, thank you very much, Christian. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Jared Goff on a 3rd down, swallowed up and sacked again by the New York Giants. Big Blue getting the ball back after a punt, leading the Lions 17-7. Detroit in danger of losing back-to-back games for the first time in 3 years. Let's go to Green Bay and fill you in on the latest score between the Packers and the Vikings. We go to Bill Rabier at Lambeau Field. What's up, Bill?
Thanks, Pat. The Packers have added to their lead with a field goal from Brandon McManus. This coming after they stopped Minnesota deep in their own zone, well, in the red zone anyway, on 4th and 1. The Packers then put together their longest drive of the year in both both plays and time. 14 plays. 8 minutes and 1 second, a 68-yard drive, but it ended in a field goal only. Brandon McManus connecting from 32 yards out, and that gives the Packers a 10-3 lead. We're at the 2-minute warning here in the first half. A couple of statistical numbers. Jordan Love, 8 of 13 for 88 yards. Emmanuel Wilson, 13 carries, 55 yards for the Packers, playing for the injured Josh Jacobs. And J.J. McCarthy, just 5 of 8 for 37 yards. Justin Jefferson has 2 catches for 22 yards. Jordan Mason, 7 carries, 44, and Aaron Jones, 6 carries for 36. Packers lead at 10-3 at the 2-minute warning here at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. And the Vikings have the ball 2nd and 2 at their own 35. We had a touchdown at Soldier Field. Steelers-Bears, the game with the most points on the board here in this early window. Let's find out what happened. David Schuster's at Soldier Field. David?
All right, Pat, we told you moments ago the Bears were threatening. They were inside the 20-yard line, and they do get into the end zone. Caleb Williams, 12 yards. The rookie tight end, Colston Loveland, that ties the game up at 14. Williams overall, 7 of 13 for 86 yards and 2 touchdowns, 14 apiece, 3:55 to go here in the opening half.
All right, David, thank you very much. So how about that? To recap the scoring in the Steelers and the Bears, you had Chicago go in on their first offensive drive, a 5-yard touchdown catch from DJ Moore. Then the Steelers answered on a massive 13-play, 95-yard drive that capped off with a DK Metcalf 6-yard touchdown run. And then you had the strip sack from TJ Watt in the end zone. Nick Herbig jumped on it for the touchdown Pittsburgh went ahead 14-7, and the Bears have now answered with that 12-yard touchdown catch from Colston Loveland. So 14 apiece. Let's get to Tennessee, and let's fill you in on the latest as they're at the 2-minute warning at Nissan Stadium. Seahawks and the Titans, and Brant Douglas has the latest. What's up, Brant?
And the Tennessee Titans with a 3rd and short as Cam Ward takes it, and it is tipped in out of bounds by Gunnar Helm. This will be even, I believe, kicking-wise. They're at the 41-yard line. We'll see if the Titans try to kick a field goal here. Joey Sly has the leg to go from 60-plus. At least we've seen him do that in warm-ups, and it appears the Titans are going to go for it on a 4th and 1. Titans are down 13-3. Couple of Jason Myers field goals for the Seahawks, and Sam Darnold, the 63-yard electric touchdown pass to Jackson Smith and Jigma for the other score. And still got a timeout here for an injury. On the stat board, Cam Ward, 11-15 passing for 109 yards, no touchdowns. He's been sacked a couple of times. Sam Darnold, 6 of 10 passing for 102 yards and the 1 touchdown pass. We actually have an injury timeout here. 1:54 left in the second. It's the Seahawks 13 and the Titans 3.
All right, Brant, thanks. And we'll see if Tennessee ends up going for it out of that injury timeout. Let's get to Baltimore. We told you the Ravens were in the red zone. It's been a while since we talked to Mike Popovic, and we had a touchdown in this game as well. They're in the final minute and a half of the first half. Let's get the latest here. Jets and Ravens. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, Pat. Well, I guess the Jets' touchdown woke up the Ravens' offense, well, a little bit. They go on an 8-play, 45-yard drive, taking 229, capped off with a 31-yard field goal by kicker Tyler Loop. And the Ravens' issues in the red zone continue. They came into this game ranking 28th in the league in red zone efficiency after having the NFL's top mark last year when they got into the Jets' red zone, an incompletion from Lamar Jackson, then a short pass to Derrick Henry for 5. But then on a 3rd and 5, Lamar Jackson couldn't find anyone open, scrambled up the middle for 1 yard, and the Ravens decided to kick it there and put some points up on the board. The drive was highlighted by a couple completions to Zay Flowers, 1 of 20 yards and 1 of 14. So the Ravens at least get on the board 7-3, though. They trailed the Jets a minute 30, quarter number 2 here. The Jets with the ball at their own 39-yard line.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. All right, so we've gotten you updated on everything that's been going on here, and at the time being, there's nobody in the red zone. So we'll do a full scoreboard, and we'll take a short break here. But really quickly, 7 games, opening window, Week 12 in the NFL. Steelers and the Bears tied at 14. Again, no Aaron Rodgers with the injury. It's Mason Rudolph making the start today. Steelers have the ball at their own 35, right near the 2-minute warning. And again, they're tied with the Bears 14-14. The Patriots, they just got the ball back after the Bengals had to punt. It was 10-0 Cincy. Now it's 14-10 Patriots, a Hunter Henry touchdown, and then a pick 6 of Joe Flacco. New England now has the ball up 14-10 with under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. The Lions, they trail the New York Giants 17-7, although they finally able to force the Giants to punt. Only the second punt today from the Giants. They've got 2 touchdown drives and a field goal drive. But on 4th and 1 from their own territory, they weren't feeling all that frisky. They punted away, and now the Lions are trying to get it back to a 1-score game. They've got it 2nd and 1 at their own 48. They trail the Giants 17-7. The Vikings, they still have the ball, but they've only got 3 points, and now they've got a 3rd and long, a 3rd and 17 at the Packers' 47-yard line. They trail the Packers 10-3. There's 23 seconds left to go in the second quarter, so maybe try to get as many yards as you can here and then try to kick a field goal. The Seahawks still lead the Titans 13-3. We're still waiting to come out of that injury timeout for the Titans. They've got it 4th and 1 at the Seattle 40. I would think Tennessee's going to go for it. Meanwhile, the Jets lead the Ravens 7-3, and the Jets have a 3rd and 3 at the Ravens 40. And Tyrod Taylor's going to get sacked. So the Ravens defense gets the stop, and we'll see if they can do anything with under just a minute left to go in the second quarter. And finally, on 2nd and 15, Patrick Mahomes just hit Noah Gray for a gain of 17. The Chiefs trail the Colts 14-6, but they're in Colts territory at the 41-yard line with under a minute left to go in the second quarter. All right. And the Lions have just hit the red zone. Jahmyr Gibbs just took a carry for 49 yards to get to 1st and goal. And then on the next play, Jahmyr Gibbs into the end zone for a touchdown. A 3-yard touchdown catch from Jared Goff. And just like that, in 2 plays, the Lions are back within a field goal. Extra point pending. Nobody else in the red zone. I'm sure we'll have plenty of action to fill you in on, though, when we return. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here. Week 12 in the NFL. 7 games in the opening window. And how about this? All but one are one-score games right now. We've got a couple of big upsets, though, potentially on the cards. Let's get to a couple of games that have already hit halftime. Let's go to Baltimore, Jets and the Ravens. And let's get you filled in from Mike Popovic at M&T Bank Stadium. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Pat, not that there's a lot to fill in about. You know, the Ravens start out 1-5 to start the year, and then the defense, the primary culprit. Then the defense gets it together. The Ravens win 4 in a row, but the offense has been struggling recently, and this year in the red zone especially. And 7-3 at the half, the Jets lead the Ravens in a game that many thought the Ravens would win commandingly, especially given the ugly offensive performance last week against the Cleveland Browns, although they did pull that out. Ultimately, thanks to the tight end Mark Andrews hurricane play that we saw off the tush-push. But in this one, not much going on. Just to give you an idea, in the first to early second quarter, the Jets on their first offensive drive, a 3-and-out. The Ravens on their first offensive drive, they got 1 first down, but then they punted. The Jets on their second offensive drive got 2 first downs, but then they punted. The Ravens on their second offensive drive, a 3-and-out, they punted. And then early second quarter on the Jets' third offensive drive, they got 1 first down, and then they punted as well. The Jets on their fourth offensive drive, 12-play, 79-yard drive, taking 6:21. Tyrod Taylor, a 13-yard touchdown pass to John Mechie, who also had catches of 19 and 13 on that drive. Nick Folk's extra point made it 7-0. The Ravens would respond, though, an 8-play, 45-yard drive, taking 2:29. Ultimately, 31-yard field goal by kicker Tyler Loop. But again, the issues in the red zone rearing their ugly head for the Ravens. And this one, the Jets 10 first downs, the Ravens just 4. The Ravens on third down 0-5 for the Jets. They're 3-7, and the run game for the Ravens non-existent today with Derrick Henry as a team. They've got 12 rushing attempts for 23 yards. Conversely, the Jets aren't a whole lot better in yards per carry, but they have more yards, 19 for 55. Tyrod Taylor for the Jets, 8 of 13, 102 yards with that touchdown pass. Lamar Jackson just 6 of 11 for 59 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Breece Hall 13 for 32 on the ground for the Jets. And as I just mentioned, Derrick Henry in the Ravens rush game, not great. Henry individually 5 for 14. Early in this one, in fact, on the Jets' first offensive drive, Pat, quarterback Nate Wiggins for the Ravens dropped what would have been likely a pick six, or certainly would have gotten them into very close scoring range there. Also, wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins with a catch in this one. He's 2 away from 1,000 for his career. But a very ugly first half here when it comes to offense. The Jets leading the Ravens 7-3 at halftime from Baltimore.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And how about, the Ravens' offense, they just look broken right now. Remember last week, their offense did next to nothing. It was the defense that helped them win that game, come back and beat the Browns 23-16. 2 weeks ago against the Vikings, the numbers don't look great either for the offense. Even in a game where they scored 27 points, the Ravens' offense in that game against Minnesota, they got outgained. They only had 321 yards. And overall, sure, again, they won the game. They scored 27 points. They only scored 2 touchdowns in that game. And now, at halftime against the Jets, they're down 7-3. Lamar Jackson, last week against Cleveland and the first half here today against the Jets, you combine those two, he's 20 for 36, 252 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and only 17 rushing yards. That's not very good. Yet the Ravens are 5-5, and you still think they probably end up winning this game, but a lot of question marks about that Ravens offense. For a team that started 1-5, they've got themselves right back in the thick of it in the AFC North. Their offense is nowhere close to hitting their stride. Okay, let's go to Chicago. because we're still in the first half. We have a wild touchdown, and we got some wild plays to fill you in on. Let's get to Soldier Field. David Schuster's got the latest between the Steelers and the Bears. What's up, David?
All right, Pat, this game has had a little bit of everything. We're under a minute to go here in the opening half. The Steelers with a 21-14 lead. They took the lead on a 1-yard touchdown run by Jalen Warren, and that followed on a 4th and 1 55-yard gallop by Kenneth Gainwell. Looked like he originally got into the end zone, but he was pushed out at the 1-yard line, and then Warren got into the end zone from the 1 yard out. There's been a defensive touchdown. Caleb Williams got a couple of passing touchdowns. He also has an interception and a fumble that led to that touchdown defensively by the Steelers. So a little bit of everything. 21-14 Steelers, under a minute to go here in the opening half.
All right, thanks so much. And, yeah, again, for those of you that missed it, what an incredible play call from Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin's staff on a 4th and 1 from their own 44. They faked the tush push, and they handed off to Kenneth Gainwell, who, went 56 yards and knocked out of bounds at the 1, and then on the next play, Jalen Warren ran it in for the touchdown. So two teams whose defenses have gotten a ton of turnovers this year, and we've got 35 combined points, although 7 of those coming from the T.J. Watt strip sack and the Nick Herbig recovery for a touchdown. So, again, as you heard David say, 21-14. The Bears, though, just picked up a first down. Caleb Williams hit the rookie Luther Burden for a gain of 10, and the Bears have it first down past midfield with under a minute to go. All right, let's get to Kansas City. We've got another score in the Colts-Chiefs game. They've now hit halftime, but still a bit of a surprising result at Arrowhead. Let's go to Christian Vetter for more. Christian?
Yeah, Pat, we are at halftime. It's 14-9 Colts lead over the Chiefs. Harrison Butker adds his 3rd field goal, a 22-yard field goal. The Chiefs get the ball with under a minute to go here in the first half. They make their way down the field, some big plays. Kareem Hunt had an 18-yard run. Kelsey, a 14-yard catch, a 17-yard catch, helped by roughing the passer penalty. They get down the field, a couple of incomplete passes. They try to toss to Rashee Rice. He only gets a couple yards. 3rd and goal at the 4. Mahomes, incomplete pass to Rashee Rice. His bottom touched out of bounds, so they had to go ahead and settle for that 22-yard field goal from Harrison Butker. Jonathan Taylor, not much of a factor, so the Chiefs have done a good job containing him. 22 yards on 7 carries. Daniel Jones, 10 of 12 for 94 yards, 2 touchdowns. One of those touchdowns come on a short field. Mahomes, interception, a second play of the game for the Chiefs. Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes, 14 of 21, 117 yards, and that pick. Kareem Hunt, 11 carries, 50 yards for the Chiefs. The Chiefs will get the ball to start the third quarter. They trail the Colts 14-9. We're at halftime.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. Boy, the Chiefs in the red zone today, they have been abysmal. They had a 1st and goal from the 3, and they end up having to settle for a field goal on that drive because then on a 2nd and goal play, they had 2nd and goal from the 4. They had to settle for a field goal because they had a Travis Kelce direct snap rushing touchdown that got nullified because of an offensive face mask. So they had to settle for a field goal on that drive. Then the drive after that, they had a first down at the Colts 30, and they end up going nowhere, and that drive stalls out. That ends in a field goal. And then this most recent drive, they're in the red zone, 1st and goal at the 6, and they had to end up settling for a field goal. 14-9, Kansas City moving the ball at will after that interception from Mahomes on their first drive that came inside his own 10-yard line, and yet they trail by 5 at half. Okay, let's zip over to Ford Field in Detroit. A couple of scores to fill you in on between the Giants and the Lions. And this is the 2nd highest scoring game of the day so far. Denny Cap's got more inside Ford Field. What's up, Denny?
All right, that first score was Jahmyr Gibbs catching a 3-yard pass from Jared Goff to put the Lions within 3 points. It was actually a duplicate of a play that the Lions had 1 or 2 drives earlier in which Jared Goff was sacked and had Montgomery wide open. This time they ran the same play, and Gibbs was wide open for that score. Gibbs preceded that with a 49-yard run to set up the touchdown. And then Younghoe Koo drills one from 44 yards out to make it a 6-point game. Critical 23 seconds left in the first half because the Lions have the ball and get it to start the second half. Down by 6 right now, and Goff actually just got them into field goal range. Down to the 21-yard line, he just threw a strike to Khalif Raymond. So the Lions look like they're going to put some points on the board here before the half, and then they will start the second half with the ball. They were down twice 10 points twice in this game. 20-14 Giants in front with 7 seconds to go and a timeout on the field.
All right, thanks so much, Denny, and I'll keep you guys posted here as soon as that drive ends on what happened. But let's get to Cincinnati, where we're in the final seconds of the second quarter, and we've got a massive field goal attempt coming from Paycor Stadium. Let's get the latest on this game that has flipped the script wildly between the Patriots and the Bengals. Jason Earhart live in Cincy. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, Pat, we traded field goals here in the last 30 seconds. The half will start with the Patriots. Andy Borregales hits one from 41 yards out with 28 seconds to give the Patriots a 17-10 lead. The Bengals then had a huge kickoff return wiped out by a holding penalty, but they still made it to the Patriots' 45-yard line with 4 seconds to go. They brought on Evan McPherson to attempt a 63-yard field goal. I believe that's a team record. Haven't had confirmation yet, but I think that is a team record. He made it by several yards. That had plenty to spare, get it through 63-yarder, and the Bengals have cut the deficit to 17-13, and they'll get the ball to start the third quarter.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. Yeah, this is a game that started off 10-0 Cincinnati thanks to a Geno Stone pick six of Drake May. But then the Patriots answered. Hunter Henry, 28-yard touchdown catch from Drake May, and then they had a pick six of their own as Marcus Jones intercepted Joe Flacco and took it back to the house for 33 yards to put the Patriots up 14-10. And then, as you just heard Jason say, we didn't have any points for about 7 minutes before the Andy Borregales 41-yard field goal. And then how about Evan McPherson, 63-yard field goal, team record, and the Bengals down 4 at the half. It's 17-13. Let's get to Tennessee. And they've hit the halftime, but we had a score right before that as well. And so we'll get the latest from Nashville, Seahawks Titans. Here's Brant Douglas. What's up, Brant?
And that score at the halftime buzzer was Jason Myers kicking in a 36-yard field goal. Jason Myers, 3 field goals thus far in the game for the Seattle Seahawks, 47, 30, and 36. The Seahawks offense has been okay, but they could have, probably talking at halftime about the points they left on the board, where they could have punched in. They had a couple of opportunities down inside the 10 of the Titans, were able to shut them down, and multiple penalties have been hurting Seattle as well on some of their offensive drives. Big play in the first half was Sam Darnold's pass with 11:02 left in the second to Jackson Smith and Jigba for 63 yards. That's the only touchdown we have thus far. The only Titans points coming on their opening drive of the game when Joey Sly chipped in a 22-yard field goal. Looking at the big stats here, Cam Ward for the Tennessee Titans, pretty good first half. He's actually had one of his better-looking halves thus far as a pro player, 11 of 15 for 109 yards. No interceptions. He has been sacked twice. His favorite target thus far has been Chimere Dike, 3 catches for 41 yards. Over on the Seattle side, Sam Darnold, 9 of 15, 126 yards, 1 touchdown, no sacks. And thus far, we told you about the big pass, Jackson Smith and Jigba, 4 catches, 86 yards, and 1 touchdown. We are at halftime. It is the Seahawks 16, the Titans 3.
All right, Brant, thank you very much. So we have hit the half in every game, and we're actually in the third quarter now in 2 games. And so the Steelers led the Steelers led the Bears 21-14. Chicago, though, able to get in field goal range and hit a 47-yarder from Cairo Santos. So the Bears with a last-second field goal before the half. It's 21-17 Steelers. In Chicago, they lead the Bears. Patriots, as you heard Jason Earhart say, with a last-second field goal from Evan McPherson. The Patriots lead 17-13. The Lions, we heard from Denny Cap just moments ago. Detroit able to get in field goal range, and they were settling at the horn for a 37-yard field goal from Jake Bates. That was good. So 20-17, Giants lead the Lions. It was 17-7. Detroit now making their comeback. But how about that? All those 3 games, 3 field goals at the buzzer before the halftime ended. You just heard Brant Douglas tell us Seahawks lead the Titans 16-3. We heard from Christian Vetter a few minutes ago. The Colts lead the Chiefs 14-9. Kansas City is going to get the ball, though, to start the third quarter. And then we've got 2 games right now already in third quarter action. The one is the Vikings and the Packers. Green Bay leads the Vikings 10-6. Packers with the ball to start the third quarter. And on 2nd and 7, Jordan Love just hit the running back filling in for Josh Jacobs. That's Emmanuel Wilson for a gain of 11. So Green Bay's got a first down, and now Jordan Love just took off and scrambled for a gain of 13 yards. Shout out Rob Brown, who we had on in the first hour of the show. That was one of his picks. Jordan Love over 10.5 rushing yards. He gets it there on one play, and the Packers are now quickly into Vikings territory. And then finally, the Ravens and the Jets have started the third quarter. The Jets lead the Ravens 7-3. Baltimore going backwards again on their first drive of the third quarter. It's the fourth time this year that they did not score a touchdown in the first half. You know how many times before this season the Ravens had done that in the last 2 years? Only once. Only one time in the 2023 and 2024 season. Only once combined did the Ravens not score a touchdown in the first half. It's happened 4 times this year. Now, again, Lamar Jackson missed a handful of games, but still, to not score a touchdown in the first half at home against the Jets, that's not very good. 3rd and 15, Lamar drops back, looking to throw a bomb. It looks like for Mark Andrews, it's incomplete. But there's a flag, and it's going to be pass interference on the Jets. So the Jets defense gifts the Ravens with a first down immediately into Jets territory. Ravens in plus territory. Packers in plus territory against the Vikings. And a couple of handoffs to Derrick Henry. And he's able to get a gain of 4 on the first down and then a gain of about 3 on the second down. So it's going to be 3rd and 3 for the Ravens. Meanwhile, the Packers, they have completely stalled here. They did get a couple of first downs into Vikings territory, but since then, they went backwards a couple of times with some rushing attempts, and then Jordan Love incomplete on 3rd and long. So the Vikings are going to get the ball back down 10-6. The Ravens have a 3rd and 3. Those are the 2 games in the third quarter right now. We told you all the games at halftime that will be in the third quarter when we return. This is Gridiron Game Day here on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm Pat Boyle, in for Anthony Gallo. And for everything going on in the sporting world here on this Sunday, let's get you an update from Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Hi, Pat. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. A few upsets percolating in the early window. Jameis Winston threw for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half in Detroit. The Giants are leading the Lions 20-17. The Lions with a late field goal to pull to within 3 in the first half. Wan'Dale Robinson has done the majority of the damage with Winston. Robinson has caught 6 catches for 135 yards and a score. Meanwhile, the 2-8 Jets have a 7-3 lead on the Ravens in Baltimore. The Ravens will need to come from behind to run their winning streak to 5. The Ravens are on the move as they start the second half. Their opening drive of the third quarter is now in the red zone of the Jets, down to the 18-yard line. The Pittsburgh Steelers have a 21-17 lead on the Bears, even without Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers not playing today due to that fractured left wrist. Mason Rudolph starting at quarterback for Pittsburgh. The Steelers have a defensive touchdown as well as they look to pick up a 7th win on the season. The Patriots up 17-13 on the Bengals in Cincinnati. The Packers have a 10-6 lead on the Vikings. The Packers today without running back Josh Jacobs, as they're looking to Emmanuel Wilson, who has 1 touchdown and 61 rushing yards already for Green Bay, and the Packers with the ball at the Vikings' 1-yard line. Sam Darnold hitting Jackson Smith and Jigba for a long touchdown. Seahawks all over the Titans 16-3 at the break. The Colts up on the Chiefs 14-9. That is also at halftime. The featured game in the later window sees the Eagles try to get their offense on track at Dallas. The 6-4 Jaguars are in Glendale, Arizona, taking on the Cardinals. Otherwise, the matchups are more meaningful for Tankathon than playoff positioning. It's the Browns and Raiders and Saints and Falcons tonight. Bucks Rams. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Week 12 in the NFL. 7 games here in the opening window, and all but 2 are one-score games. We've got games still at half. We've got most of the games, though, in the third quarter, and so let's zip around and get you caught up here with everything you need to know. Why don't we start in Baltimore, where the Jets and the Ravens, they were one of the first games out of the halftime break. We've got a touchdown to fill you in on. Let's get the latest from Mike Popovic at M&T Bank Stadium. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Pat. Well, the Ravens offense waking up here in the second half. Their first offensive drive, 11 plays, 74 yards, taking 6 minutes and 11 seconds, capped off by a Derrick Henry 2-yard touchdown run. The extra point was good. The series highlighted by a pass interference penalty that Mark Andrews was able to draw against Isaiah Oliver of the Jets that enforced by 34 yards and got the ball down to the Baltimore 21-yard line. That was on a 3rd and 15, or excuse me, that was a 3rd and 15 play from the Ravens 21 that gave them significant field position. Also on that drive, a pass over the middle to DeAndre Hopkins for 9 yards. He's one away for 1,000 for his career. Also, Keaton Mitchell had a 9-yard run, and again, the touchdown drive capped off by Derrick Henry with a 2-yard touchdown run. So the first half was forgettable, but the second half hopefully will be much different here, as we're seeing, as the Ravens now take the lead 10-7, 8:09 and counting. Third quarter here, the Jets have the ball at their own 38-yard line.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Let's also get to Green Bay, where the Packers and Vikings were also the other early game to start the third quarter. We've got a touchdown to fill you in on there after a critical turnover. Let's get the latest from Bill Rabier at Lambeau Field. Bill?
Yeah, Pat, the first and only turnover of the game so far came after the Packers' opening drive of the second half stalled right around midfield. They punted it away. The punt bounced on the turf, but then hit the receiver for the Vikings, Miles Price, and was recovered by the Packers at the 5-yard line. A couple of plays later, Emmanuel Wilson punched it in from 1 yard out, and the Packers score, making it 17-6 early in the third quarter. On the ensuing Minnesota drive, Micah Parsons picked up his first sack of the day of J.J. McCarthy. That put Minnesota at second and long. They were not able to get the first down after a couple of plays and had to give it back to the Packers. A nice punt put it at the Packers' own 8-yard line. So that's where they will start their second drive of the game, of the second half, I should say. With 8:45 left in the third quarter, it's 17-6 Packers.
Thanks so much, Bill. How about the day Emmanuel Wilson is having filling in for Josh Jacobs? He's got both touchdowns of this ball game so far. And, yeah, Packers looking good, up double digits with the football. I guess the cork hasn't popped off the bottle yet for J.J. McCarthy. Perhaps you can wait to the fourth quarter when he normally plays his best. All right, let's get to Detroit. Giants-Lions, they are about to begin the third quarter. They have begun the third quarter. Let's find out what's going on right now inside Ford Field from Denny Cap. What's up, Denny?
All right, so the Lions end the first half on a 37-yard field goal by Jake Bates to make it a 20-17 game, 3-point deficit for Detroit. They start the second half with the ball, and Jahmyr Gibbs picking up where he left off with an 8-yard run. Gibbs now closing in on 100 yards, 11 carries for 97. Jared Goff just hit someone over the middle, across midfield to the plus 45-yard line. So Detroit now pushing the pace on its first drive of the second half. Injury to note, Demetrius Flanagan-Foles went down with a neck injury in the first half. He was replaced by Zaire Barnes. Now Zaire Barnes has been replaced by Swayze Bozeman at inside linebacker. A lot of injuries on the Giants' defensive side coming into this one. That's another one that's not going to help the cause, as Goff and Gibbs seem to be heating up late first half, now early second half. It's 20-17, Giants in front, 13-13 to go in the third quarter.
All right, Danny, thank you very much. Yeah, so Amon-Ra St. Brown having a big game. Lions were once down by 10, and they are swiftly moving towards perhaps taking a lead now in the early stages of the third quarter. Let's get to Chicago, where we just started the third quarter. Steelers and Bears. Pittsburgh led by 4 at the halftime break. Let's find out what's going on right now from David Schuster. What's up, David?
All right, Pat, it's still a 4-point lead for the Steelers, 21-17. The Bears did score on the final play of the opening half. Caro Santos, a 47-yard field goal. But add it all up, Pittsburgh's got touchdown runs of 6 yards from DK Metcalf and 1 yard from Jalen Warren. They also scored on a defensive touchdown, a fumble by Caleb Williams into the end zone and recovered for the touchdown. Williams has got a couple of touchdown passes, but he also has been shaky at times. The Steelers have been running the ball awfully well so far this afternoon. They have 141 yards on the ground. They lead it 21-17 early here in the third quarter.
All right, thanks, David. Yeah, so a 3rd and long for Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, just a live update for you here before we get to another update. There's one team in the red zone right now, and that is the Indianapolis Colts. The Kansas City Chiefs got the ball to start the third quarter, and they immediately went 3 and out. The Colts, meanwhile, they've moved the ball down the field. A couple of big plays from Daniel Jones. He hit Tyler Warren on a 3rd and 5 for a first down. Then he hit Alec Pierce for a gain of 26. Right now, it's 3rd and 4 for the Colts at the Chiefs' 14-yard line. Indianapolis leading at 14-9. That's the only team in the red zone right now, so let's zip on over to Paycor Stadium in Cincinnati and get you an update here as they're only in the first couple of minutes of the third quarter. Patriots-Bengals, and Jason Earhart's got the latest. Jason?
Yeah, just starting the third quarter here in Cincinnati, the Bengals offense goes 3 and out. They punted the ball. Patriots had a 3rd and 11 at their own 9-yard line. It was a big chance for the Bengals defense to get a stop there. They would have had great field position had they made them punt. 47-yard completion on 3rd and 11. Patriots now have the ball near midfield. Just another breakdown for the Bengals defense that we've seen time after time this year. DeMario Douglas on that catch. The Patriots fresh set of downs at their own 46-yard line. Drake May heating up after an erratic start, 10 of 16, 120 yards in the first half. Starting to play a little better now. Patriots with a 17-13 lead, 12 minutes to go, third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, thanks. I just saw that play. It's actually unbelievable how bad the Bengals defense is. I mean, and they got off to a good start in this game. They had a pick six. You're thinking, hey, maybe the tide's changing. Joe Burrow potentially coming back on Thanksgiving night. If they can get a win to go to 4-7, maybe they could beat the Ravens. Baltimore has not looked special at all today against the Jets. And then on a 3rd and 11, they're playing what looked like cover 4, quarters defense. And Drake May just throws it up over the middle, and nobody covers DeMario Douglas. And the guy that was covering him, he's got his face turned from the play, and DeMario Douglas just, leaks out over the middle. Nice little half-sliding, diving catch, first down, just an easy 3rd and 11 conversion for nearly 50 yards. So that's the state of Cincinnati's defense. Still very much a struggle. Let's go to Kansas City, find out what happened on that red zone drive for the Colts in Arrowhead. Christian Vetter, the latest between the Colts and the Chiefs. Christian?
Yeah, Pat, the Colts have extended their lead now 17-9 over the Chiefs. We're in the third quarter, 9:12 on the clock to go here. The Chiefs go 3 and out on their first possession as they had the ball to start the third quarter. They had to settle for a punt, punted away to the Colts, who made their way 49 yards in 8 plays, and 4:03 had to settle for a 32-yard field goal from Michael Badgley on a 3rd and 4 at the KC-14. Daniel Jones, incomplete pass to Josh Downs, so they had to settle for that field goal, but they extend their lead 17-9. Patrick Mahomes, 15-23, 124, and a pick early in the game.
All right, Christian, sorry, I got to cut you off there because we're at the end of the hour here. I appreciate it. We will get you caught up on all the scores. There's 2 teams in the red zone right now. Ravens, who lead the Jets 10-7. Now the Patriots are in the red zone. They lead the Bengals 17-13. We'll get you the rest in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! It's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Week 12 in the National Football League. This is Gridiron Gameday here on the Infinity Sports Network. You've got plenty of ways to listen to us. Over 300 affiliates, local affiliates throughout North America. Anywhere in the continent of North America. If you've got Sirius XM, you can listen on channel 375. Anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. And you can watch us. You can normally watch Anthony Gallo every Sunday. You can watch me today here on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com, type in Infinity Sports Network, bang, you can watch us live. In case listening ain't good enough for you, you got a handsome face to watch today as well. But 8 hours every Sunday, here's how the show goes. We bring you every touchdown, every big play, every highlight, all the injury news you need before and during the games, fantasy football angles, sports betting angles. We get live listen-ins from our stringers on site, and we've got 7 games in the opening window, 4 games in the late window, and this has been a wild, chaotic day so far. Out of these 7 games in the opening window, 4 of them are one-score games, and all but one. Actually, now all of them are within 2-score games. So we've got some scores to get you caught up on. Right now, at this very moment, we've got one team in the red zone. That is the New England Patriots. They've got a 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line. They've been trying to punch it in for several plays right now against the Cincinnati Bengals. They lead at 17-13, so we'll get to Cincinnati in just a few moments. But let's get you caught up on some updates. We had a touchdown in the Ravens-Jets game. Let's go right to Baltimore. M&T Bank Stadium is where Mike Popovic is. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, Pat, well, different second half for the Ravens in the first half. The last time we talked, the Ravens had completed an 11-play, 74-yard drive capped off by Derrick Henry, 2-yard touchdown on the Jets' first offensive drive of the second half. On a 4th and 2 from their own 42, they decided to go for it. They were down 10-7 and not punt and pin the Ravens. While a pass from Tyrod Taylor was incomplete, a turnover on downs, so the Ravens turn around a 7-play, 42-yard drive, taking 3:05, capped off by a Derrick Henry touchdown in the game, 2-yarder on that one. And the series was highlighted again. The Ravens were able to draw another pass interference, this time on Jets safety Tony Adams. So 17 yards were enforced, so that took it from the Jets 20 down to the 3, where Derrick Henry gained nothing on 1st and 3, then 1 yard on 2nd and 3. And then after an incompletion, they decided to go for it on 4th and 2, and Derrick Henry off the right side for 2 yards. And again, we talked about the red zone issues this team has had this year. Well, they've been able, at least in the second half, to be able to convert it into the land of 6. So right now the Ravens lead 17-7, 3:33 in the third quarter. The Jets have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 40-yard line.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. The Ravens have absolutely woken up. Jets going for it on 4th down. They don't get it. And then the Ravens on 4th and goal from the 2. They do get it, punch it in for the touchdown. So there you go, 17-7. All right, let's get to Detroit. One of the upsets of the day, perhaps. Giants were leading the Lions at halftime. Let's find out what's going on now midway through the third quarter. Denny Cap is in Ford Field. What's up, Denny?
Yeah, still 20-17, Giants in front. Both teams have punted on their first possessions of the second half. The Lions going to start their second possession just inside their own 10-yard line. The story of this one, as you referenced, Jameis Winston, 247 yards, 2 touchdown passes. Wan'Dale Robinson, 7 catches, 146 yards, and a touchdown. Meanwhile, the real story, if you're looking deeper, is the offensive line for the Giants. The pass protection for Winston has been magnificent. He's had all day to throw, nice clean pockets. Lions just not getting any pressure on him. It's the run game for the Giants, if you're looking for something to criticize, that has had its problems. But the way the pass game looks right now with Winston, the Giants could compete with anyone. And right now they're competing with the Lions here in Detroit. 7:17 to go in the third quarter. Detroit gets the ball back down 3, 20-17 inside its 9-yard line.
All right, thank you so much, Denny. So the Patriots went forward on 4th and goal a couple of plays ago. They've had it from inside the 5-yard line, I think 8 straight plays. They had a 4th and goal that the Bengals stopped them on, and they got called for pass interference. Now the Patriots have a 4th and goal again. They're going to go for it again. We'll get you to Cincinnati in just a matter of moments and let you know how that drive finishes up. Let's go to Chicago, though. This one has been tight, and it's been back and forth throughout. Bears and the Steelers. We just had another touchdown to fill you in on. David Schuster's at Soldier Field in the Windy City. David, what's going on?
All right, you are, Pat. And another lead change as the Bears have taken a 24-21 advantage in this game. Caleb Williams with his 3rd touchdown pass of the afternoon. This one 25 yards to DJ Moore, and that's after DJ Moore just moments earlier was penalized for taunting, but he comes back and helps his team getting into the end zone. Williams overall 15 of 26 for 195 yards. The Steelers now with the ball. It's been nip and tuck all afternoon. 24-21 Bears here in the third quarter.
All right, thanks so much, David. So that game is electric. Absolutely electric. No Aaron Rodgers. It's Mason Rudolph in at quarterback for Pittsburgh. And they do have a defensive touchdown. But we'll see this one back and forth in Chicago. Okay, the Patriots did indeed go for it again on 4th and goal. Let's find out what happened. Paycor Stadium, we go. And Jason Earhart's got the latest. Jason?
Yeah, the Bengals defense actually making a stand there. We had talked about the 47-yard completion that kept that drive going. The next play was a pass interference on Dax Hill. Let's set up the Patriots 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line. They had 8 tries at it, including 6 of them from the 1-yard line, could not get it in. The reason they had 8 on the first 4th down, it was a pass interference on Dax Hill, which gave them another 4 downs. But Patriots unable to punch it in. The Bengals make the stand at the goal line, and they'll have the ball now at their own 2-yard line. The Bengals offense has struggled pretty much all day. They have put up a couple of field goals, but the only touchdown was on the defensive side of the ball. But still hanging in there, 17-13 Patriots midway through the third quarter here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, but that is an unbelievable stop from a defense that has done nothing but give up points and leak yards this year. How about the unthinkable 1st and goal from the Patriots from the 5-yard line, turned into a 4th and goal from the 1. Bengals stopped them, get called for pass interference. So a fresh set of downs, 1st and goal at the 1, turned into 4th and goal at the 1 again, and the Bengals come away with the stop. Sensational defense from Cincinnati at a time where you probably least expected it. Okay, let's go around the scoreboard here and get you caught up on some things that have happened. And let's start in Tennessee, where the Titans able to score their first touchdown, and no, not from the offense, the special teams. How about a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown from Chimere Dike to get the Titans into the end zone for the first time today? That made it 23-10 because the Seahawks led at the half 16-3. We heard from Brant Douglas when Jackson Smith-Njigba got his second touchdown catch of the day. It was a 13-yarder. That made it 23-3. Then Tennessee with that special teams play, but now Seattle has marched it right back down the other end of the field. Let's go live to Nissan Stadium right now and get the latest from Brant Douglas. Brant, what's going on?
Didn't take the Seahawks very long to take it the other direction. 6 plays, 74 yards, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. Zach Charbonnet just trots it in around the left side for 5 yards. A couple of big plays in that drive in particular were a 29-yard pass to Kenneth Walker coming out of the running back position. Big numbers, though. You got to give props to Jackson Smith-Njigba. So far, 2 touchdowns, 8 catches, 167 yards. He recently passed DK Metcalf as the all-time Seahawks season leader in receptions. And we are in the 11th game of the season. So that number is going to keep getting bigger probably today as this thing keeps going. Seahawks right now pulling away as a lot of people expected they would. It is 30 for the Seahawks, 10 for the Titans. We still got 6:40 left in the third.
Yeah, tremendous. Brant, thanks so much. 30-10 Seattle. And you heard all the numbers there. The Titans get the 90-yard punt return for a touchdown. Seattle says, yeah, no problem. We'll just smash it right back down your throat the other way. 30-10 Seattle. Meanwhile, the Colts have worked it into the red zone, up by 8 on the Chiefs. 2nd and goal from the 5. Daniel Jones back to pass, looking across the middle. Broken up and incomplete. He was looking for Alec Pierce. Heck of a play by Trent McDuffie. Maybe got away with a little bit of interference, but great play on the ball, and it was just too high for Alec Pierce. Crucial 3rd and goal for the Colts from the Chiefs' 5-yard line. There's only a minute and a half left to go in the third quarter, and they're up by 8, the Colts are. Meanwhile, let's go live red zone action at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Packers-Vikings. Let's get the latest from Bill Rabier. Bill, what's going on?
Well, the Packers are threatening to score again. They lead it 17-6. We just started the fourth quarter. The Packers have it 2nd down and 8 from the Minnesota 15-yard line as they hand it up the middle to get down to about the 10. So they're gaining on the goal line again. But this game, the Packers trying to take control of it. On Minnesota's last possession, they started at their own 13-yard line. Evan Williams with a tackle for loss on 1st down. Micah Parsons a sack on 2nd down. Devontae White a sack on 3rd down. And J.J. McCarthy just barely got out of the end zone to avoid the safety. They had to punt, and the Packers then took over at the 45-yard line and now have it at the 11-yard line. Emmanuel Wilson today playing for the injured Josh Jacobs. 24 carries, which is more than anybody this year for the Green Bay. 106 yards. He becomes the first 100-yard rusher for the Packers this year. And he just got stuffed on 3rd down. So we'll see if the Packers decide to go for a field goal or what they do here. But they lead it 17-6 with just under 12:50 left in the fourth quarter here at Lambeau.
All right, Bill. Thank you very much. So we'll see what happens with Green Bay. We'll definitely get right back there in a couple of moments here, and I'll keep you guys posted on what happens on that drive. Meanwhile, we've got one other team in the red zone. Well, 2 other teams, the Colts, and then now we've got the Lions in the red zone because David Montgomery just took a carry for a gain of 9. It's 1st and 10 Lions. from the Giants' 19-yard line. Earlier in this drive, on a 3rd and 4, Jared Goff hit Amon-Ra St. Brown for another big gain. It was a 20-yard catch. Now they're in the red zone. First down from the Giants' 19-yard line. The Lions trail 20-17. All right, the Colts drive has concluded. Points, touchdown, no points. Let's find out what happened. We go live to Arrowhead. Christian Vitter on the latest between the Colts and the Chiefs. What's up, Christian?
All right, Pat. Well, the Colts have extended their lead now 20-9. The Chiefs had a field goal. Michael Badgley, 23-yard field goal to make it 20-9 Colts with 1:26 left here in the third quarter. They had a 3rd and goal to 5. Offensive pass interference forced the field goal. Incomplete pass on 2nd and goal. And then but a nice drive by the Colts. 11 plays, 69 yards. Jonathan Taylor finally explodes. A 27-yard run on that drive. A 13-yard scramble by Daniel Jones. And Warren with a 16-yard catch got him to the 7. And as I mentioned, that offensive pass interference forced that 23-yard Michael Badgley field goal. Daniel Jones, 16-22, 164, 2 touchdowns in this game. Jonathan Taylor now out to 57 yards on 13 carries. And the Colts lead 20-9 over the Chiefs with 1:26 left here in the third quarter.
Yeah, Chiefs on the verge of going under 500 through 12 weeks in the season. They're down 20-9 at home against the Colts. Okay, the Jets were near the red zone. They were in plus territory. They had a first down at the Ravens' 24. Unable to get anything, though, after that. And on 3rd and 10, Tyrod Taylor was looking across the middle for his tight end, Mason Taylor. No relation between Tyrod Taylor and Mason Taylor. And no hookup on the pass play. So incomplete. 4th down. Jets will settle for a field goal. And the kick is up. And it is good. That field goal is good from 42 yards out. And it's a 1-score game. Nick Folk hits the field goal for the Jets. Ravens still in front, 17-10. They've just started the fourth quarter. Colts lead the Chiefs, as you just heard, 20-9. Chiefs are going to get the ball after the Colts field goal. Seahawks still lead the Titans, 30-10. Tennessee's got it in their own territory more than midway through the third quarter. We heard from Bill Rabier. Packers got stuffed short on a 3rd and short while trying to run it. So 4th down, they play it conservative. They go for the 3 points. They kick the field goal, and it is up, and it is good at Lambeau Field. A 30-yarder from Brandon McManus makes it a 14-point lead. Packers lead the Vikings 20-6 early on in the fourth quarter there. Meanwhile, we told you the Lions were in the red zone. Jared Goff got sacked on first down by Raheem Nunez-Roches. Then on second down, they were able to pick up about 7 yards back. So it's 3rd and 11 from the Giants' 20. And we've got a timeout in Detroit. Patriots still lead the Bengals 17-13. New England's got it 2nd and 6 at their own 28 with under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And the Steelers just got the ball back, it looks like. The Chicago Bears, I believe, have punted the ball away. They had a 4th and 1 at their own 36. So, yes, they did punt it. Steelers have it now, trailing the Bears 24-21, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Let's get just a quick update here from Baltimore. We just told you about the Jets drive ending. Mike Popovic with the latest on the Jets and the Ravens. Mike?
Yeah, and that drive was capped off by a 42-yard field goal by Nick Folk, so the Jets pull within a touchdown at 17-10 right now, 14:41 in the fourth quarter. As in this one, the Jets got pretty good field position as Tyler Loop, who's had issues all year, his kickoff was short of the landing zone, so the Jets started at the 40-yard line. And among the highlights on the drive, Tyrod Taylor scrambling for 8 yards. He also had a completion to tight end Mason Taylor for 9. Also, he had a pass to wide receiver Adonai Mitchell in this one for 26 yards, but ultimately could not get a first down, settled for a field goal, but again, pull within a score here. So after they turn it over on downs on their first offensive drive, they get a field goal on their second, and the Jets have just kicked off to the Ravens. So they lead again. Ravens lead Jets 17-10, 14:40 and counting in the fourth quarter from Baltimore.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. We are going to take a short break, but not before we've got another team in the red zone. We mentioned the Lions have a 3rd and 11, and it looks like they're going to come up short. They're going to come up short, and did they actually turn the football over? They might have turned the football over to the New York Giants. It looks like this pass got intercepted from Jared Goff. Off the hands of Amon-Ra St. Brown, right through his hands, picked off by Javon Holland. The Lions come away with nothing on an interception off a drop pass from Amon-Ra St. Brown. Giants take over, still leading 20-17 in Detroit, late third quarter. But now the only team in the red zone is the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes just hit Rashee Rice for a gain of 42 on the final play of the third quarter. Chiefs in the red zone down 20-9 to start the fourth. We're going to take a short break. Here's your scoreboard once again. Bears lead the Steelers 24-21. Pittsburgh with the ball. 5 to go in the third quarter. Patriots lead the Bengals 17-13. Under 5 to go in the third quarter. New England's got the ball. Giants just picked off the Lions. Big Blue leading 20-17. Late third quarter. Packers lead the Vikings 20-6. Minnesota next to nothing offensively all day today again. Seahawks crushing the Titans 30-10. Tennessee's got the ball in plus territory late third quarter. And then we told you Chiefs in the red zone to start the fourth. They trailed the Colts 20-9. Ravens with the ball leading the Jets 17-10. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Week 12 NFL Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Just really quickly, some very concerning looking injury news. The New England Patriots rookie left tackle Will Campbell is being carted to the locker room. That's Drake May's blindside protector, and that does not look good. He's got a towel over his head. He's being carted to the locker room as the Patriots have the ball. And on a 4th down, they're going to look to try to kick a field goal to go up by 7 against Cincinnati. But we've got some other scores, some touchdowns, some turnovers to fill you in on a day of multiple surprises. The hits keep on coming for some teams that did not think they'd be in the position they currently are. Let's start in Detroit, where the Lions trailing by 3 against the Giants. Let's get the latest from Denny Cap in Ford Field. What's up, Denny?
Yeah, they were in position to get a field goal, 3rd and considerable from inside the 20. Jared Goff finds Amon-Ra St. Brown. Looks like it's going to be a first down, except St. Brown can't hold on to it. Goes off his fingertips and into the hands of Javon Holland. And the Giants get an interception when the Lions should have settled for no less than 3. So instead of tying the game, the Giants get the ball back, and they move it out to midfield. Another pass to Wan'Dale Robinson. He's got 8 catches, 153 yards, and a touchdown. Jameis Winston, 274, 2 touchdowns. He's crawling up on 300 yards today against the Lions defense that just can't get any pass rush. They can't get anyone back there to pressure him. 4th quarter just underway, just 20 seconds in. Giants facing a 3rd and 4 at midfield. They lead the Lions 20-17.
Yeah, thanks so much, Danny. Let's right now, yeah, we just told you about that turnover right before our last commercial break. I watched it happen live off the fingertips of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Even if he wouldn't have gotten the first down, it would have been a chip shot field goal to tie the game. And instead, the Giants get the pick. And now they have moved it all the way to midfield. But yeah, as you heard Denny just say, a crucial 3rd and 4 coming up for the Giants and that Lions defense. Meanwhile, after the Chiefs got into the red zone, how about another crucial turnover for Kansas City? Kareem Hunt was running the football on a 2nd down and 10. Yeah, it was just double checking. It was Kareem Hunt, no Isaiah Pacheco today, so it had to have been Kareem Hunt. They've barely given the ball to Brashard Smith. Kareem Hunt on a 2nd and 10 in the red zone got flipped over as he was getting tackled and lost the football, and it was jumped on by the Colts. The Chiefs with another massive self-inflicted wound. Mahomes threw an interception from inside his own 5-yard line on a ball that got batted up by Leatu Latu, and he picked it off himself. That led to an early Colts touchdown. And now as the Chiefs were trying to get back to a 1-score game, Kareem Hunt fumbles it away. But the Colts have not been able to do anything with that. Good stand by the Chiefs defense, especially to keep the Colts pinned in deep. And it's a 3-and-out. Colts punt it right back. Kansas City trying to do something with the punt return. You got to go the other way, young man. We've got the punt returner for the Chiefs going backwards after he had a decent amount of time to catch and run with it. And I forget off the top of my head who the Chiefs punt returner is. I believe it is Nico Remigio, and I believe that was him. And so he kind of wasted what was a good punt coverage, not able to get much with it. Chiefs will start at their own 39. Inside the 4th quarter, they trail the Colts 8-9. Meanwhile, let's get to Baltimore. We had a score in the Jets-Ravens game. Let's fill you in at M&T Bank Stadium. This was once a 7-0 Jets lead. Let's find out where we are now a few minutes inside the fourth quarter. Mike Popovic's got the latest. Mike?
Yeah, Pat, we just had a completion to Breece Hall for 40 yards, so they have the ball at the Ravens 17 after the Ravens just capped off a 9-play, 58-yard drive, taking 5:06 with a 35-yard field goal from Tyler Luke to go up 20-10. But now the Jets are in the Ravens red zone. The Ravens scoring after a pretty anemic first half offensively. The Ravens scoring on all three of their offensive drives in the second half here on a first and 10 from the 17. Tyrod Taylor scrambling maybe for a yard, so it'll be second and 10 again, roughly around the 17. 20-10 right now. Ravens lead, but the Jets are threatening with 7:57 in the fourth quarter.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. We've got to get to Detroit, and we will do so in a matter of moments because one of the craziest plays I've ever seen just went down in Ford Field, and we've got a touchdown that we've got to fill you in on. So we'll get you to Detroit in just a matter of moments. But just a quick update of the scoreboard from around the 7 games here in the opening window. They're about to start the fourth quarter in Chicago, and the Bears will be looking to go up by 2 scores. The Bears lead the Steelers 24-21. Last time we told you about that game, Caleb Williams hit DJ Moore for his second touchdown catch, and then we had a couple of 3-and-outs. Then the Steelers fumbled it away. Mason Rudolph got strip-sacked. So the Bears have the ball. They're working it inside the 10. And on the first play of the fourth quarter, it'll be second and goal from the 3-yard line. That's what's going on in Chicago. Let's get to Cincinnati, where we had a recent score, and we've still got a 1-score game between the Patriots and the Bengals. Let's go to Paycor Stadium. Jason Earhart with the latest. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, Patriots have extended that lead to 20-13 after a Borregales 45-yard field goal. They lead by a touchdown. The Bengals now with a 3rd and 1 near midfield, trying to get something back. Offense has been pretty vanilla today with no Jamar Chase. Really nothing down the field, and just had an incompletion on 3rd and 1. We'll see if they decide to go for it on 4th and 1. Really, the passing game hasn't produced much. They have gotten some out of Chase Brown and the running back. 17 carries, 102 yards. Just the second time all year he's exceeded triple digits in the run game. And it looks like the Bengals are indeed going to go for this 4th down near midfield. So 13 minutes to go. Patriots up 20-13.
All right, Jason, thank you very much. Let's go to Detroit. What an unbelievable play I just witnessed, and I'm sure everybody in Ford Field witnessed, to the stunned silence effect of the crowd. Denny Cap, what just happened?
Plenty of laughter in the press box. It's one of those, what in the, oh, wow. Gunnar Olszewski takes a end around and finds Jameis Winston open in the flat. Winston puts on a deke and drops a Lions defender at his knees and then goes into the end zone and celebrates. And the Giants, for the 3rd time today, are up 10 points. The 2nd time they score on a trick play. Earlier today, there was a pitch to Tyrone Tracy that he threw back over to Winston, and he hit Wan'Dale Robinson on a 39-yard pass. And now an end-around pass to Winston. It's all show and go and fireworks here for the Giants. Jameis Winston now, by the way, 274 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown to add to that. 27-17, Giants in front, 12-16 to go in regulation.
Unbelievable. 2 wild trick plays. They've scored on both of them, and that last one was literally Philly, a Philly special. Nico Scarlatos, the producer, saying in my ear, Giants Philly special touchdown, and then I saw it happen a second later. Unbelievable. They hand it off to Gunnar Olszewski. He turns around, throws back to Jameis Winston, who catches it with a defender on him, and then, just stiff arms him, suns him to the ground, get off of me, and walks into the end zone for a touchdown. Unbelievable. The Giants lead the Lions 27-17. 2 tremendous trick play touchdowns for Big Blue. You think Mike Kafka's trying to do his best? Everything he can to get that head coaching job? He's the interim? Absolutely. Okay, let's go to Chicago. We told you the Bears were in the red zone. They were inside the 5. Let's go to Soldier Field, where David Schuster's got the latest in the Steelers and the Bears game. What's up, David?
All right, Pat, and the Bears do get into the end zone. Kyle Monangai, who's been a real pleasant surprise for the Bears this season, he gets into the end zone from 2 yards out. That increases the Bears' lead to 10 at 31-21. We have 14-14 to go here in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams on the afternoon, 18 of 32, 228 yards and 3 touchdowns. Again, it's a 10-point lead, 31-21 Bears here at Soldier Field.
All right, thanks so much, David. How about that? Bears offense doing work today. 31 points for the Chicago Bears. They have broken out in a big way. 4 touchdowns and a field goal as they've got a 10-point lead against the Steelers. By the way, speaking of that Giants-Lions game, you can say this is exactly where the Lions won them. All right? Because the Giants are 0-6 on the road, and in 4 of those games, they've led by double digits. They lost every single one of them. That was a big reason why Brian Dable got fired. And so now they're up by 10 points on the road. Can Mike Kafka, as the interim head coach, make sure there's not a collapse this time around? Well, Jared Goff just hit Amon-Ra St. Brown for a gain of 27, and so the Lions are near midfield. They're down 27-17, trying to get it back to a 1-score game. Meanwhile, J.J. McCarthy and this Vikings offense just continuing to sputter, to spin their wheels and do nothing. I don't know how much longer you can watch if you're Kevin O'Connell and think that the J.J. McCarthy experiment should continue while you're actively trying to teach him how to play quarterback in the NFL. And those aren't my words. They're literally saying it. They're literally saying we're teaching him how to play quarterback in the NFL on the fly, right? Rewiring neurological pathways, trying to teach him this footwork, trying to get the throws across the middle down and the timing. Well, they're 23-6 down. The Packers are driving the ball. They just picked off J.J. McCarthy on the previous play, and now Green Bay's got it after they've kicked field goals on their last 2 drives, and this game is all but over in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The Packers lead the Vikings 23-6. So that's what's going on there. Let's get to Tennessee, where this has actually been high octane. A lot of offense, a lot of amazing plays in the Seahawks and the Titans, but we still have a double-digit lead for the favorite. And let's find out the latest, though, from Brant Douglas after an electric third quarter. Seahawks-Titans. Brant, what's the latest?
All right, so after Cam Ward scored a 6-yard touchdown run to narrow the gap to 30-17, Seattle got the ball on pretty good field position to start the quarter. And then on the field switch, they were just faced with a 4th and 2. They decided to go for it. They were basically in the 42-yard line in that area where you really can't. A punt's not going to do any good, and a kick's not going to do any good. And Sam Darnold takes his first sack of the day. So a game that looked to be out of hand at 30-10 just a few minutes ago, suddenly the Titans have some life here. They're going to get the ball 1st and 10 on their own 45-yard line, down 30-17. Still a ton of time left to go in this one. 13-17 left in the 4th quarter. So let's go here, Pat.
All right, Brant, thanks so much. How about that? Meanwhile, massive play in the Lions-Giants game. We will get you to Detroit, or I can give you the update in just a matter of moments, but we've got some other pressing issues right now. Let's go to Green Bay and get the latest from Lambeau Field from Bill Rabier in this Vikings-Packers game. What's up, Bill?
Well, the Packers have control of this game with 4:50 left. They lead it now 23-6 after a couple of field goals by Brandon McManus. He hit one from 30, then he hit another one from 40. Minnesota turned it over on their last possession, an interception thrown by J.J. McCarthy. It was Isaiah McDuffie picking it off, his first career interception, and for McCarthy, his 6th straight game with a pick. That was number 9 on the year. He's just 11 of 17 for 82 yards on the afternoon. They have the ball again after Green Bay could not cash in on that interception. But the Packers defense has really showed up here in the second half. They have 5 total sacks in the game. Micah Parsons has 2, and the Packers lead it 23-6. Minnesota running out of time here. Their own 30 with just over 4 minutes to go at Lambeau Field.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Meanwhile, we told you massive play in the Lions game. How do you hit back? Well, you give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. He is unbelievable, and he takes it to the house. 49 yards on a run right up the middle. Touchdown Lions. Touchdown Jahmyr Gibbs. He has got 2 touchdowns today, and just like that, it's back to a 3-point game. The Lions answer immediately. Feel the extra point is good. Giants lead 27-24. Jahmyr Gibbs, what an unbelievable day. Gave you that as one of our props before the game. 111.5 yards rushing plus receiving combined. I said go over. Jahmyr Gibbs now has 171 to go with 2 touchdowns. So you can cash that one. The other was Rashid Shaheed to go over his receiving yards. And we just heard from Brant Douglas. Sam Darnold, they went for it on 4th and 3 inside their own territory and took a sack. Rashid Shaheed, by the way, no catches, no yards. Okay. The Chiefs, they're in the red zone. They're the only team in the red zone right now. They're down 20-9 against the Colts. It is getting late at Arrowhead Stadium. Their season is starting to get late. They lose this, they're down to 5-6 on the year. They had a 2nd and 11 on a play that looked to be stopped for a short gain, but they call Sauce Gardner for a face mask. That set the Chiefs up with 1st and goal. And then Mahomes scrambles for 9 yards. And then from the 2-yard line, it's Kareem Hunt plunging into the end zone. Touchdown, Chiefs. Their first touchdown of the game after they had to settle for 3 field goals after lengthy drives. They're into the end zone for the first time today. Down 20-15, you got to imagine the Chiefs will go for 2. Nobody else in the red zone, but we've got plenty of updates to get you from around these 7 games and the world of sports. We'll get an update right now, and we'll come back for some fantastic finishes here. Week 12 in the NFL, 7 games in the opening window, and we've got a 1-score game in 3 of them. Let's get an update. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Gridiron Game Day. Here's Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Hi, Pat. This report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. The Chiefs convert on that 2-point conversion, so they are now within a field goal of the Colts. The Chiefs trailing 20-17, 8:37 to play in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead. The Chiefs trying to avoid falling to 5-6 on the season. The Giants with a 27-24 lead on the Lions. It had been a magical day for Jameis Winston, nearly 300 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. He caught a touchdown pass from Gunnar Olszewski. That was a 33-yard play with Winston shaking off a tackler to find the end zone, but that old Winston bugaboo coming back to get him. Winston just throwing an interception. The Lions taking over at the Giants' 45-yard line. 27-24, Giants lead, 10:45 to play in the fourth quarter in Detroit. There is a new all-time sack leader in the Watt family. T.J. Watt earning career sack number 115, eclipsing older brother J.J.'s lifetime total. J.J. in the stadium on the call for CBS. The T.J. Watt-led Steelers trailing the Bears 31-21, 9:42 to play in the fourth quarter. The Ravens have a 20-10 lead on the Jets. That's down to 2:49 to play in the fourth quarter. Derrick Henry with a couple of short touchdown runs for Baltimore in the third quarter. The Patriots have a 20-13 lead on the Bengals midway through the fourth, and the Patriots have the football down at the Bengals' 4-yard line as they look to put away a 10th win on the season. Packers 23, Vikings 6. They're at the 2-minute warning at Lambeau. Packers have the football. Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith-Njigba connecting for 2 long touchdowns. Seahawks 30, Titans 17 early in the fourth quarter. 4 games coming in the later window. The big one features the 8-2 Eagles trying to quiet some of the voices of discontent that they have made themselves heard over the past few weeks. The Eagles visiting the Cowboys. Sunday Night Football features the Rams and Buccaneers. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, here we go. We're set up for a couple of wild finishes. By the way, we've already got a finish. It's final. Lambeau Field. Packers crushed the Vikings 23-6. And, you know, look, it's tough doing this job at times. You don't want to call for somebody's job, but you got to point out what the reality of the situation is. And the reality of the situation with the Minnesota Vikings is J.J. McCarthy is not ready to play quarterback in the NFL. This has been a failed experiment. This has been a failed season for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy cannot play the position right now. The Vikings have a Super Bowl caliber roster, in my opinion, and they won 14 games last year with a lot of similar players. Very similar roster from last year. They've got a quarterback that cannot play the position, and he is killing them right now. He is killing their operation. And they did absolutely nothing today. 2 field goals. They have done nothing offensively for most of the season when he has played quarterback. The Packers stroll. They stroll to a 23-6 win. Green Bay now 7-3-1 on the season. The Vikings dropped to 4-7. I believe you've got a Super Bowl caliber roster around a quarterback that is not ready to play the position. I don't know how this point, how you don't go to Max Brosmer, because it cannot get worse than the offense we're seeing with J.J. McCarthy under center. Okay, that being said, let's start getting you some updates here. Just really quickly, 2 teams in the red zone. The Steelers are in the red zone. They trail the Bears 31-21. This is a must-have-it possession for Pittsburgh. And then the other team in the red zone are the Baltimore Ravens, leading the Jets 20-10, but it's more so just milking clock here for the Ravens as they're closing in on a win. All right, that being said, let's get to Cincinnati. Let's get you caught up here. Under 6 to go in the fourth quarter. Patriots-Bengals. Let's find out where we're at with Jason Earhart. What's up, Jason?
Andy Borregales has just knocked through his 3rd field goal of the game to give the Patriots a 23-13 lead, under 6 minutes to go. Hunter Henry's been the big offensive star, 7 catches for a career-high 115 yards. And Drake May's heated up after a slow start, 21-32 for 280. Bengals offense has struggled all day long. They have yet to find the end zone. They have 2 field goals from Evan McPherson, the lone Bengal touchdown coming on defense from Geno Stone. They are moving the ball a bit right now, maybe a bit of urgency. They're down near the 40-yard line of the Patriots, but you have about 5 minutes to go, and they are down 2 scores. 23-13 Patriots. Injury update. Andre Yosevas down on the field right now. We'll try to get you an update on that next time around. The Patriots up by 10 with 5 minutes to go.
All right, thanks so much, Jason. By the way, this started out as a 10-0 game for the Bengals after they got a pick 6 from Geno Stone. New England, they've once again settled in. You know how many – I forget the exact stat off the top of my head, but I believe the Patriots – have trailed in almost every single one of their wins. Even if it's only by, 3 points in like the first quarter, they have trailed at some point in just about every single one of their wins. And it looks like that's going to be the case yet again here today. They were down 10-0 early. Now they're up 23-13, closing in on their 9th straight win. But still plenty of time for Cincinnati to turn that around. Let's go to Detroit. This would be one of the biggest upsets of the season if it holds. Lions, Giants. Let's go to Ford Field. Denny Cap's got the latest. Denny, what's up?
All right, since we last spoke, Jahmyr Gibbs, 49-yard touchdown run, and the Lions pick off Jameis Winston but do nothing with it. Jameis Winston and the Giants get it near midfield, and the Lions almost had their first sack of him. Instead, he's going to go back, throw deep, and find another open man downfield, and the Giants are in field goal range inside the Lions' 20-yard line. 5:22 to go, clock ticking in the fourth quarter. Theo Johnson with the big catch, and the Giants can tack on to their 27-24 lead here in the fourth.
Unreal. Denny right now, I guess trying to just get these in as quickly as possible. I appreciate that. But 3rd and 17, Jameis Winston was wrapped up for a sack, avoids it somehow, pinballs off his own offensive lineman, scrambles outside, throws it up for grabs. Theo Johnson, a massive gain of 39 yards. They're in the red zone, and there's under 5 minutes to go. Wow. The Lions at this point have to hold the Giants to a field goal to keep it at a 6-point game. It's a 3-point lead, but if you're Big Blue, they've already blown 4 games this year on the road where they've led by double digits. They had a 10-point lead earlier. They're up by 3. Is it almost 4-down territory for the Giants? You got to figure that into the equation. Well, we'll get back there in just a bit. For now, let's go to Tennessee. Seahawks-Titans. No score yet in the fourth quarter, so Brant Douglas to fill us in on the rest here. Brant, what's up?
So the Tennessee Titans had moved the ball down to the Seattle 24-yard line, but then they had a couple of bad plays, a penalty, and it pushed them back. They had to go for it on a 4th and long, 4th and 21. Got 16 of those yards, but came up 5 yards shy. And so Seattle gets the ball back. 1st and 10, ball's on their own 20-yard line, and they just ran the ball for no gain up the middle. Right now, Seattle looking to work at the big statistic in this game is the receptions of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he has 8 catches for 167 yards. Sam Darnold going for 248 total. So good day for the leading receiver in the NFL. We are under 5.5 minutes left to go in this game, and the Seahawks still lead the Titans 30-17.
All right, Brant, thank you so much. Meanwhile, the Giants have picked up another first down. Tyrone Tracy on a 2nd and 7 gets 11 yards. It's 1st and goal at the 4. A touchdown from the Giants, and it'll all just about seal it. 3.5 to go. 1st and goal. They hand it off. And it's a gain of about 2 yards up the middle. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 2 for the Giants. Lions have to start calling their timeouts. And again, if the Giants score a touchdown, it'll be a 10-point game with under 3 minutes to go. It'll essentially be game over, and a 14-point underdog is going to win. But we'll see what happens. We'll go back to Detroit shortly. Let's go to Chicago, where we had another touchdown in the Steelers-Bears game. David Schuster, the latest from Soldier Field. What's up, David?
All right, Pat, 5.5 minutes exactly to go here in regulation, and it's, again, a one-score game as Pittsburgh gets into the end zone just moments ago. Mason Rudolph hitting tight end Pat Fryermuth with a 3-yard touchdown pass that makes it a 3-point lead at 31-28. Well, Rudolph pretty decent this afternoon, filling in for Aaron Rodgers, 17 of 20 for 123 yards. Caleb Williams on the other side, 18 of 33 for 228 and 3 touchdown passes. Anybody's game. 5.5 to go, 31-28 Bears here at Soldier Field.
All right, David, thanks so much. So here we go. Let's round up the scoreboard. Once again, we've already got one final. The Packers crushed the Vikings 23-6 because J.J. McCarthy has another brutal performance in which he goes 12 for 19 for 87 yards, 2 interceptions. He got sacked 5 times. Right now, we've got the Ravens. They just tacked on a field goal, and so they are just a couple of seconds away from a victory. Ravens lead the Jets 23-10 inside the final minute of the ball game. The Colts, they're holding on to a 2017 lead against the Kansas City Chiefs. It's a 4th and 4. The Colts look like they try to get them to jump. The Chiefs don't jump. 4th and 9, the Colts are going to have to punt the football away. The Chiefs, with under 5 to go, will have it with a field goal to tie, touchdown to take the lead. 2nd and goal for the Giants, trying to put the game away against the Lions. Play action, throw to the flat, incomplete. 3rd and goal for the 2. Lions have to get a stop. Giants lead 27-24 with 3 minutes to go. Seahawks closing in on another win. They lead the Titans 30-17 with 5 minutes to go. You heard David Schuster say it. Bears lead the Steelers 31-28. Pittsburgh just got the ball back, though, with under 5 minutes to go. And then the Patriots lead the Bengals 23-13, but Cincinnati is in the red zone with under 5 minutes left to go. We'll have these finishes and plenty more football when we come back here on Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey, it's Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. This is coming down to the wire here. Week 12 in the National Football League, 7 games in the opening window. And right now, we've got 4 games separated by a field goal with under 5 minutes to go. We'll get you updates in just a second. Okay, you can listen to the show every Sunday, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, here on the Infinity Sports Network or Sirius XM Channel 375 or anywhere on the Odyssey app. And you can watch us live on the YouTube stream on the Infinity Sports Network. Go to youtube.com, type in Infinity Sports Network, bang, you can watch us live for 8 hours every Sunday. Again, I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Anthony Gallo. You can hit me up on Twitter, at PatBoyle44. Really quickly, before we get to the updates here from these games going on, you're not going to miss anything. We do have 4 games kicking off here in the next 25 minutes. And I've got 2 prop bets for you for this late window of games. Trey McBride, over 76.5 receiving yards against the Jaguars, and Saquon Barkley, over 73.5 rushing yards against the Cowboys. Wanted to get you guys those before those games begin. Gave you 2 props in the early window. Jahmyr Gibbs, over rushing and receiving yards. He smashed that. And then Rashid Shaheed, over his receiving yards for Seattle. And he doesn't have a catch. So it looks like we're going to go 1-1 to start the day on the props. Okay, we do have a couple of final scores as well. The Ravens finish off the Jets 23-10. Baltimore gets the win despite a lackluster offensive performance and a really brutal first half. They beat the Jets, though, 23-10. Baltimore is 6-5. The Jets lose to fall to 2-9. And the Packers cruise to a 23-6 win over the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy struggles mightily again. The Packers, they're now 7-3-1. The Vikings are 4-7. Okay, the 5 games that are still going. We've got the Bears leading the Steelers 31-28. The Steelers did have the ball, but at midfield, Wait, check that 1 second. The Steelers did have the ball, and it looks like they had to punt it away. Yeah, because the last time I saw it, Mason Rudolph was running wild for a big gain to midfield, but they called it back for illegal formation, and then the Pittsburgh drive stalled. So they had to punt the ball back. The Bears have it up 31-28, under 2 minutes to go. So 1 first down, this ball game's over. Pittsburgh has to get the 3 and out and burn all their timeouts to get the ball back. So that's what's going on there. The Bengals scored a touchdown to get it back to a 3-point game against New England, right? And the last touchdown from Cincinnati was a 17-yard touchdown catch from Mitchell Tinsley, and that brought it to 23-20. The Patriots have the ball right now, and they are 3rd and 11 at midfield, and time is running out on Cincinnati. A couple of more first downs, and New England will ice this game. The Giants lead the Lions 27-24. Big Blue went for it on 4th and goal on their last drive, not wanting to go up by 6. They wanted the touchdown to put the game out of reach. The Lions stopped them. Lions have the ball right now at the 2-minute warning. It's 3rd and 1 at their own 27. We'll get to Detroit live in just a second. Seahawks lead the Titans 30-17, but Tennessee trying to pull a miracle. It's 3rd and 5. In plus territory. The Titans need a touchdown, then they need an onside kick, and they need another touchdown again. And then the Chiefs, down 20-17 against the Colts with the ball. Kansas City just converted a 4th and 3. Rather than trying what would have been about a 60-yard field goal, they go for it, they get it, and now they are in field goal range on 4th and 3. Mahomes hit Rashee Rice for a gain of 19. Then Kareem Hunt runs for 2 yards. 2-minute warning in Kansas City. The Chiefs have it 2nd and 8 in field goal range. But again, they would love a touchdown to win this ball game. Let's go live to Detroit right now. Lions just got a first down. They're nearing field goal range. Denny Capps got the latest from Ford Field. What a finish we are set up for, Denny.
Yeah, Lions working on this Giants prevent right now. Jared Goff, a couple of passes. They convert on that 3rd and 1 you mentioned a moment ago. They get another first down. Amon-Ra St. Brown takes them out to the 47-yard line of their own. A spike, and the Lions now with 1:12 left are just outside field goal range, again down by 3 points. They've trailed by 10 3 different times today. Right now they're pointing at the clock trying to get the officials' attention because the play clock's at 0. So they got to reset that, and we have another timeout. And apparently the Lions there's a whole lot of confusion here, but the Lions just burned their last timeout after spiking the ball.
Wow.
So, I don't know what that was about, but that could be a problem. Anyway, that's the story here. We're stalled right now. Lions at the 47-yard line, trailing 27-24 with 1:12 to go. It'll be 2nd and 10 after this timeout.
All right, we'll get back to Denny shortly. But, yeah, as of this moment, they did not reset the play clock. The Lions had to burn their final timeout after they spiked it. And Denny was spot on with that. So 2nd and 10 at their own 47. You got to think they're going to need at least another 15 to 20 yards for a decently comfortable game-tying field goal from Jake Bates. Still with 1:12 to go, though, so they still have time on their hands. They need to move the football, though. Okay, in Chicago, the Steelers, we told you they needed a 3 and out, and they got exactly that, and they got the clock to stop. The Bears on 3rd and 7 tried to throw for it. Caleb Williams, incomplete pass, so the clock stops. It's 4th and 7. The Steelers are going to get the ball back with 1.5 minutes, give or take, to go, down by 3. All right, the Lions, they had to burn their timeout. They didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. And on 2nd down, Jared Goff over the middle finds Jahmyr Gibbs. First down and more. He's tackled at the Giants' 41. There is a flag down. There's a flag on the play. They're going to say delay a game on the Giants' defense. Somebody tried to kick the ball away, and so they're going to give them an extra 5 yards on top of it. And so the Lions are in field goal range, down by 3, under 1 minute to go at the Giants' 36. Chiefs are coming out of the 2-minute warning. You're not missing anything there. The Titans have a 4th and 5 at the Seattle 27, and they need a touchdown. They're down by 13 points with under 2 minutes to go. Meanwhile, the Patriots, one more first down, and they will end the ball game against the Bengals. They're up 23-20. It's 3rd and 7. They're in field goal range. Okay, Chiefs coming out of the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 8. Mahomes back to pass over the middle. He's got Juju Smith-Schuster, and he's got a first down. He got exactly 8 yards. First down, Kansas City. They are in the red zone now. 1st and 10 at the Colts 14. And now the Colts are going to start burning timeouts because if the Chiefs score a touchdown, the Colts will have to try to answer. And burning the timeouts is a good strategy anyway, because at the worst, it looks like the Chiefs would be set up for a field goal. So first down, Chiefs at the 14-yard line. Meanwhile, the Lions, after they take, I believe they're going to take the 5 yards on the delay of game and make it 1st and 5. So 1st and 5, back to pass, Goff, incomplete, 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5 for the Lions. They hike it. They get a pass out to the flat. The Giants are all over it, and it's a loss of about 8 yards. They go backwards, and it's a long 3rd down. 3rd and 10 now, and the clock is running. Under 40 seconds. Goff gets the snap. Back to pass. Across the middle. Incomplete. No flag. And now what do? It's a 59-yarder for Jake Bates to try to tie the ball game. If you go for it, it's 4th and 10. That would be risky. It's a 59-yarder from Jake Bates to try to tie the game. You got to imagine you have to try for the field goal here, even though it is super long. It is a super long attempt. Meanwhile, the Titans, they got the 1st down on 4th down that they needed. They're down to 1st and goal at the 1, and they burned their last timeout. So, again, you need an absolute miracle from the Titans, but they're giving themselves a chance. Okay, here we go. Let's get to Denny Cap live in Ford Field. 59-yarder to try to tie the game from Jake Bates. Denny Cap, what has happened?
Count it. He just got it over the crossbar, 59 yards for Jake Bates, and the Lions have tied the game with 33 seconds left. Jake Bates has come through in the clutch a few times in his 3-year career here in Detroit, and you can tack on another one. That's a new career long for him. He had 2 kicks of 58 last year and during his rookie season as well. 59, a new record for him, and the Lions have tied it up for the first time since it was 0-0 with 28 seconds to go. Giants will get the ball back with all 3 timeouts, and the gunslinger, Jameis Winston, having himself a day, 343 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's going to be up to him to see if he can get his guys at a field goal range, and Younghoe Koo a chance for his 3rd field goal of the game. 27-27, 28 seconds to go in regulation.
Unbelievable. That thing snuck through the uprights. It was bending to the right. It looked like, about midway through the kick leaving his foot, that it was going to be way right. And then that thing just kind of veered back to the left, snuck it just inside the uprights, and it had maybe about 3 yards of carry on it over the crossbar. 59-yarder from Jake Bates, ties it at 27. But you heard Denny Cap say it with the gunslinger Jameis Winston, 28 seconds and 3 timeouts is an eternity for both things to go right and things to go wrong. Don't be surprised if this game does not go to overtime one way or another. Jameis Winston out on the field, 24 seconds, all 3 timeouts for the Giants in a tie ball game at their own 31. Meanwhile, the Chiefs, they've converted a 1st down. They've got a 1st and goal at the Colts 2-yard line with 1:05 left to go. The Colts just burned their final timeout. At the worst, you think a chip shot field goal for the Chiefs, but they are 2 yards away from taking the lead. They were down 20-9 to start the 4th quarter. They're now 2 yards away from taking the lead inside the final minute. Meanwhile, let's get to Cincinnati. Told you that the Bengals needed to get a stop to force a Patriots field goal attempt. Let's find out what happened from Paycor Stadium. Jason Earhart is live. Patriots-Bengals. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, Pat, they did get the stop. They forced a 52-yard field goal from Andy Borregales. He knocks it through. That makes it 26-20. That's going to force the Bengals to get a touchdown here on this final drive. Minute and a half to go. They still have a timeout. They do not have T. Higgins out with a concussion on that last drive, so no Jamar Chase, no T. Higgins. But if Joe Flacco can pull off the impossible here and take this team down and get a touchdown on this drive, they can potentially win this game. If we learned anything from that Bears game a few weeks ago, just don't do it too early with this defense. 26-20, Patriots lead, 1:18 to go in the ballgame.
All right, thanks so much, Jason. Meanwhile, the Titans scored a touchdown to make it 30-24. Again, they're going to need the onside kick, but it's a touchdown catch for Chimere Dike coming from his quarterback, Cam Ward. So Titans down 30-24, 43 seconds left. They need the onside kick recovery. Meanwhile, on 1st down, Jameis Winston back to pass into traffic, tipped and nearly picked. 2nd down, Jameis Winston goes back to pass, throws it deep over the middle, incomplete. There's a flag down. It looks like it's going to be against the Giants. And so now it looks more than likely that we are headed for overtime. Meanwhile, the Kansas City Chiefs on 1st and goal hand it off up the middle, and Kareem Hunt gets stuffed. On 2nd and goal, Mahomes back to pass. Nobody open. Under pressure, he's got to throw it away. Throws it out of the end zone. 3rd and goal from the Chiefs from the 3-yard line with 20 seconds to go. And again, worst case scenario, they kick a field goal to tie it, but they had 1st and goal from the 2. All right, 4th and 1, the Bengals with the football. They've got to get a touchdown. They run for it, and they get it. 1st down, Cincinnati, to keep it alive. Now the Giants, after a holding call on offense, they'll just take a knee. We're going to overtime in Detroit. Lions and Giants tied at 27. The Bengals have a 1st down at their own 41. They just called their final timeout. There's 1:09 left to go. They've got to drive all the way down the field and score a touchdown. Okay, the onside kick for Tennessee. It appears the Titans have recovered the onside kick. We'll get confirmation on that, but I just saw the very back end of it. It looks like the Titans might have recovered the onside kick. So they're keeping themselves alive for a miracle, and now on second thought, it actually looks like the Seahawks have it. Yeah, so my apologies on that. The Gamecast said that the Titans recovered it. I saw the last second of it on the television screen. I thought maybe the Titans had gotten it. They didn't. The Seahawks get it. They're going to kneel it out and win the ball game. And then finally, on 3rd and goal, Patrick Mahomes, back to pass. Nobody open for Mahomes. He's got to get rid of the football, and it's not going to work out for Kansas City. Mahomes is going to get sacked. Mahomes sacked for a loss of 5. Wow, what a stunning turn of events. They had 1st and goal at the 2, and they're going to be forced to kick the chip shot field goal to tie it instead of potentially winning the football game. What a stand from Lou Anarumo and the Colts defense. The Chiefs had 1st and goal at the 2. They needed 2 yards to get in and take a 4-point lead with seconds to go. And on 1st down, they ran it, got stuffed. On 2nd down, they threw it incomplete. On 3rd down, Mahomes gets sacked. 4th and goal, 3 seconds left. Final play of regulation, 25-yard field goal attempt for Harrison Butker to send the game to overtime. This would be a stunner if he misses, and he bangs it right through. 20-20, we've got 2 overtime games coming up. Lions and Giants tied at 27. Chiefs and Colts tied at 20. And the Bengals with another 4th down and the ball game here. 4th and 8 for Cincinnati from their own 43. We'll get there in just a second, but it has gone final in Nissan Stadium in Nashville. A lot closer than a lot of people thought, but Brant Douglas will put a bow on this one in between the Seahawks and the Titans. Brant, what's going on?
As the Titans scored that touchdown with just about 45 seconds left to go, they did declare the onside kick. The onside kick was recovered by the Titans, but the problem was the kick only went 8 yards, and it needs to go 10. And so that was the ruling on the field. The ball had to make it to the 45. It was touched by one of the Titans at the 43, and because of that, there was no possibility of the Titans getting possession. Kneel down, and Seattle escapes out of here with Nissan Stadium. They'll head to the West Coast with the big win.
All righty. Thank you very much, Brant. So there we go. We've got 4 final scores. Ravens beat the Jets 23-10. Seahawks hang on to beat the Titans 30-24. Seattle now 8-3. The Titans now 1-10. Packers cruise to a win against the Vikings 23-6. The Packers are now 7-3-1. The Vikings are 4-7. And finally, the Bears, they hold on to beat the Steelers 31-28. We told you that the Steelers, they needed to get the ball and go a long, long way, and they did get the ball back, but they didn't get much. On 4th and 6 from the Bears' 47, Mason Rudolph incomplete to DK Metcalf. The Bears' defense gets the stand, and they will walk out with another narrow victory, another one-score win for Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. They beat the Steelers 31-28. The Bears are now 8-3. The Steelers lose to go to 6-5. But we've got 2 OT games, and we still have a chance for Cincinnati here because it looks like they just converted on another 4th down. The Bengals on 4th and 8. Joe Flacco finds Mitchell Tinsley for a gain of 12. The Cincinnati Bengals are in New England territory, down 26-20 with under a minute left to go. Let's get an update from Kansas City. Let's find out the result of the coin toss as we're headed to overtime between the Colts and the Chiefs. Christian Vetter live at Arrowhead Stadium. What's up, Christian?
All right, Pat. So the Colts have won the toss. They elected to receive. We're going to overtime. It is tied up at 20-20. The Chiefs get within a field goal at the 8:37 mark. Kareem Hunt, a 2-yard touchdown. Rashee Rice catches the 2-point conversion. That made it 20-17. Then the Colts and Chiefs exchange a pair of punts midway through the fourth quarter. The Chiefs get the ball with 4:43 to go at their own 3-yard line. Incomplete pass to start that one, but then a big play, 47-yard pass play to Rashee Rice, got him out to midfield. And then a lot of key plays on this drive. Noah Gray, a 5-yard catch, brought up 4th and 3. He went out with a concussion. First down by Juju Smith-Schuster, 8-yard catch, got him to the 14. Kareem Hunt had a 3-yard run on 3rd and 5 at the 5, 3rd and 1 at the 5, got a first down there, but then Patrick Mahomes sacked on 3rd and goal at the 3, so they had to go for the field goal. Butker gets a 25-yard field goal, his 4th field goal of the day. That capped a 15-play, 87-yard drive. They took exactly 4:43 off the clock, left the Colts zeros on the clock, and we go to overtime. Knotted up at 20, Chiefs and Colts tied at 20. We're in overtime.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. And the Colts have the ball first. Again, for those of you unfamiliar, the new overtime rules, both teams have a chance to possess the ball no matter what. Well, unless you get a defensive touchdown or a safety on the first drive. But if the offense who gets it first scores a touchdown, the other team gets a chance to answer. So keep that in mind. And with that in mind, how about we go to Detroit? Because we've got a home run on the first play from scrimmage in overtime. Let's get Denny Cap right now in Ford Field. Denny, fireworks for the Lions.
69 yards for Jahmyr Gibbs, and the Lions have their first lead of the game. It comes 18 seconds into overtime. Good timing for Detroit. The place here just went nuts. The sold-out Ford Field, as loud as I can remember outside of a playoff game or a Monday night game. So the Lions now in front. The Giants have a chance to answer, but quite the shock here in Detroit. Gibbs runs loose for his 3rd touchdown of the game.
This was 27-17 Giants. A 10-point lead. A 10-point lead. They're 0-6 on the road, and 4 times they've had a double-digit lead on the road. They've blown them all, and now they've blown this 5th one, and unless they score a touchdown, they're going to blow it and lose again. Jahmyr Gibbs' 49-yard touchdown run made it a 3-point game. And then the Lions, with seconds to go in the fourth quarter, a 59-yarder from Jake Bates tied it. And now on the first play from scrimmage in overtime, Jahmyr Gibbs with a 69-yard touchdown run. Lions up 34-27. Giants will have to score a touchdown on their first drive in overtime. Meanwhile, in OT in Kansas City, on 3rd and 1, the Colts hand it off to Jonathan Taylor, and the Chiefs stuff him in the backfield for a loss of 2. We'll see what the Colts want to do. 4th and 3 at their own 40. Meanwhile, in Cincinnati, 4th down, game on the line. Joe Flacco back to pass, looking for Mike Gesicki. Incomplete, and the Patriots will hold on and win. The Patriots are going to win 26-20 and walk out of Cincinnati with a narrow victory. Meanwhile, we've already got 2 kickoffs in the late window, and we've already got a touchdown. In the starting debut for Shedeur Sanders, it's Quinshon Judkins with an 8-yard touchdown run. Browns lead the Raiders 7-0. And in the desert, between the Jaguars and the Cardinals, we've already got a touchdown there, a 15-yard touchdown catch from Travis Etienne from Trevor Lawrence. 7-0 Jaguars over the Cardinals. 7-0 Browns over the Raiders. Giants with the football, needing a touchdown in OT to keep it going against the Lions, and the Chiefs are forcing a Colts punt. Any score from Kansas City, and they will win. We've got plenty of more fantastic finishing football and a whole new brand new slate of games coming up for you when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle and for Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. The two overtime games, they're still going. We've got still the same score in the Browns-Raiders and the Jags-Cardinals games. So it's 7-0 Browns over the Raiders, 7-0 Jaguars over the Cardinals. The two late window games have kicked off. Eagles and the Cowboys from Dallas, and the Falcons and the Saints from New Orleans. We'll get you updated on those 4 late window games. But first, right before the break, we told you Jahmyr Gibbs on the first play of overtime went 69 yards to the house for a touchdown. So the Giants have to score a touchdown to respond. And then if they do, do they kick the extra point or do they go for the win? And meanwhile, the Chiefs forced the Colts to punt on their first drive. Kansas City just had a 3rd and short. Patrick Mahomes hits Xavier Worthy for a 30-yard gain into Colts territory. First down, Chiefs. Next score wins the ball game there. Let's go live right now to Detroit, where the Giants have a 3rd down. They're trying to pick up the first down. Denny Cap with the latest inside Ford Field. Denny?
And they do, and now they got a 2nd and 7 at the 29. So they've converted on a 4th and 10, and they've converted now on a 3rd and short. New York has the ball at the Lions' 30-yard line. This all coming after Jahmyr Gibbs went 69 yards on the first play from overtime to get the Lions their first lead of the game, coming 18 seconds into overtime. Winston right now has well over 300 yards and just missed a wide-open receiver at the 14-yard line. Winston's now at 366 for 2 touchdowns and a pick. And he just missed Wan'Dale Robinson, who was wide open, led him a little bit too far into the sidelines at what would have been the 14. Instead, it's a 3rd and 7 now at the 29 for the Giants. And I agree with you, if they score the touchdown based on what they did earlier, going for it on 4th and decide the 2-minute warning with a 3-point lead, 4th and 6 at the 6, I do think they would go for the win. Nothing to lose when you're 2 and 9. So the Giants now 3rd and 7 at the Lions' 29, 5:11 to go in overtime.
All right, Denny, thanks so much. And yeah, you're right. You have nothing left to lose. And if you do score the touchdown and kick the extra point, its next score wins the game either way. And with the way this defense has collapsed all year long, the Lions would only need a field goal. And there would probably be less than 4 minutes to go anyway. So here we go, 3rd and 7 for the Giants. They're going to hand it off, and they're only going to get about 3 yards. 4-down territory. They try to catch the Lions by surprise. 4th in the ball game now, 4th and 4 for the Giants. Meanwhile, for the Kansas City Chiefs, they are in field goal range, and on 2nd down, Mahomes finds Rashee Rice for a gain of 21, open over the middle. They're in field goal range. They're right near the red zone. Any points wins it for KC, and just like that, they have the ability to do that. So we'll get to the other late games in 1 second, but here we go. 4th in the ball game for the Giants, 4th and 5. From the Lions' 27, they need a touchdown. And on this play, they need a first down. Play clock down to 1. They get the snap off. Winston back to pass under pressure. Able to avoid one. Not able to avoid another. Sack. Aiden Hutchinson. Ball game over. Lions come back to beat the Giants. It is the 5th time this year the Giants have had a double-digit lead on the road, and they lose. Whether it's Brian Dable or it's Mike Kafka, it's the same result. Winston sacked by Hutchinson. Game over. Lions come all the way back to win. What a result. You got to give the Giants a hell of a lot of credit. Jameis Winston played his butt off. They had 2 trick plays that went for touchdowns. Mike Kafka's got to hold his head high, but man, to once again collapse down the stretch. Wow, what a win for the Detroit Lions. They will escape with a 34-27 win in overtime. Detroit now 7-4. The Giants 2-10. The Chiefs, they're trying to get as close as they can. They hand it off to Kareem Hunt. He gets another 10 yards. He's got a first down. It's 1st and 10 Chiefs. They're at the 11-yard line. They can kick a field goal right here and win the football game. But I guess it doesn't hurt to try to take off some more time just in case disaster strikes and let's say you missed the field goal. So they are not electing to kick the field goal just yet. But how much closer do you want to get? Because the Chiefs could risk a botched snap, a fumble, whatever the case might be here. They are trying to take down as much time off the clock first. So while we await to see what Kansas City does, they just called a timeout. They're at the 11-yard line. A field goal wins the game in OT against the Colts. Let's get to Dallas for the first time today. One of the games of the day, the 8-2 Eagles against the 4-5-1 Cowboys, a rematch of Spitgate when Jalen Carter got ejected on the first play of the season for spitting on Dak Prescott. These two teams have gone in different directions since, but it's a chance for the Cowboys to get their biggest win of the season. Let's check in live for the first time in Jerry World with Bob Stevens. Bob, it's Pat Boyle. What's going on?
Okay, well, the Eagles now have the ball in Dallas territory with about 11 minutes to go here in the first quarter. The Cowboys actually had the ball first, and they were able to move it out to about the 50-yard line, but then on a fourth down play, the Eagles were able to stop the Cowboys and took over, and so now the Eagles are threatening in Dallas territory. This is the first home game for the Cowboys since Marshawn Nealon's death. Had a nice video tribute for him before the game, so once again a very emotional game for the Cowboys. Coming into this game, the Eagles with that 4-game winning streak, while the Cowboys with 4 games coming up in the next 17 days are looking at this a must-win situation like a playoff game with additional tough games coming up on Thanksgiving against KC and then Detroit. Dak Prescott with a couple of streaks and milestones on the line today. Prescott has won 18 straight games at home against NFC East opponents. He's also only 160 yards passing behind Tony Romo as the franchise's leading passing leader, so he's probably going to get that today. Injury-wise, for Dallas, the team is pretty healthy. Javanian Clowney, who was questionable, is active today, while for the Eagles, they're missing right tackle Lane Johnson, who's out with a foot injury. Fred Johnson will take his place in the center. Cam Jurgens is active for Philadelphia. So once again, we're early in the first quarter. There's no score, but the Eagles are threatening here in Dallas territory. No score.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. And on the Cowboys' opening drive, they elected to go for it on 4th and 3 from midfield, and Dak Prescott just out of the reach of his running back Javonte Williams, went off his fingertips, incomplete, turnover on downs. And now, after a 14-yard catch and run from Saquon Barkley, the Eagles are in the red zone, 1st and 10 at the Cowboys' 20. You have not missed anything in the Chiefs game. They ran one play. It was a little handoff up the middle to Kareem Hunt. He got a gain of 2. That gets it to the 2-minute warning in overtime. Chiefs 20, Colts 20. 2 minutes to go in OT. The Chiefs have it 2nd and 8. They are 9 yards away. But again, a field goal wins the game. The Colts have 2 timeouts left. Kansas City is trying to make this as safe and surefire as possible. And it looks like coming out of the 2-minute warning, they're going to try to kick the field goal for the win. So it's a 27-yarder for Harrison Butker for the win to get the Chiefs back above 500. They trailed this game 20-9 in the 4th quarter, and now the Colts are going to ice them. They're going to take a timeout. So don't worry, we'll get back to Kansas City in just a second. Let's get some updates, though, from some of the late window games that have kicked off, and a couple, the Jags, Cardinals, Browns, Raiders games. They're already several minutes into the first quarter. Let's get to Adam Green, who's in the desert. We've had 2 touchdowns now to tell you about in this Jags, Cardinals game. Adam, what's going on?
Yeah, there's 2:26 left to go in the first quarter. 2 touchdowns scored, both by way of the Jacksonville offense, only 1 for each team. The first one was a Travis Etienne, 15-yard touchdown pass. They caught it from Trevor Lawrence. Etienne had a 45-yard run to set that up. Has 3 carries for 51 yards and that 1 catch for the touchdown this game. Cardinals had to punt. Matt Hawk put the punt within the 10-yard line. The Jaguars' drive went awry on 3rd down. Jalen Thompson sacked Trevor Lawrence, who fumbled the ball. It was recovered by Walter Nolan, the Cardinals rookie, who rumbled into the end zone for the touchdown to make it 7-7. For the Cardinals, though, their offense has not done much so far. Jacoby Brissett, a week after setting an NFL record for completions, is 8 of 9 for 53 yards, whereas Bam Knight has 8 yards on 3 carries. But right now, it's been the ETN show. He has 3 carries, 51 yards, and he also has that catch for a 15-yard touchdown. And Trevor Lawrence is 2 of 3 for 45 yards and 1 touchdown now with that fumble as well. So 7-7 is the score here between the 3-7 Cardinals and the 6-4 Jaguars. There's 2:26 left to go in the first quarter, and the Cardinals are getting set to kick off.
All right, Adam, thanks so much. Yeah, so again, Travis Etienne, 15-yard touchdown catch, and then Walter Nolan off the strip sack recovers it for a touchdown for the Cardinals. So 7-7. Let's get to Kansas City live, Arrowhead Stadium. Game-winning field goal for Harrison Butker to try to win the ball game here. Christian Vedder's got it live in KC. Christian, what's going on?
Yeah, Patrick, Harrison Butker did nail the 27-yard field goal to give the Chiefs a 23-20 overtime victory over the Colts. So the Chiefs out 6-5, narrowly missing going under 500 with a loss here at home where they haven't been for over a month. So they win 23-20 on a Harrison Butker 27-yard field goal, 12 plays, 81 yards on that drive. The Colts, they win the toss, get the ball. They elected to receive. Daniel Jones quickly find Ogletree for 4 yards and Taylor a 5-yard run. So they were faced with a 3rd and 1 at the 42, but Jonathan Taylor lost 2 yards. Drew Tranquill stopped him for a 2-yard loss, forced a 4th and 3 at the 40. They had to punt it away to the Chiefs, who got the ball at their own 10-yard line, and then go to Kareem Hunt, who went over 100 yards. Kareem Hunt, 104 on 30 carries. They go to him 3 times in a row, a 7-yard run, a 2-yard run, then a 1-yard run, and then a big play. Xavier Worthy, a 29-yard catch, got him to the Colts' 45-yard line. Then they go back to Hunt. Rice with a 21-yard catch, got him to the 24, and then a couple more runs by Hunt, got him in position for the 27-yard field goal by Harrison Butker to give the Chiefs a 23-20 win over the Colts to go 6-5 to keep their playoff hopes alive in the AFC. Some numbers for you. Patrick Mahomes does not throw a touchdown, threw a pick in this game, 29 of 46 for 352 yards. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones, 19 of 31 for 181, 2 touchdowns in this game. Jonathan Taylor, 58 yards on 16 carries. He doesn't score a touchdown, but Kareem Hunt just grinded it out for the Chiefs here in overtime. And in this game, 30 carries, 104, and he scored a touchdown for the Chiefs, who win 23-20 over the Colts in overtime.
All right. Thank you, Christian. So there you go. The Chiefs get to 6-5. The Colts drop to 8-3. And again, the other OT game, the Lions get a 69-yard rushing touchdown from Jahmyr Gibbs. And then on 4th down, Aiden Hutchinson sacks Jameis Winston to end it. Lions at 7-4. Giants 2-10. That officially brings the opening window to a close. We're going to break in about a minute. I want to get a couple of updates in, though, from games we haven't heard of yet. So I'll ask these two gentlemen if they can keep this first one quick, and then we can expand upon more, a lot more as we get forward. But let's go to Las Vegas really quickly. Tony Cordasco, our first update in the Browns-Raiders game. And again, Tony, if you could try to keep this as brief as possible, we'll get to expand much more as we get going. But, Tony, what's going on?
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders just threw a deep ball, and it's going to be a 1st down and goal for the Browns. 52-yard reception on that last play by Isaiah Bond. And so the Cleveland Browns are threatening again. Earlier, Quinshon Judkins there on a direct snap touchdown of 8 yards, and that's where we're at here. We've got 52 seconds to go in the first quarter. 7-0 Browns, but they're threatening here in Las Vegas.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. Meanwhile, we told you the Eagles, they were in the red zone, and Jalen Hurts on a 3rd and 6 from the 16-yard line over the middle. Guess who? A.J. Brown, touchdown catch, Philadelphia. That has got to feel good for a lot of Birds fans. This team has been wrecked by inside drama and controversy. They don't show it on the field. They're 8-2, and they're off to a 7-0 lead. An A.J. Brown 16-yard touchdown catch from Jalen Hurts. Eagles lead the Cowboys 7-0. Dallas now with their second possession with the football. Finally, let's get a quick update. Our first update from the Big Easy. Falcons Saints. A couple of teams whose seasons not much left to play for, but all the pride and prejudice to play for when these two squads get together. Let's get our first update from the Caesars Superdome from Les East. Les, what's going on?
Yeah, on the Saints' second play from scrimmage, Tyler Shuck and Alvin Kamara mishandled a handoff. D. Alford recovered for the Falcons at the New Orleans 39. That led to Zane Gonzalez's 56-yard field goal to give the Falcons the lead. Mason Tipton returned the ensuing kickoff 75 yards to the Atlanta 16, but the Saints went backwards, and Blake Rupe just was wide right on a 39-yard field goal attempt. So the Falcons are still ahead 3-0, 8:30 left in the first quarter.
Wow, how about that? All right, Les, thanks so much again. We'll expand much more on that game, but Falcons get a fumble recovery and a field goal to make it 3-0. Saints get a great kickoff return and then do nothing and miss a short field goal. Blake Grupe misses from 39 yards out. Okay, meanwhile, we've got a touchdown, another one in Las Vegas. The Cleveland Browns now lead 14-0. It is once again Quinshon Judkins on a direct snap. This time he scores again. He's got 2 direct snap rushing touchdowns, and the Browns lead the Raiders 14-0 in Shedeur Sanders' NFL starting debut. Jags and the Cardinals still tied at 7. Eagles still lead the Cowboys 7-0. Falcons still lead the Saints 3-0. But it was an unbelievably chaotic opening window of games. So to fill you in on that and for the rest of this Sunday sporting world, we'll get to an update. This is Gridiron Game Day. Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Here is Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Pat, Jameis Winston threw 2 touchdowns and caught another, but he couldn't convert a 4th and goal from the 5-yard line. An incompletion, the Lions then drove down the field, connecting on the game-tying field goal from 59 yards out. Then Jahmyr Gibbs put the Lions ahead on the first play from scrimmage in overtime, going 69 yards for his score. Lions come from behind to beat the Giants 34-27. The Lions are 7-4. Giants fall to 2-10. The Ravens earn a 5th straight win, defeating the Jets 23-10. Derrick Henry running in 2 touchdowns to win it for Baltimore. The Bears finally beat Aaron Rodgers. Well, sort of. Rodgers didn't play due to his fractured left wrist. Bears top Rodgers Steelers 31-28. Caleb Williams throwing 3 touchdowns to push the Bears to 8-3. The Ravens are now in first place in the AFC North by way of a tiebreaker. Despite that 1-5 start, the Ravens and Steelers still have both of their head-to-head games to come. Drake May and the Patriots improved to 10-2 with a 26-20 win in Cincinnati. Bengals receiver T. Higgins was carted off after landing on his head and neck. Higgins was motionless on the field for several minutes. Higgins has been diagnosed with a concussion. Packers roll over the Vikings 23-6. Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba connecting for 2 long touchdowns in the Seahawks' 30-24 win over the Titans. Smith and Jigba is up to 1,313 receiving yards on the season. That's a new franchise record in Seattle. The Seahawks still have another 6 games to play. Tonight, Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers are taking on Matthew Stafford and the Rams at SoFi. Other news, Oregon jumps over Ole Miss into the top 5 in the latest AP poll. Florida State will bring back head coach Mike Norvell for his 7th season with the program. Florida State is just 3-13 in ACC play over the past 2 years after losing to NC State on Friday night. NBA, the Nuggets lose forward Aaron Gordon to a grade 2 right hamstring strain. Gordon will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And the Heat win in Philly over the Sixers, 127-117. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All righty, welcome back. Let's get you right to some updates here. All 7 games in the opening window finished. 2 wild overtime finishes where the Lions beat the Giants and the Chiefs come back to beat the Colts. We'll get you. We'll fill you in on more of those opening window games when we have some time. But right now, we got to get to some updates here. 4 games going on in the late window. Last we left you, the Browns had just scored a touchdown against the Raiders. We'll get to Vegas in just a moment. The Jaguars and the Cardinals were tied at 7. Since then, Jacksonville has kicked a field goal. They just kicked a field goal. They were threatening to score a touchdown, and then on 3rd and 8, Trevor Lawrence got sacked. So Cam Little comes on for a 52-yard field goal and bangs it through. Jaguars lead the Cardinals 10-7. And then the Falcons still lead the Saints 3-0. We had a Falcons field goal and then a Saints missed field goal. That's about all the action right now. So let's get you caught up. Let's get to Dallas. Eagles lead the Cowboys, and let's go live right now to Jerry World with Bob Stevens. Bob, what's going on?
Okay, we're late first. The Eagles have the lead as they lead the Cowboys 7-0. Eagles again threatening at the Dallas 48-yard line. A solid first possession for Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles as they were able to move 49 yards in 7 plays, and Jalen Hurts hooked up with A.J. Brown for the lone touchdown thus far as he beat DeLon Bland on that play. Brown caught 3 passes for 31 yards in that drive. He's already caught 4 for 45, and Jalen Hurts has been very good thus far. He's 7 for 10 for 65 yards. Of course, the Eagles have been having trouble scoring points, and they've had 10 points or less in each of the last 2 games. The Cowboys had the ball first. They had moved it out to the 50-yard line and then went for it on a 4th and 3 at the 50. The Prescott was incomplete to Jake Ferguson, so the Eagles took over and then were able to march 49 yards for that touchdown. Again, Prescott is now 2 for 4 for 16 yards for the Cowboys. 3:57 to go here in the first, and it's 7-0 Eagles.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. And, yeah, how about earlier this drive, 4th down after what looked like a 3-and-out, and the Cowboys get called for roughing the punter. And so that's why the Eagles still have the ball right now on a lengthy drive, although it looks like it's going to be a long 3rd down here coming for Philly. Really quickly, we've got about a minute until we break, so let's get a quick one in from Tony Cordasco in Vegas, Browns, Raiders. Tony, what's the latest?
There's 11:28 to go here in the second quarter of play, and it's the Browns leading the Raiders by a score of 14-0. Raiders just come up empty on their latest drive as a 48-yard field goal by Daniel Carlson goes wide left. Earlier in this first half of play, it's been a pretty good half for Shedeur Sanders. First touchdown, though, comes from Quinshon Judkins. Judkins an 8-yard touchdown run on a direct snap, and that's followed a 44-yard punt return by Gage Larverdin and a 15-yard tripping call on the punter, A.J. Cole. On top of it, they were in business, and they punch it in. And then it was Quinshon Judkins again, a 2-yard touchdown run, 5 plays, 73 yards on the late.
Tony, I appreciate you. Got to cut you off here. We're about to hit the break. And then, so the Raiders, they just came up empty on their latest drive, a missed field goal. Browns lead the Raiders 14-0. Jaguars lead the Cardinals 10-7. Eagles now in the red zone leading the Cowboys 7-0. Falcons still lead the Saints 3-0. We got more for you next here on Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hey-o! Hour number 5. Now, check that. This is hour number 6 of our 8-hour program. This is Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle, in for Anthony Gallo. This is Week 12 of the National Football League. Every single Sunday, you can listen here on the Infinity Sports Network, on Sirius XM, channel 375, anywhere around the globe on the free Odyssey app. And you can even watch us every Sunday on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube stream. Go to youtube.com, type in Infinity Sports Network. You can watch us for 8 hours. And on this show, every Sunday, you get every touchdown, every highlight, every big play, all the injury news you need both before and during the games, and fantasy football angles, sports betting angles, plus live interviews, live winning post-game locker room interviews as well. We've got one coming your way in just a little bit from the opening window, but we've got the late window working right now. 4 games, and we will get you caught up on all of them. But just to give you the scores here, last we left you in Vegas, the Browns had led the Raiders 14-3. We since had a turnover and a score. Jaguars had led the Cardinals 10-7. Right now, the Cardinals are first and goal from the 2-yard line, so we'll get to the desert in just a minute. The Eagles had led the Cowboys 7-0. We had a touchdown in the commercial break. And the Falcons, they still lead the Saints 3-0 in a defensive battle in the Big Easy. Early window of games. Just in case you missed it, we'll give you all the final scores here. Bears, they were able to survive the Steelers' late comeback attempt. They beat Mason Rudolph, who was filling in for Aaron Rodgers, so the bad man in Chicago does not play, and the Bears get a W. They beat the Steelers 31-28. Chicago's now 8-3. The Steelers dropped to 6-5. The Patriots, they survive a late comeback attempt as well from the Cincinnati Bengals. No Joe Burrow. Joe Flacco played admirably. No Jamar Chase, suspended for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Bengals had a 10-0 lead after they got a pick six. Patriots came back, controlled most of the second half, and then survived a late Bengals comeback attempt. Patriots win at 26-20. They win their 9th in a row. They're 10-2. Cincinnati drops to 3-8. The Lions had to come all the way back from 10 down in the fourth quarter. They tied it with a 59-yard field goal with seconds remaining, and then won the game in OT 34-27. Lions are 7-4. Giants are 2-10. Packers cruise to a victory at home at Lambeau against Minnesota. They beat the Vikings 23-6. Green Bay 7-3-1. Minnesota 4-7. The Seahawks, they beat the Titans 30-24. They led comfortably for most of the game. The Titans scored a touchdown at less than a minute to go. Then they did recover the onside kick, but it didn't go 10 yards. So the Seahawks survived. They win 30-24. They get to 8-3. Titans drop to 1-10. The Chiefs were down 11 points in the fourth quarter. It's the largest fourth quarter comeback for Patrick Mahomes. They come back. They beat the Colts 23-20 in overtime to get to 6-5. Colts fall to 8-3, and then the Ravens comfortably beat the Jets 23-10. Baltimore now 6-5. Jets are 2-9. We'll get some live updates in just a moment, but it's time to go live to a winning locker room at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. It's George Karlaftis, pass rusher for the Chiefs, after that incredible comeback victory. George, it's Pat Boyle and the guys in New York. How you doing, man?
Hello, man. I'm good. How about you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, how does that one feel? All throughout the week, you guys are itching to get at it after you lost to Denver, and you got people around the sports world questioning, is this the end for the Chiefs? In come the Colts, who are 8-2. You guys are down 11 points in the fourth quarter. You come back and you win in OT. What was the mindset in the fourth quarter when you guys are down double digits? How did you get this done?
Yeah, that's a heck of an indie team we just beat, and we got a lot of respect for them. They got great players, and they're very well coached, obviously. For us, it's just about finishing. We just felt like if we could just finish out games and play all three phases, offense, defense, special teams, and play off of each other, there's nothing we can't do, and we got a lot of belief in each other. And so just finishing games, it feels great to go out there and finish and do it in that fashion, and it's awesome. It's awesome to win.
Yeah, and George, I don't think much in the box score, but you've had a really good season so far. You've got 5 sacks to your name. You got 35 tackles, and so this Chiefs defense, how were you able to slow down Jonathan Taylor when not many people have this year? He only had 58 rushing yards. What was the game plan all week from you and from DC, Coach Spags? What did it take to slow down Jonathan Taylor?
Just everybody being disciplined and executing their 1/11. Run defense a lot of the time is about being on your details and being disciplined, just playing your gap and executing your assignment, and also about just being physical. So just executing what we need to do and playing like our hair's on fire. So I think we did a good job of that.
Yeah, and finally, George, again, still long season to go. You guys are going to play on Thanksgiving now. I'm sure you'll get on a plane in a couple days, fly to Dallas. What's that like to I don't know if you've ever played on Thanksgiving before as a member of the Chiefs. What do you think that's going to be like for you, and especially playing in Dallas and Jerry World with the whole world watching?
It's going to be cool. I've actually been there as a fan, so it's going to be awesome playing on Thanksgiving. I remember when I was younger and in college and high school watching that game. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. All I'm worried about is the win. So, just going down there and being able to hopefully get a W, that would be amazing. So, now we're on to the Cowboys.
Yeah, and finally, like I said, long season ago, the division looks unlikely, but, still obviously very much to do to make the playoffs. And so what is it like for you guys that the division title has come pretty easily over the last decade? Target on your back. Things haven't gone probably the way you guys have planned so far, but what's the goals to try to finish out this season here over the next month and a half?
Just like you said just now, just finishing games and taking it one game at a time. How do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? So that's how we're going to face every single opponent from here on out.
All right, I love that. How do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? That's great. George, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the win.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. George Karlaftis, pass rusher for the Chiefs, 5 sacks to his name this year. And again, scouring the box score. I don't think he ended up getting any credit for any tackles today, but still part of the team that shut Jonathan Taylor down. And I got to check how many times Jonathan Taylor has been held under 60 yards rushing this year. One other time. It was by the Steelers in the loss a couple of weeks ago. So how about that? The Chiefs are one of just 2 teams to hold Jonathan Taylor under 60 yards rushing. They hold him without a touchdown, and they only hold him to 61 total yards from scrimmage. Hell of a job by that Chiefs defense. And again, coming back from 11 points down, credit to Patrick Mahomes, credit to Rashee Rice, credit to Xavier Worthy, and credit to that Chiefs defense. All right, let's get back to the live updates now. Again, 4 games in the late window, couple scores, couple turnovers to fill you in on. Why don't we start in the desert in Arizona? This is the highest scoring game in the late window. Jaguars-Cardinals. Let's get the latest from Adam Green. Adam, what's going on?
Yeah, we're approaching 6.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. The Cardinals now have a 14-10 lead since we last talked. Cam Little hit a 52-yard field goal for Jacksonville, and the Cardinals responded with a 9-play, 65-yard drive that culminated in a Bam Knight 1-yard touchdown run. There were some mistakes on each team, some penalties, some bad throws, but overall the Cardinals were able to move down the field and punch the ball into the end zone for the first time for their offense today to take the lead. Jacoby Brissett on the day. Last week he had those 47 completions, NFL record. He is 11 of 13 for 85 yards. Bam Knight has just 9 yards, but a touchdown on 5 carries. And the receiving targets for Arizona are Michael Wilson has 4 catches and Trey McBride has 3 as expected. For Jacksonville, it's been the ETN show so far. He has 57 yards rushing and 6 carries, and also has 2 catches for 21 yards and a touchdown, whereas Trevor Lawrence is just 3 of 6 for 51 yards and a score. And, of course, that crucial fumble that was returned for a touchdown. So the Arizona Cardinals are off to a bad start in this game, but their defense made a play. Then next time their offense got on the field, they were able to put a drive together and have a 14-10 lead. Jacksonville now is facing a 3rd and 6 from their 39-yard line. So That's all right. Cardinals up by 4. Jacksonville has the ball, looking to convert a third down.
Thanks so much, Adam. Appreciate that. And they just went to a TV timeout, so you're not missing anything there. Let's get to Jerry World in Dallas. Eagles, Cowboys. We've got another touchdown to tell you about as they hit the end of the first quarter. Bob Stevens, his live in the Big D. What's going on, Bob?
Okay, after one, the Eagles lead the Cowboys 14-0, but the Cowboys threatening at the Philly 43-yard line as Javonte Williams just ran 20 yards to get them into Philly territory. The Eagles got on the board midway through the first. Jalen Hurts, 16-yard touchdown pass to A.J. Brown after the Philly defense stopped the Cowboys on a 4th and 3 try at the Eagles' 49-yard line. And then a roughing the kicker penalty against the Cowboys set up a 12-play, 76-yard drive for the Eagles. It was capped by a Jalen Hurts 7-yard touchdown run right up the middle on a draw play. A.J. Brown has already caught 5 for 67 yards in this game. Jalen Hurts, 9 for 13 for 90 yards, as the Eagles' passing game has been very, very solid thus far. Dak Prescott, 2 for 5 for 16 yards for the Cowboys. So, again, 14-0 here, Eagles, early in the second quarter.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. And let's see, it appears we might have a turnover as well, or is this going to be down by contact? CeeDee Lamb lost the football as he was going down to the turf, but I do think he's going to be down by contact here. That was the first play of the second quarter. CeeDee Lamb caught the ball, was trying to get a first down, got tackled, and the ball popped out simultaneously as his elbow hit the turf. I do believe the call on the field was that it was an Eagles recovery. But it looks like this play is going to get reversed because they're showing the replay now, and CeeDee Lamb's left elbow was absolutely down before he hit the ground. So this is going to be a gain of about 12 yards for the Cowboys. And so, yes, it gets reversed, overturned, no turnover. Cowboys keep it, and they've got a first down. They're right near the red zone, down 14-0 in the first minute of the second quarter. Let's get to New Orleans, where we just had a touchdown in the Falcons-Saints game. Let's get the update right now from Les East in the Big Easy. What's up, Les?
Yeah, the Falcons drove 77 yards, and Kirk Cousins threw a 9-yard touchdown pass to David Sills, and Atlanta has increased its lead to 10-0 over the Saints. 11:31 left here in the second quarter.
All right, Les, thanks so much. Appreciate that one. So there you go. Kirk Cousins making his second start of the year. Remember, his first start came weeks ago when Atlanta's season felt very much still alive, and they got blown out by the Miami Dolphins. So this is his second start of the year. They're 3-7. The Saints are 2-8. Seemingly not much to play for. Kirk Cousins, though, playing for pride, playing for perhaps his next job. And he hits David Sills for a 9-yard touchdown catch, as you heard Les East say it. So it's 10-0 Falcons in New Orleans. Meanwhile, we do have a turnover now in the Eagles-Cowboys game. One play after they reverse the ruling on the field that CeeDee Lamb fumbled, and instead it was a 13-yard catch and run. The next play, Cavonte Turpin gets the ball on a handoff. He fumbles. That one definitely out before he hits the ground, and Zach Baun recovers it. So it's a turnover for the Cowboys. Eagles have it. They lead it 14-0, and they've got the football after the Cowboys were in plus territory, and they cough it up. All right, let's go to Vegas. Last we left you, Browns led the Raiders 14-3. We had a turnover and a score. Since then, let's find out what's going on at Allegiant Stadium from Tony Cordasco. Tony?
Yeah, when we last left, it was 14-0 Browns, and the Raiders did have a field goal. Daniel Carlson, 1 of 2. He's missed 5 field goals this season. His first attempt was wide left, and then he did convert on his second field goal attempt of the afternoon. The story here, of course, everyone, all eyes on Shedeur Sanders. 5 of 9 passing. He did throw 1 interception, and that led to the Raiders field goal. Earlier in the game, the first score for the Cleveland Browns came after a huge return by Gage Larbradan, 44 yards, and they tacked on another 15 yards on a tripping call on A.J. Cole, the Raiders punter, or else Larvadan probably would have scored. And right after that, Quinshon Judkins on a direct snap touchdown, 8 yards. And so another big play coming up here, and a fumble by the Browns. And it is recovered by the Raiders at the 25-yard line of Las Vegas. Jerry Jeudy must not have seen someone coming from behind him. And a big pass again for Sanders, but this one is fumbled away by the Browns. And Jeudy doesn't see behind him. It was Jeremy Chinn who knocked the ball away, and then it was recovered. And nice strip there by the Raiders and Chinn, who was injured earlier in the game. The big play for Shedeur Sanders up until this drive was a 57-yard pass that he threw to Isaiah Bond, and that got down to the Raiders' 1-yard line. And again, it was Judkins in the Wildcat again on a 2-yard run that made it 14-0. And again, for the Cleveland Browns, Shedeur Sanders with Coach Prime looking on here today. Also, Deshaun Watson came out to Las Vegas, his first road trip of the season, in support of Sanders. 6 of 10 and 1 interception, 121 yards. Geno Smith has been sacked 5 times today, and no sacks for Myles Garrett and in this game today. But Judkins, 17 yards on the ground. Ashton Jeanty, 10 carries, 28 yards. Isaiah Bond, 58 receiving yards on 2 catches. And Jeanty is also the leading receiver for the Raiders with 3 catches, 37 yards. There's 2:59 to go here in the first half of play from Las Vegas. And your score, the Cleveland Browns 14 and the Las Vegas Raiders 3.
All right, Tony, thanks so much. So, yeah, Jerry Jeudy caught that ball. He had a lot of space to work with. Did not see the defender coming over his right shoulder, and that was indeed Jeremy Chinn. Tried to do a little stutter step, had no idea that Chinn was behind him, punches it right out, and the Raiders recover. So, yeah, as you heard Tony say it, they will take over in their own territory. 3rd and 10, though, now from their own 24. Geno Smith, the last play, just tried to get it to Ashton Jeanty on a little screen. The Browns were ready for it. It loses 3 yards. So it's 3rd and 10 for Las Vegas. They trail the Browns 14-3. Cardinals, they've got the ball leading the Jaguars 14-10 because Jacksonville, we told you last drive, they had a 3rd and 6. They could not convert. They had to punt it away. So the Cardinals lead 14-10. Although they're going backwards, looks like Jacoby Brissett just got called for intentional grounding. So they're pinned back in their own territory. So are the Raiders. Meanwhile, after the Cowboys turnover, the Eagles trying to do something with it. They got called for, I think, a holding. So it's a 1st and 20 from their own 40-yard line. And Jalen Hurts looking for Saquon Barkley. Incomplete. And then the Falcons leading the Saints 10-0. And New Orleans, they're in a TV timeout right now because it looks like Falcons cornerback A.J. Terrell was just injured. The Saints have it 2nd and 10 at their own 40-yard line. And so there you go. That's what's going on right now. In all 4 of those games, nobody in the red zone. And nobody even in plus territory. So there you go on that. All right, time to go live inside a winning locker room here on Gridiron Game Day. And maybe no more of a inspiring, emotional comeback victory we've seen today than the Detroit Lions. Down by 10 points in the 4th quarter against the Giants. They rally, tie it in the final seconds on a 59-yard field goal from Jake Bates, and then win the game in OT. And who better to talk to than Jake Bates here? Jake, it's Pat Boyle and the guys in New York. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I mean, you guys find ways to pull it out every single week. You hadn't lost in 3 straight years after a loss, but this one looked grim, maybe more grim than some of the other games you guys have pulled out. And so how were you guys able to mount this comeback down by 10 points in the 4th quarter?
Yeah, I think just trusting that it's going to happen eventually. I mean, our offense is so good. Our defense is so good. I think just trusting that it's going to happen and not rushing anything. Our coaches do such a good job of preparing us, getting ready for every moment, whether it's situational or just normal going for it. So, we do a lot of preparation in the week for moments like that are going to, kind of test us. And luckily we were able to come out with it today.
Yeah, and what's going through your mind as you've got the ball teed up, or not teed up, I should say, but you're getting ready to drive your leg through a 59-yard field goal. You were only 3 of 6 on field goals of 50 yards or more this season. What's going through your mind as a kicker when you've got that crucial of a moment all on your shoulders?
I think just not make the moment bigger than it needs to be. Obviously, it's a big kick in a big spot, but it doesn't change anything else. I think something I pride myself on is staying calm regardless of the moment, whether it's a kick to put us up 100 in the fourth quarter or it's a kick to tie it. I try to approach every kick the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great mindset. And so now you guys are 7-4, and the Chicago Bears, they were able to get another win today. So you guys are still chasing them atop the NFC North. What do you think it's going to take to get it done here to try to repeat as division champs the final month and a half of the season?
I think just worrying about what's going on in our locker room and in our building, not worrying about the external noise, whatever that may be, good, bad, or indifferent. Just worrying about the guys that we have in here. We have more than enough, and we all trust each other. We trust the coaches, all the way to the ownership, all the way down. So we just have a bunch of good guys in that locker room and in that building. And so that's what it's going to take, I think, is just leaning on one another and just keep going every day.
And finally, Jake Bates, what can you say about your running back, Jahmyr Gibbs? 264 yards today and 3 touchdowns, including that house call on the first play from OT. What's it like to have Jahmyr Gibbs as a teammate?
It's special to watch him run the way that he does. I know our offensive line does such a good job of giving him those little crevices, and he's unbelievable once he gets a little bit of separation.
All right. Hey, Jake, thanks so much, man. I appreciate the time. Go enjoy the win.
Thank you.
There you go. Jake Bates hit the game-tying 59-yard field goal with seconds left. That thing snuck through the uprights. Then the Lions win it in OT. All right, let's get you a full scoreboard roundup here. 4 games in the late window. Browns still lead the Raiders 14-3. They just hit the 2-minute warning in the second quarter. Cardinals lead the Jaguars 14-10. They're at the 2-minute warning. Cardinals have a 4th and 1 at their own 34. We'll see if they go for it. Falcons still lead the Saints 10-0. And Atlanta just got the ball back. And then the Eagles, they're opening up a can in Dallas. Jalen Hurts, tush push, touchdown Philadelphia, 21-0. Birds over the Cowboys in Dallas. They're only a couple minutes into the second quarter. Plenty more to come here on Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Don't go anywhere. Infinity Sports Network right here.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. Week 12 in the National Football League. 4 games going on right now in the late window. We're going to get you an update on all 4 of them. We had a touchdown in the Falcons-Saints game. We're going to go to New Orleans in just a matter of moments. Eagles and the Cowboys is a one-sided affair, but we've got one team that is right near the red zone. We'll get you out to Dallas in just a bit. We've got the Cardinals in the red zone right now, leading the Jaguars 14-10, under 30 seconds to go in the second quarter. We'll get to the desert in just a bit. And the Browns still in front of the Raiders. They're in the final seconds of the second quarter, but perhaps another chance for some points there. Okay, let's get to New Orleans because we just had a touchdown in this NFC South battle. Let's get to Les East, who's got more from the Caesars Superdome. What's up, Les?
Yeah, the Saints defense just did what the offense has been unable to do, and that's score points. Kirk Cousins' pass was deflected by Kool-Aid McKinstry. It went into the hands of safety Justin Reed. Reed returned it 49 yards for a touchdown, and the Saints are on the board, still trailing the Falcons 10-7, 6:41 left in the second quarter.
All right, Les, thank you very much. So there you go. Yeah, the Saints offense not able to get much going, but the defense coming away with that pick 6. How about Justin Reed taking it back to the house? A 49-yard interception return for a touchdown. And the Saints are indeed on the board 10-7, as you heard Les say it to us. Okay, let's get to Dallas. Let's go live. We had some red zone action here in a one-sided affair, but perhaps a chance to make it closer. Bob Stevens live inside Cowboys Stadium. What's going on, Bob?
Okay, the Cowboys are threatening. They're at the Eagles' 3-yard line as they've been able to move downfield after giving up 3 touchdowns to the Eagles. In fact, remember in the first game they played in the season opener, the Eagles scored touchdowns on their first 3 possessions. They've done the same thing here in this game. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. The Eagles set the tone with a pair of touchdowns in that first quarter. Jalen Hurts, 16 yards to A.J. Brown, caught 5 for 67. That touchdown set up by the defense after the Eagles stopped the Cowboys on a 4th and 3 at the Eagle 49-yard line. And then Jalen Hurts with a pair of touchdown runs, a 7-yard run up the middle, which capped a 12-play, 76-yard drive. That was started by a roughing the kicker penalty against the Cowboys. And then a fumble by Cavante Turpin at the Eagle 30 set up the third Philly touchdown, which was 6 plays, 66 yards. And that was capped off by Jalen Hurts once again, a tush push from the 1-yard line. Key plays in that drive for the Eagles was Hurts 41 yards to Devontae Smith and also 10 yards to Smith. Jalen Hurts 12 for 17 for 157 yards and a touchdown. Dak Prescott is 9 for 12 for 82. The Cowboys second and goal now at the Philly 5-yard line with 5 minutes to go here. And here in the second quarter, it's 21-0 Eagles.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. And they did just have a 2nd and 1, but Tyler Guyton gets called for a false start. So that's why it's 2nd and goal from the 6 or 5.5-yard line as the Cowboys are trying to get on the board. Dak in the shotgun takes the snap, throws it. It looks like it's intercepted. It is intercepted. Picked off by Reed Blankenship in the end zone. The Cowboys will come away with nothing. They were a foot away from scoring a touchdown on their 1st and goal play, and now they get 0. Oh, man. Javonte Williams was literally the tip of the football, was about maybe a foot away from breaking the goal line for a touchdown. They ruled him down at the 1, then a false start, made it 2nd and goal from the 5 or the 6, and now Dak Prescott threw it into double coverage for CeeDee Lamb. Reed Blankenship across the middle with a diving interception to turn the Cowboys away with 0. Oh, boy. 21-0 Eagles. It remains the score with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Let's get to the desert. We told you the Cardinals were driving. They were in field goal range with under a minute left to go in the second quarter. Let's find out what happened, and let's get the latest from Adam Green. What's up, Adam?
Yeah, not much here. We're heading into halftime now. The second quarter has expired. The Cardinals are up 14-10. As you mentioned, the Cardinals were driving into field goal range. They went 16 plays, 84 yards, only for Chad Rowan to push his 33-yard field goal attempt right. So the score remained 14-10. Jacksonville had the ball. They tried to move it down the field, had a long completion to Tim Patrick that was ruled incomplete on review. And at that point, the drive pretty much stalled. Lawrence was sacked on the final play of the half. Wasn't really going to go anywhere anyway. But 14-10, the Cardinals have the lead. It's obviously been an interesting game for them. Their first touchdown came on a Walter Melvin fumble return, and then Van Knight had a 1-yard touchdown. In between there, you had the ETN 15-yard catch from Trevor Lawrence, and then a Cam Little 52-yard field goal for all the scoring. For the Cardinals, they haven't been playing good football too much lately, but they are playing okay right now overall. Jacoby Brissett is 20 of 25 for 161 yards in that half. He missed some throws. There was a pass to Weaver at the end of the half there that he would like to have back. The receiver was wide open in the end zone and was about 3 or 4 yards too long for him to make the play on. Van Knight does have that 1 touchdown on 6 carries for the Cardinals. Michael Wilson, 7 catches for 69 yards. Terry Pride, 6 catches, 52 yards. And for the Jaguars, for this game with a 6-4 record, it's been a little quirky. Trevor Lawrence is just 3 of 8 for 51 yards and a touchdown. He's been harassed by the Cardinals defense. Both offensive lines are struggling to protect their quarterbacks in this game. ETN does have 57 yards on 6 carries and has 2 catches, 21 yards, and a touchdown. So 14-10 is the score at halftime. The Arizona Cardinals have the lead. They are going to be kicking off to Jacksonville to start the second half. Those for the Jaguars, Liam Cohen and Matt coaching staff estimated to figure out here at halftime with their team trailing by 4.
All right, Adam, thanks so much. And so there you go. We got one game at half, and now we've got two games at half. Let's go to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas and get the latest in this Browns-Raiders game, the NFL starting debut for Shedeur Sanders. We go to Tony Cordasco for more. Tony?
Yeah, it's 14-3 at halftime in favor of the Cleveland Browns. And again, that big story is the first start for Shedeur Sanders. The 42nd starting quarterback since 1999 for the Cleveland Browns. And remember, last week in a relief role, he was just 4 of 16 for 46 yards. But here today, at halftime, 7 of 11, 1 interception, and that was the pick by Charles Snowden. He threw the ball into triple coverage and was picked off, and that led to the Raiders' only score of the afternoon. Sanders has played pretty efficient, had the big 58-yard pass to Isaiah Bond in the first quarter, down to the Raider 1-yard line. And after that, Quinshon Judkins punched it in from 8 yards out on the run, the direct snap, and so that worked. And so let's try that again on touchdown number 2, also in the first quarter, as Judkins went 2 yards on the direct snap for the touchdown. He has 18 yards, 7 carries, and those 2 scores. Look at the offensive yardage, man. It's a blockbuster here. The Raiders, 101 total yards here in the first half of play. Cleveland, $132, and most of them, of course, coming from Sanders. And Sanders also had a 39-yard pass downfield, and that went to Jerry Jeudy, but the ball was stripped away by Jeremy Chin of the Raiders, and that's where we stand right now at the break. Judkins, again, with a couple of touchdowns. Isaiah Bond, 58 receiving yards. Ashton Genty on the ground and via the catching route, receiving 34 receiving yards on 4 receptions, 28 rushing yards on 10 carries. We're at halftime here at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, and it's 14-3, the Cleveland Browns leading the Raiders.
All right, Tony, thanks so much. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more reaction from these 4 games going on right now, the late window in Week 12 in the NFL. The 2 games that are still in the second half, the Eagles still lead the Cowboys 21-0 after that interception from Reed Blankenship in the end zone of Dak Prescott, and the Falcons lead the Saints 10-7, although it looks like Atlanta could be lining up for a field goal. It looks like it is 4th and 10 at the 2-minute warning, so I would assume 3-point try coming for the Atlanta Falcons. But for everything, all the chaos that happened earlier on today, plus everything around the Sunday sporting world, including a blockbuster baseball trade, it's time to get an update. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here on Gridiron Gameday, and now it's time for an update with that handsome fellow, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Pat, Bengals receiver T. Higgins hit the turf hard in Cincinnati. He remained still for several minutes before finally sitting up and slowly walking to a medical cart. Higgins was diagnosed with a concussion. The Bengals fall to the Patriots 26-20. The Pats are 10-2. The Chiefs scoring the final 14 points to outlast the Colts in overtime 23-20. Also an overtime win for the Lions, 34-27 against Jameis Winston and the Giants. Winston caught a long touchdown in the loss. Jahmyr Gibbs had the big play in overtime, going 69 yards for a touchdown. Gibbs totaled more than 200 yards rushing on just 15 carries. The Ravens take over first place in the AFC North via a tiebreaker over the Steelers. The Ravens downing the Jets 23-10, while the Steelers lose to the Bears 31-28. The Bears remain a half game up on the Packers in the NFC North. The Packers rolled over the Vikings 23-6. The Seahawks improved to 8-3 behind a 30-24 win over the Titans. Jackson Smith and Jigba already setting the Seahawks franchise record for receiving yards in a season. He's over 1,300. Tonight, the 8-2 Rams are hosting Baker Mayfield and the 6-4 Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. All right, let's get to that big baseball trade. The Mets and Rangers coming together. According to Jeff Passan, the Mets will be sending Brandon Nimmo to the Rangers for Marcus Semien. Nimmo has agreed to waive his no-trade clause, according to The Athletic. College football, Oregon reaches the top 5 in the latest AP poll, leaping over Ole Miss. Florida State will return Mike Norvell for his 7th season as head coach. Florida State is 7-16 over the past 2 seasons after losing to NC State 21-11 on Friday night. NBA, Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon has a grade 2 right hamstring strain. Gordon will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And NBA one final today. The Heat defeat the Sixers in Philadelphia 127-117. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. 4 games here in the late window, Week 12 in the National Football League. We had a chaotic opening window of 7 games, 2 of which went to OT, 4 of which were 3-point games that came down to the final minute. And so right now, we've got 2 games that are one-score games. And here is a quick scoreboard update for you. Browns and the Raiders. Cleveland, the Browns lead the Raiders 14-3 in the starting debut for Shedeur Sanders, and it has gone much better than it did last week. Shedeur, 7 for 11, 127 yards, no touchdowns. He did throw a bad interception earlier in this game, but for the most part, he has shown a lot more confidence, a lot more poise in the pocket. He does have a couple of big-time throws already. Isaiah Bond had a 52-yard catch. Jerry Jeudy had a 39-yard catch before he fumbled it away, and they have just started the third quarter. Vegas has it right now, 2nd and 10 at their own 49. We're waiting to come out of the halftime break in the desert. They're about to do so. The Cardinals lead the Jaguars 14-10, although it looks much more lopsided if you watch this game, because the Cardinals have 17 first downs and the Jaguars have only 5. Cardinals are outgaining Jacksonville 180-119. But the Jaguars just took the kickoff of the third quarter and ran it back nearly to midfield. Great return by Bashal Tutin. And the Cardinals defense came up with the big play in this game. Strip sack of Trevor Lawrence that got recovered and ran back for a touchdown by Walter Nolan. So there you go, 14-10 Cardinals. Jacksonville's got it to start the third quarter. Meanwhile, we got red zone action in Dallas. Cowboys in the red zone again. They came up empty last time. We'll get to Dallas in just a moment. And then in New Orleans, they're still in the first half. The Falcons kicked a field goal after Kirk Cousins threw a pick 6. Falcons went down, kicked a field goal to make it 13-7. Blake Gruby and the Saints had a chance to answer. They drove down the field, but for the second time today, Blake Gruby misses a medium-distance field goal. So it's 13-7 still. Falcons lead it. They've got the ball under a minute left to go in the second quarter, trying to drive it down the field. Okay, let's go to Dallas, and let's get live red zone action here from Bob Stevens at AT&T Stadium. Bob, what's going on?
Well, a minute and 19 seconds to go before the Eagles lead the Cowboys 20. The Cowboys are threatening again at the Eagles' 28-yard line after Prescott had hit Luther Turpin with a 48-yard pass to get him deep into Philadelphia territory. The Eagles defense have put in quite a show here in the first half. Hurst with 2 touchdowns, 7 yards in the first from the one, and a 16-yard touchdown pass to A.J. Brown, who's caught 5 for 67. The Eagles defense fumbled by Devontae Turpin, which led to 1 score. And then they stopped the Cowboys on a 4th and 3 at the Eagles' 49-yard line, which led to another score. And then we had an interception by the safety, Reed Blankenship, on Dak Prescott in the end zone that snuck out another Dallas opportunity. So the Cowboys were able to drive down to the 3-yard line in that drive. But the Cowboys just make a lot of mistakes. Jalen Hurts, 13 for 18 for 164. And a touchdown. Dak Prescott is 12 for 16 for 158, and the Cowboys have just scored on a 1-yard pass from Prescott to George Pickens. So they finally get on the board. It's 21-6 pending the extra point here. And this drive has been, thus far, 6 plays, 72 yards, mainly through the air, and the big pass play to Cavante Turpin of 48 yards. So we'll see if they get the extra point and make it 21-7.
All right, Bob, thank you so much. Yeah, so there you go. This could be a one-score game. The last drive ended in that interception in the end zone. Dallas gets it back. They go right back down the field. You heard the Cavante Turpin, huge catch and run from Bob. And then Jake Ferguson with a 16-yard catch that got him down to the 1-yard line. And it's George Pickens on an easy little out route towards the pylon. Easy touchdown catch for Pickens. His monster year continues. Dallas on the board. They do hit the extra point. It's 21-7. Let's get to Vegas, where we just had a 4th down attempt from the Raiders. Let's find out how it went on their opening drive of the third quarter. Let's go live to Allegiant Stadium with Tony Cordasco. What's up, Tony?
Well, of course, the Boo Birds are out here in Vegas, and of course, a 4th and 4 from their own from the 43-yard line, I should say, of the Browns. A sack by Myles Garrett, his second of the day. And depending on even the Raiders broadcast at halftime, just listening to them, they said that they had 1 extra sack than they have officially in this game. So I'm counting it as 8 sacks so far. I think it's got to be 8 sacks, if not 7. But in any event, Raiders going backwards in this game. And Shedeur Sanders has been very efficient, to say the least. The 2 long passes, one of 57 yards to Isaiah Bond there in the first half. And he also had another pass downfield to Jerry Jeudy, which, of course, he lost on that strip sack. And in this game, Sanders today is 7 of 11 for and 1 interception for 127 total yards. The 2 scores, 2 touchdowns coming in the first half. In the first quarter, Quinshon Judkins, an 8-yard touchdown run, 2 plays, 13 yards after a big punt return, and Quinshon Judkins again on a 2-yard rushing touchdown. Ashton Genty for the Raiders in this game has 33 yards on the ground, 34 receiving yards, and Geno Smith is 15 of 22. We've got 10:53 to go here in the third quarter of play from Las Vegas. It's the Cleveland Browns 14 and the Las Vegas Raiders 3.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. And yeah, it is right now I'm looking at it, 7 sacks of Geno Smith for a combined 55 yards of sack yardage. And yeah, Myles Garrett, he has been disruptive to say the very, very least. He's already got another sack to add to his total for the season. And looking like he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year yet again. He's got 16 sacks now on the season. And, I mean, just the best defensive player in football. I know last year it was Pat Surtain, but in terms of the most disruptive force in the National Football League, it is, without a doubt, Myles Garrett, who is looking to win his 2nd Defensive Player of the Year of his career. So it's a 3rd and 11 now for Cleveland. Quinshon Judkins just took a handoff and lost a yard. So Raiders defense keeping them somewhat in this game, but it just feels like it is going to be very, very difficult for them to do anything offensively against that Cleveland front. Meanwhile, in Dallas, the Cowboys, we told you, they had that touchdown catch with George Pickens. Eagles got the ensuing kickoff, and it looks like they are, for the moment, going to try to run some offense here. There's only 17 seconds left, but they do have 2 timeouts, and they're going to hand it off to Saquon Barkley, and once again, Saquon gets nothing, just maybe a half a yard, and that has been maybe more head-scratching than the whole A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith drama and controversy is the fact that they can't run the ball worth jack. Saquon's got 6 carries for 12 yards today, yet the Eagles are up by 2 touchdowns. So that has just hit halftime. Falcons are trying to get in field goal range. They've got a 13-7 lead with 19 seconds to go in the second quarter, and they are in plus territory. They have no timeouts, though, left, and Kirk Cousins throws an incomplete pass. So we'll see if the Falcons can maybe kick a late field goal here to end the second quarter. And then meanwhile, Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars on their first drive to start the third quarter, they had it inside the 10. Trevor Lawrence got intercepted in the end zone, and the Cardinals have since taken over, still leading 14-10. Browns lead the Raiders 14-3. Eagles lead the Cowboys 21-7 at the half. Falcons lead the Saints 13-7. This is Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Hour number 7 of this Week 12 edition of Gridiron Gameday. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo here, and you can watch and listen to Gridiron Gameday every Sunday, 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific on the Infinity Sports Network. Throughout North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, anywhere around the globe on the Odyssey app, and you can watch the program on YouTube, Infinity Sports Network's YouTube page. You can see this handsome face. And right now, we've got 4 games in the late window in Week 12 in the NFL that are either at halftime or in the third quarter. We had a wild, chaotic opening window of football in Week 12. There were 7 games. 2 went to overtime. 4 came down to the final minute. All in all, out of those 7 games, 5 of them, 5 of the 7 finished as one-score affairs. So it was tremendous. And we will work our way backwards through those games, of course, now that I've got the helping hand of the great Jody Mack. Jody McDonald joining every Sunday for the final 2 hours of the show, as is always the case. Jody, it is great to hear from you and great to work with you again, my friend. How you doing?
P. Boyle, it's good that I recognize your voice, because for a minute there you sounded like Gallo at the opening of this hour. And oh, wait a minute. I thought Gallo was off. I thought Boyle was back and doing the show. Glad to hear you. Glad to be working with you. I have but one question, Mr. Overnight. Can you make it through these last 2 hours, or do you need a nap?
I think I should be able to make it. Now, this late afternoon slate, not the most tantalizing that we will ever have. That is for sure. But no, I will be able to make it because it looks like we've got some games that were originally closer than potentially seemed. And so I'm doing great. Look, we have got a ton to catch up on from that early window. I mean, my goodness, what the heck happened in some of these games? We had some near upsets. We had collapses. You had OT wins, come from behind finishes, and some late chances that came up just short. But for now, let's get you updated here on these games that are going on right now. So it's halftime in New Orleans. The Falcons were able to kick a late field goal at the horn to end the second quarter. Zane Gonzalez adding a field goal from 54 yards out. So the Falcons, behind the strength of 3 field goals and a Kirk Cousins to David Sills touchdown pass, lead the Saints 16-7. New Orleans' only score was on a pick 6 from Justin Reed. They've missed 2 field goals from Blake Grupe. So the Falcons lead the Saints 16-7 at half. And the Eagles, we got to halftime right before we took our last commercial break. They lead the Cowboys 21-7. The passing attack alive and well for Philly. Jalen Hurts, 163 passing yards and a touchdown. He also has run for 2 touchdowns. A.J. Brown, 67 yards and a touchdown. Devontae Smith, 57 yards. So the Eagles, they are answering the bell with all the controversy that has surrounded this team. They lead the Cowboys 21-7 at the half. But we've got a couple of updates to get you to here in the games that are going on in the third quarter, and especially in the desert in Arizona, where we had a turnover, then we had a touchdown by the same team. Jaguars and the Cardinals, it's a one-score game in Arizona. Let's get to Adam Green for more. Adam?
Yeah, definitely. Jacksonville's packed an entire game's worth of events in this 7 minutes or so in the third quarter. There's 8:10 left to go in the third quarter. Jacksonville just took a 17-14 lead on a Trevor Lawrence and Jacoby Myers 10-yard touchdown pass. This Myers' first touchdown of the season after coming over from the Raiders a few weeks ago. Yeah, but this half started off, the Cardinals special teams has not been good. They gave up a long kick return to start the half, and Jacksonville moved the ball down the field before Trevor Lawrence was intercepted in the end zone looking for Myers. The ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage by Calais Campbell, and then was picked off by Garrett Williams for the Cardinals. But Arizona did nothing with their ensuing drive, punted it away, gave the ball back to Jacksonville, which again got another long return from the returner, as it would be, and then they just moved down the field and scored there. A 6-play, 27-yard drive that culminated with the Jacoby Myers 10-yard touchdown catch from Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is now 9 of 16 for 133 yards and 2 touchdowns with that one interception. An interesting day for him, but it looks like he's finally getting going, him in the Jacksonville offense in this third quarter. Meanwhile, the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett is 21 of 27 for 167 yards in this game. He has not thrown a touchdown. The Cardinals did have one offensive touchdown. That was Bam Knight, a 1-yard touchdown run. So 17-14 to score. Now Jacksonville is back on top with 8:10 left to go in the third quarter.
All right, Adam, thank you very much. Let's zip on over to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, where last we left you, it was the Browns 14 and the Raiders 3. It's the starting NFL debut for Shedeur Sanders. Remember, came in last week at halftime for the injured Dylan Gabriel, and the Browns got shut out. Shedeur struggled brutally. The Ravens able to come back and win. Much, much better this time in his first start with a full week to prepare against the Raiders. Let's get the latest here with the Browns having the football from Tony Cordasco. Tony, what's going on?
6:37 to go in the third quarter. It's a 3rd down and 12 for the Cleveland Browns, and the ball is spotted at their own 11-yard line. And so we might see a situation where Shedeur Sanders has to drop back and throw the ball. He's 8 for 13, has the one interception on the afternoon. Yeah, he is going to throw, and he just lobs it out there on a short screen. And they're going to pick up the first down out to the 25, 27-yard line, and a first down for the Browns, as that was Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end, who came up with the reception. This Cleveland Browns game on the ground attack, not much to talk about here. They have a total of now they've got 15 yards rushing on the afternoon, and 17 yards of the rushing, and, of course, the losses on the play, too. But Quinshon Judkins has an 8-yard rushing touchdown, a 2-yard rushing touchdown, and that's the scoring for Cleveland. For the Raiders, the Daniel Carlson field goal came there in the first half after a Charles Snowden interception, the only mistake made by Shedeur Sanders today, and Snowden returned it 19 yards. Down to the Raiders 26, but again, they stalled. The official score has 7 sacks in the books for Cleveland, and I have 8. So we'll have to see how that shakes out, but they've been all over Geno Smith and the Raiders all afternoon. Smith, 15 of 24, all those sacks, 133 yards. Not much else happening. Ashton Genty, 14 carries, very hard fought, 37 yards on the ground, 34 receiving yards on 4 receptions. Judkins, 21 rushing yards total. Isaiah Bond has 58 yards receiving on 2 catches this afternoon. It's a 3rd down and 1, and the ball is at the Browns' own 35-yard line. 4:28 to go in the third quarter, and your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, it's Cleveland 14 and the Las Vegas Raiders 3.
All right, Tony, appreciate it. Meanwhile, the Cardinals on their ensuing drive, Trey McBride gets a first down catch. Cardinals down 17-14 with the ball at their own 31. Jacoby Brissett back to pass, drops one off, and it's incomplete. So a 3rd and long coming for the Cardinals. Let's sneak in an update here from Dallas. Actually, forget about sneaking it in. Let's get it in. They've just started the third quarter. Philadelphia with the football, up by 2 scores. Bob Stevens can fill in the rest of the blanks. Bob, what's going on?
Okay, just started third quarter, and the Eagles lead the Cowboys 21-7. Dallas actually outgained the Eagles in that first half, 211 to 190 on the scoreboard, which is much more important. Eagles built up a 21-0 lead to get things rolling. The Cowboys finally got on the board with 21 seconds left in that first half as Dak Prescott hit George Pickens with a 1-yard touchdown pass. Pickens has caught 5 for 47 in that first half. Big play in the drive was Dak's 48-yard pass to Devontae Turpin. Jalen Hurts, a big first half, a couple of touchdown runs of 7 and 1 yards on the tush push, 13 for 19 for 164, and a 16-yard touchdown pass to A.J. Brown who's caught 5 for 67. Eagles defense has forced 2 turnovers, stopped the Cowboys on a 4th and 3 at the Eagle 49 on another possession. And the Cowboys also hurt themselves by running into the kicker, which led to another Eagles score. Dak Prescott was 13 for 17 for 159 and a touchdown. Also threw an interception in the end zone, which was intercepted by Reed Blankenship. So again, early third, the Eagles with the ball at their own 35-yard line, and the Eagles lead at 21-7.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. And it just negated what was going to be a huge gain to Dallas Goedert. It would have been a gain of 20, and instead illegal formation. They get that on Philadelphia. So back them up 5 yards, 2nd and 7, as you heard Bob say. They're still in the halftime break in New Orleans. They should be starting the third quarter in a couple of minutes. Falcons lead the Saints 16-7. Meanwhile, that Browns drive ended up stalling. They get called for illegal shift on a 3rd and 6 on what would have been an incomplete pass anyway. And so it looks like Cleveland has just punted the ball back to Las Vegas. They indeed have. The Browns still lead 14-3. Meanwhile, on 3rd and long, Jacoby Brissett gets sacked, tried to scramble around, tried to make some magic happen. Could not, ends up going down with the sack. So we've got a couple of minutes here to reflect on the earlier window of games, Jody. And why don't we start with the 2 games that went to OT, especially the Kansas City Chiefs coming from 11 down in the 4th quarter to, create some vintage Mahomes magic. The defense stood huge in the 4th quarter, and then they beat the Colts in overtime 23-20. Obviously, a massive win for Kansas City to get above 500 because depending on what happens with Jacksonville, the Chiefs can win. The Chiefs won today. They still might be out of the top 7 in the AFC, but obviously they needed this one. They were down by 11 in the 4th quarter. Do you think this is the start of another Kansas City run, or is it still too early to tell? You need to see more.
I'm not going to fully commit either way. Had they lost today, I would have been hard-pressed to keep them in the mix. They're in the mix just because they're Kansas City. Was I wowed to beat a good team like the Colts? You're supposed to beat them at home. They were a favorite going in. They had to rally and come from behind to do it. They should have won it in regulation. They couldn't score from inside their own 10 to put the game away with. It needed to go to overtime, and then, of course, they move it right down the field and walk for the victory, which they needed. I'm giving the Chiefs a thumbs up, but I'm not going to go, all right, now they're back on track. They're one of the top favorites to get to the Super Bowl. I don't care about the betting odds. I care about what they've done on the field. And what they've done on the field this year is not as good as they usually do. It's not bad enough that you go, oh, my God, they're not even going to make the playoffs. But they did get the win today, and that was more important than anything else, more than style points, more than numbers. They needed to walk off the field at home with a W, and they did just that.
Yeah, and again, Mahomes, look, it was a great play by Laiatu Latu, but their first drive, they start in their own 5-yard line, and Mahomes throws an interception. Latu made a great pass, jumped up, tipped the ball up, intercepted it himself. That's just stuff that you don't necessarily see from Mahomes. And he had a really good stretch, after their first bump in the road, where they started out, 0-2? Yeah, they started out 0-2, and then Mahomes gets rolling, that offense gets rolling. All of a sudden, they're 5-3, and they look like they're back. And then they lose to Buffalo, they lose to Denver. The offense struggling, and so Mahomes, all of a sudden, when they needed it most in the 4th quarter, Kareem Hunt fumbles inside the red zone, and it was 20-9. It looked like that might have been it. Mm-hmm. Then on their next two of their 3 final drives, they get a touchdown drive where it gets capped off with a Kareem Hunt touchdown run. And then on the final drive, they went 15 plays, 87 yards. They still couldn't score after having it 1st and goal at the 2. They had to settle for a field goal, but then Mahomes takes them all the way down the field in overtime to score the game-winning field goal. But, man, how anemic is this Chiefs offense in the red zone? It is astounding. Several times they had a 1st down in the red zone, 1st and goal. They had to keep settling for field goals.
Yep.
I don't understand, with the play-calling genius that Andy Reid still has, in my opinion, the dearth of weapons, how can this team not punch the ball into the end zone? That's going to be the X factor of whether or not they do make another Chiefs run, because right now their red zone offense is horrendous.
And here's the reason why it's questionable, Pat. at the beginning of the season, off to the slow start. Yeah, everybody's going, well, his receivers are non-existent. Rashee Rice was suspended, injuries and the like, so everybody cut Mahomes a lot of slack because his main weapons, not named Kelsey, were nowhere to be found. Well, now he's got Rashee Rice back, and Rashee Rice made a couple of big plays today. They just didn't get the Chiefs' touchdowns. Like you pointed out, they were terrible in their own end of the field, and they had to keep settling for Butker field goal, Butker field goal, Butker field goal. This offense is not what it used to be. Can a switch be flipped and all of a sudden it'll go back to what it once was? I'm doubting it. They are good. They're still experienced when you get to the playoffs, I think, is tantamount, and they've got more than anybody else. The other team that's getting real interesting real fast is the Ravens, who got a win, trailing with the Jets early in the day, but then came on and did what they had to. Their defense is starting to look as good as it was supposed to be when the season started. Just because they are the Ravens and they are the Chiefs, people will still keep them in the conversation, even though their record says there are other teams that are better than them in the AFC, specifically for the Chiefs, a couple ahead of them in the standings out there in the West. I do think there's a lot to be said for what have you done in playoff action before, and these teams that are up there at first in the division, ahead of the KCs and the Ravens, the Denvers of the world, the Indianapolis Colts of the world, they don't have playoff resumes. Baltimore and Kansas City do. Now, got to get in it to win it, and you're right, KC may still be on the edge looking out. Ravens move into a first-place tie with Pittsburgh losing today. I like their chances, but the AFC is still a very fun debate, the newbies versus the teams that have been there before that aren't quite up to snuff.
Yeah, and speaking of the Ravens, I mean, they're another one. They get the win today. It looked anything but impressive. Again, their offense looks broken. I don't know what the issue is with Lamar Jackson right now. He's not running the ball effectively. For somebody to have his athleticism, his elusiveness, his vision, he had 7 carries for 11 yards. And there's so many times where he just scrambles out to the pocket, like we've seen him do thousands of times, and then make great plays happen. There's no great plays happening. He's scrambling out of the pocket and then just throwing the ball out of bounds, or maybe, tiptoeing for a yard or two. I don't understand how this Ravens offense still looks as broken as it does. They looked not very good last week in their win against the Browns, right? It was the defense holding down the fort and making mincemeat out of Shedeur Sanders. And they had 3 points at halftime again today before they finally woke up. And Lamar only goes 13 for 23 for 153 yards. Jody, your Jets defense, they've lost their best pieces. They haven't been gaining guys in this since the trade deadline. So, again, Ravens are 6-5, just like the Chiefs. 2 teams you would think, good shot as any to be in the Super Bowl. They both look very unconvincing. But like you said, you have to guess. I give them some of the benefit of the doubt because we know what their January pedigree says.
Their offense, 23 points against a less than stellar man-jet defense is, far from impressive. But this is 2 weeks in a row they put together 2 pretty good defensive efforts. Again, not going to be worried about the Jets or the Browns come Super Bowl time. They'll be home watching like you and I. But they just shut both teams down. And if Baltimore is going to do anything when they get to the playoffs, it will be more about their defense than their offense. And I know that's going to spit in the eye of anybody who thinks that Lamar Jackson, and 2-time MVP, is the best quarterback in football. He's not looking like it right now. But Baltimore does have a very good defense. It took them for a while to get healthy. It took them for a while to come together as a unit. They flashed it the last couple of weeks, and they're a team to beat in that division.
Yeah, especially with the Steelers losing. How about that? They were 1-5, and they have clawed all the way back to be in a tie for first. Both them and Pittsburgh at 6-5, and they have not played each other yet this season. They still have to play twice, so that is, massive couple of games that are going to be coming up. Really quickly, Jody, I want to get your thoughts on this Lions-Giants game, but let me just squeeze in a couple of updates first. So the Browns and the Raiders, it's still the same score. But the Browns lead it right now 14-3. And if I'm not mistaken, the Raiders just went for it on 4th and 3 from their own 22-yard line, and they could not convert. Or is that from the Browns' 22-yard line? I think the game cast for this game has been screwed up all game long. I think they've had the opposite, like the opposite yard line that the team is on. Because the game cast does say 4th and 3 from the Raiders' 22. I think it was from the Browns' 22. But either way, I didn't get a chance to see it. But the Browns do have the football. It looks like a 4th down failed attempt from the Raiders. So the Browns have it 14-3. They lead. Meanwhile, in Arizona, Trevor Lawrence has thrown another interception. And so the Cardinals take back over, 17-14 down. And I think I saw Keaton Slovis warming up on the sideline. And so we'll have to see if Jacoby Brissett is injured, if he's even going to be coming out of the game. But the Cardinals do have the ball back after they picked off Trevor Lawrence, trailing 17-14. And, that was the Raiders going for it near the red zone on 4th and 3, rather than taking the field goal to make it a one-score game, and it was an incomplete pass. The Eagles, they could not get anything going after starting the third quarter with the ball. They go 3 and out. Then the Cowboys had a chance to make it a one-score game. They couldn't get much of anything, and so a couple of punts. Eagles have it back 21-7. And then in the Falcons-Saints game, New Orleans, they drove all the way down the field on their opening drive of the third quarter. Had 1st and goal at the 8. Tyler Shuck picked up 3 yards to get it to 2nd and goal. They brought in the battering ram, Taysom Hill. He got a couple of yards. 3rd and goal from the 2. Tyler Shuck takes it for 1 yard, and on 4th and goal, Taysom Hill tries a pass to Devon Vele. Incomplete. The Falcons get a goal line stand, and they take back over. So we've got no team in the red zone right now, and the scores still remaining the same as they were a few minutes ago. So really quickly here, Jody, how about the overtime comeback win from the Lions? You have the full Jameis Winston experience, right? I mean, he throws for 366 yards, 2 touchdowns. He throws an interception. He catches a touchdown on a Philly special.
That was great.
The Giants whip out 2 trick plays for touchdowns, and once again, they had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, and they once again collapsed under now interim head coach Mike Kafka. The Lions come all the way back. They get a 59-yarder to tie it in with under a minute to go from Jake Bates. Then Jahmyr Gibbs on the first play from overtime goes 69 yards to the house, and then Aiden Hutchinson seals it with a 4th down sack. What a freaking game we saw in Detroit.
Now, I apologize for not remembering exactly. Are you a Giant guy?
No, but my dad was a big Giants fan. My whole family are Giants fans, so I tend to normally root for the Giants, but there's been nothing to root for the last half a decade.
Yeah, that's very understandable. For the Giant fans out there, your family, our friends at the network at FAN, as many Giant fans as we know, I don't think the game could have gone better any other way.
Yeah.
For it to be exciting, for them to put up points, for them to give you something to root for on a Sunday afternoon, to think you can stick it to a playoff team and find a way to win. And then find a way to lose because it's actually better because the Giants aren't going anywhere to the playoffs. The key young guys they have are both sitting on the sideline, so the guys that are actually performing, you're not worried about, we got to keep them healthy. They're the future of this thing. Nobody did anything today as much the future of this team. The future's on the injured reserve list. So it couldn't have been better. Exciting football. You're hanging in it. You watch every single minute. And then, truth be told, you're better off coming away with an L than you are with a W. And that's exactly what happens with the Lions tying it late and then win it in an overtime. I know there are some Giant fans who think that they're going to win every single week, no matter how bad they are, no matter what kind of year they're in the midst of. Believe me when I tell you, Giant fans, it doesn't get any better than today. You got a great game to watch. You got a lot of fun action. It kept you on the edge of your seat for 3.5 hours, and then you lost to protect your draft status. Great day for Giants fans.
All right, we'll take a short break. No team in the red zone right now. Quinshon Judkins was injured for the Browns, by the way, so we'll try to get you an update for that. Their star rookie running back. The Browns do lead the Raiders 14-3. They've got the ball near midfield to start the fourth quarter. Cardinals had to punt it away, and yes, it was Keaton Slovis. in for the ball game, in for Jacoby Brissett. So we'll get you an update on the Jacoby Brissett injury. Jaguars lead the Cardinals 17-14, and Jacksonville's got it in the final minute of the third. Eagles have it, leading the Cowboys 21-7, and the Falcons have it after a goal line stand. They lead the Saints 16-7. He's Jody Mack. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. More Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Next.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo, and as always, every Sunday, joined for the final 2 hours of the show by Jody McDonald. We'll get back to some back and forth on the earlier games in the window. Jody and I gave our thoughts on the Chiefs' come-from-behind win in OT against the Colts, the Lions' miraculous come-from-behind win in OT against the Giants, and the Ravens' another offensive lackluster performance, but a pretty easy win at the end of the day against the Jets, 23-10. But we've still got 4 games here in the late window, either in the third or the fourth quarter right now, and it's time to get some updates here. We have not had any scores since we last broke, but we've got a couple of injury updates that we need to get to, and we had some turnovers. So let's first get to Dallas. Eagles and the Cowboys, that's the best game of the late window. Let's get the latest from Bob Stevens at AT&T Stadium. What's going on, Bob?
Okay, 8.5 minutes to go here in the third, and Eagles lead the Cowboys so 21-7. That was the score at halftime. We haven't had any score thus far here in the third quarter. As the Cowboys have been bottled up by the Eagles punter there, Braden Mann, as they've had to start drives here at the 8 and 4 yard line. So they haven't been able to get out of their own territory much here in the third quarter. The Eagles built up a 21-0 lead in this one. Cowboys finally got on the board very late in the first half. Dak Prescott, 1-yard touchdown pass to George Pickens. And Prescott, 14 for 18, 168. But with that pass, he was able to become the Cowboys' franchise leader in passing yards. He needed 160. He's got 100. Actually, he's got 203 at this point. So he does become the all-time leading passer in Cowboys history, surpassing Tony Romo for passing yards. Jalen Hurts is 15 for 26 for 183. He's accounted for all 3 touchdowns. He has a touchdown pass of 16 yards to A.J. Brown, and he's run for 2 other scores of 7 and 1 yard. The 1 yard was supposed to be the push. A.J. Brown has caught 5 for 67 yards. And the Eagles defense has really bottled up the Cowboys all day long. They forced a couple of turnovers. They also were able to take out another threat, which the Cowboys had 4th and 3 at the Eagles' 49-yard line. Couldn't get the first down. So, again, it's 21-7 Eagles here midway through the third quarter.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. And, a couple of big third-down conversions. Most recently, they get it to Javonte Williams, and now it's a handoff up the middle, and it's another massive gain for the Cowboys. And let's see, that wasn't Javonte Williams. That's Malik Davis who took that one, and he just burst right through the middle for a big gain, a gain of 20. Cowboys are in Eagles territory. This was 21-0 and looking like it could be a blowout, Jody. And now all of a sudden, the Cowboys have some life here. Their defense has stepped up, and if they can score a touchdown here, it'll be a one-score game. How do you think Dallas is looking right now?
And maybe because I'm a Philadelphia guy, I'm looking at it more through eagle-colored glasses. The Eagles' last 3 possessions, they had a 3-and-out before half. They got the ball back right before half went off. They took a knee. And their first 2 possessions here of the second half, they have all of 1 first down over their last 4 possessions. 2 and a punt, 3 and a punt, 3 and a punt. Kneel down and 1 first down and punted back away. Now, they did drop the punt inside the 5, but the Cowboys have now taken it out 60 yards into Eagle territory. Yes, the Cowboys are starting to kick it in a little bit on offense, and after the Eagles look so good, their first several possessions, basically going down the field doing whatever they wanted. Short pass, long pass, a lot of Saquon mixed in. the Eagles' defense has disappeared again like it has the last several weeks. Now, they continue to win games, so you can only get so crazy complaining about their offense, but they surely are Jekyll and Hyde. The Eagle offense can go from dominant to absolute disappearance in the drop of a hat.
Yeah, well, the Eagles' defense just came away with an interception, although I don't know if this one's going to stand. There's too many men on the field by the defense, and maybe Dak Prescott knew that once the ball got snapped, but, kind of nonchalant as he was rolling out to the right, throws one off his back foot that gets picked off, but it is indeed on the Eagles, too many men on the field. So Cowboys get away with one there as they had 12 guys on the field. Meanwhile, let's get to the desert in Arizona. Jaguars-Cardinals, we've got a quarterback injury in this game. Let's get the latest from Adam Green at State Farm Stadium. Adam?
Yeah, you mentioned turnovers and injuries from these games. The Cardinals game has both of those, Cardinals-Jaguars. It's 17-14. The Jaguars still have the lead. Jacoby Brissett is the injury you're talking about. He did come back into the game, though, so looks like he's going to be okay. Keaton Slovis' time as Arizona's quarterback was pretty short. But the third quarter was a mess for the Cardinals. They had 3 possessions. They went backwards in each of them. -7 yards, -4 yards, -7 yards, and -8 yards. And that was sandwiched around a couple of interceptions. The most recent one was Akeem Davis-Gaither picked off Trevor Lawrence as a third down pass. Don't know what Lawrence was throwing at. He did not see him. But the Cardinals' drive went backwards from there, and they ended up having to punt the ball away. But, yes, it's been a very ugly third quarter out of the Jaguars. They got the 1 touchdown. They did have a couple of turnovers. And for the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett back in the game. Like I said, he's 23 of 31 for 188 yards. So throwing a lot of passes, doesn't have any touchdowns to show for it. Michael Wilson has been the leading receiver, 9 catches, 87 yards. And meanwhile, for Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence has gotten a little better. Obviously, the interceptions aren't good, but he has 11 of 19 for 149 yards and 2 scores, whereas Etienne has 68 yards rushing on 9 carries. So third quarter was won by the Jaguars. They got the only points in the quarter, and they have a 17-14 lead right now with 12:49 left to go in the fourth quarter. And the Cardinals have the ball 2nd and 10 at their 34-yard line with Jacoby Brissett under center.
All right, Adam, thanks so much. Yeah, so Brissett back in the game. I was checking social media. He did go to the Blue Medical tent, was checked out for a concussion, but he is good. He's cleared to return. He's back in the game. Meanwhile, the curse of the commentator, I said the Cowboys were starting to look good. Their drive, they had a first down in Eagles territory, and then it was incomplete pass, a gain of just 1 on a jet sweep from Malik Davis. And then after the interception, they got away with it because the Eagles had too many guys on the field. It was actually offsetting penalties because Tyler Booker of the Cowboys was also an ineligible man downfield. So it remained a 3rd and 9. Dak Prescott was looking over the middle for CeeDee Lamb. Incomplete. They bring out the normally automatic Brandon Aubrey, and he hooks a 51-yard field goal to the left. So the Eagles remain in front 21-7. They've got the ball back with 6.5 to go in the third quarter. And then finally, let's get an update from Vegas, where we had an injury to the Browns' star rookie running back Quinshon Judkins. I don't know if he's come back in this game yet, but let's head out to Allegiant Stadium anyway and talk to Tony Cordasco. Tony, we've got to head to a break in about a minute if you could keep this a little short here, but what's going on?
Okay, no update on Quinshon Judkins there. He got injured, had 11-yard gain, shaken up, came off the field, went back in, and then someone upstairs alerted the officials on the field. They sent him to the blue tent. We haven't seen him since. But the latest drive for the Cleveland Browns, it was Andre Smith with a 53-yard field goal, and that made it 17-3 where we stand right now. Earlier in the game, it was Judkins with an 8-yard touchdown run, a 2-yard touchdown run, a field goal by Daniel Carlson. He's 1 of 2 on the day. He's missed 5 field goals so far this season. And then the Schmidt field goal. And now with the 10:45 remaining in the game, your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Cleveland 17, the Raiders 3.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. The Raiders have the ball, and they just continue to go backwards. I mean, it's actually unbelievable. It's 2nd and 23 now after a false start. They're at their own 19-yard line. So Browns lead the Raiders 17-3 in the fourth quarter, as you heard Tony say. Jaguars lead the Cardinals 17-14 in the desert. The Eagles have the ball back after a missed field goal. They lead the Cowboys 21-7, and then they're about to begin the fourth quarter in the Big Easy at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. The Saints, on their first drive of the third quarter, turned it over on downs after the Falcons got a goal line stand. And now, and their next drive, the Saints are once again in the red zone, Can they punch it in? So Falcons lead the Saints 16-7. Plenty of more football to come next here on Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle, joined by Jody Mack. Update time. It's a third Irishman. He's just as handsome. It's Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Hi, Pat. Dak Prescott is the new all-time passing yards leader in Cowboys history. Prescott surpassing Tony Romo at more than 34,000 yards, but Prescott only one touchdown on the day. It's the Cowboys trailing the Eagles 21-7 midway through the third quarter. Just had a missed field goal from Dallas as they remain a full 2 touchdowns behind. The Saints facing a 4th and 1 at the Falcons' 7-yard line. The Saints needing some points. They were trailing the Falcons 16-7 as they start the fourth quarter. The Jaguars still clinging to a 17-14 lead on the Cardinals in Arizona. They're a few minutes into the fourth quarter. And Shedeur Sanders has the Browns ahead of the Raiders 17-3. Sanders leading the Browns to 14 points in the first quarter, and they mostly sat on that. 10 minutes to play in regulation in Vegas. Bengals receiver T. Higgins is in concussion protocol after banging his head against the turf in Cincinnati. The Bengals losing to the Patriots 26-20. The Pats are now 10-2. Meanwhile, the Bengals have a short week taking on the Ravens Thanksgiving night. The Ravens coming off a 5th straight win, defeating the Jets 23-10. Derrick Henry running in 2 touchdowns in the third quarter to win it for Baltimore. Jameis Winston threw 2 touchdowns. He caught another, but he couldn't convert a 4th and goal from the 5-yard line. That opening the door for the Lions, who win in overtime over the Giants 34-27. Huge day for Jahmyr Gibbs, 219 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, including a 69-yard run for a score in overtime. An overtime win for the Chiefs as well, 23-20 over the Colts. Bears top the Steelers 31-28. Packers roll over the Vikings 23-6. The Seahawks defeat the Titans 30-24. Tonight, Baker Mayfield, the Buccaneers, taking on Matthew Stafford and the Rams at SoFi. Big baseball trade. The Mets send outfielder Brandon Nimmo to the Rangers for Marcus Semien, according to Jeff Passan. Nimmo had been in the Mets organization since 2011. Semien is a 3-time All-Star. He won a World Series with the Rangers in 2023. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. We've got the first career touchdown pass from Shedeur Sanders. And it comes on a screen, but they all count the same in the box score, don't they? A touchdown pass from Shedeur Sanders. He hits the running back, Dylan Sampson. And Dylan Sampson takes it the rest of the way. I think it was about a 64-yarder, 66-yard touchdown pitch and catch from Shedeur Sanders to Dylan Sampson. Browns crushing the Raiders 24-3. Shedeur Sanders looking like he's going to be a winner in his first ever NFL start. Meanwhile, we had a touchdown in the Cardinals-Jaguars game. We've got to get out to the desert in just a bit. We had a score in the Falcons-Saints game, and we've got red zone action right now in the Eagles and the Cowboys. Philly letting Dallas hang around. Let's go live right now to Jerry World, AT&T Stadium. Bob Stevens is in the Big D. Bob, what's the latest?
Hey, 2 minutes left here in the third quarter, and it's 21-7 Eagles, but the Cowboys are on the move. They are at the 14-yard line as Dak Prescott just hit CeeDee Lamb with a 48-yard pass, and now they've got a flag in the end zone, so it's going to put the ball at the, I believe, the 2-yard line for the Cowboys. They trail 21-7 here. We haven't had any scoring here in the third quarter. All the scoring came in the first half, 21-7. Brandon Aubrey missed a 51-yard field goal after the Cowboys had drove 68 yards wide left. It was only the second miss that he has had this season. The other one was a 68-yarder. And now the Cowboys have just scored a touchdown on a Dak Prescott pass. And that was, I believe, 2 yards. And that was to Brevin Sanford, their third tight end. So the Cowboys are on the board. They're now trailing 21-13, pending the extra point, as they have driven 89 yards, 7 plays. So the Cowboys have been bottled up in their own zone here in the third quarter. They've had to start at the 8, the 4, and now the 11-yard line. This time they were able to drive it 89 yards and get the touchdown. The extra point is good, so it's 21-14. Dak Prescott now 18 for 26 for 254 and 2 touchdowns. The other one was a 1-yarder to George Pickens. And for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts accounted for all 3 touchdowns. One was a pass of 16 yards to A.J. Brown, and then he scored himself on a couple of ones of 7 yards and 1 yard on a tush push. So again, we've got 2:02 to go here in the third. It's 21-14 as the Cowboys trying to come back from being down 21-0 and are now in a game.
Yeah. All right, Bob. Thanks so much. And the Eagles, I mean, they just can't flat out run the football. I don't know what has happened, Jody. I know Lane Johnson's out, but even when the offensive line was healthy, they cannot run the football. This was the number 2 rushing team last year. Saquon Barkley ran for an average of 125 yards per game. This year, he's at half of that. And today, against the Cowboys' run defense, which, yes, got better after they got Quinnen Williams. That was the whole point. Jerry Jones, trying to rebuild the house that he basically burnt down with that defense when he traded away Micah Parsons. But still, the Cowboys' rushing defense has been one of the worst in football. Saquon has 10 carries, 22 yards. I don't understand why they cannot run the football, but if they're not able to do that, they're going to have to try to throw their way to a win because they have let Dallas right back in this game.
And he ran it effectively his first couple carries, first quarter. The Eagles' offense looked great in the first quarter, which means, as I pointed out to you earlier, their last now 5 possessions, I think it is, they've done nothing. They can't even get first downs. Forget about getting in Dallas territory. Forget about getting the field goal range or getting it into the end zone. Their offense has just completely disappeared, and that's been the want of this offense. Is Jekyll and Hyde. It just appears and then it disappears just as quickly. And when it does in massive fashion. That's why the defense, who just gave up a touchdown, oh, by the way, phenomenal catch by C.D. Lamb over the shoulder, interfered with on the play, still made the catch himself to get it inside the 10-yard line. I've seen 2 of the best catches in the NFL in this game. That one by C.D. Lamb and one in the first half by Devontae Smith. Over the shoulder, spinning around, completely parallel to the ground, made the catch, came down with it. So we've seen some phenomenal offensive plays by wide receivers. But you're right. The Eagles have not run the football at all today. Now their back's against it. They've still got 17 minutes of football to play, and they have the lead. Last year's Eagles team would have just said, all right, we're going to run the ball right down your throat. They're not that team this year, and they're missing Lane Johnson pretty badly right about now. Maybe they need to rely on Jalen Hurts taking off and running the football because he's still capable of doing that. He had one tush-push touchdown in the first half, but he also had one just straight running play, called running play delay up the middle that got him into the end zone. Maybe he's the guy they got to lean on if they're going to open up their running game.
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, in the Browns-Raiders game, it is, it feels like it's already over, but it's really last chance for the Raiders. They've got a 3rd and 11 inside the red zone, trailing the Browns 24-3. Meanwhile, let's get to the desert because we've got a touchdown to fill you in on, and we've got live red zone action. This one going back and forth, coming down to the wire. Let's get to Adam Green in State Farm Stadium. Adam, what's the latest?
Yeah, the latest is the Jaguars just regained the lead on a touchdown pass from Trevor Lawrence. They had to retake the lead because the Cardinals got it back. Trevor Lawrence has had a really up and down day. When he's been good, he's been really good. When he has been bad, he has been very, very bad. Now the touchdown pass was to Parker Washington, by the way. But in this quarter, Trevor Lawrence threw his 3rd interception. Buda Baker jumped their route, and then a few plays later, the Cardinals got a touchdown catch from Greg Dortch, 39 yards from Brissett to take the lead. And then Jaguars went 6 plays, 65 yards. Parker Washington, 9-yard touchdown catch from Trevor Lawrence. So 24-21 is the score now. Jacksonville has the lead with 3:47 left to go in this game.
All right, thanks so much, Adam. So how about that? Final hour of Gridiron Game Day in Week 12 is coming up next. We've got 3 one-score games in the 4 games we've got here in the late window. The Jaguars, as you just heard it, exchanging touchdowns with the Cardinals. They lead Arizona 24-21, less than 4 minutes to go. The Eagles lead the Cowboys 21-14. It was once 21-0. Dallas trying to make a comeback. The Browns are crushing the Raiders 24-3. And then the Falcons led the Saints 16-10. But we have a touchdown in New Orleans that we got to fill you in on. Don't go anywhere. Gridiron Game Day. Pat Boyle, Jody Mack continues next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
All right, welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Final hour of this Week 12 edition of Gridiron Gameday here for the NFL season. I'm Pat Boyle, in for Anthony Gallo. I got the great Jody Mack alongside me, as is the case every Sunday for the final 2 hours. You can listen anywhere across over 300-plus local affiliates on the Infinity Sports Network. You've got Sirius XM, channel 375, anywhere around North America. You've got the free Odyssey app. No matter where you are on the planet, you can listen to the Infinity Sports Network on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us on the Infinity Sports Network's YouTube page. Our live stream been churning along since noon Eastern, and again, that's the case every single Sunday. Every touchdown, every big play, every highlight, all the injury news both before and during the games, fantasy football angles, sports betting angles, and the whole 9 yards, the whole 10 yards, hell, the whole 100 yards we go here for you. It was a great opening window of games, 7 of them. Plenty of came down to the wire, 2 went to overtime. Now we've got 4 games here in the late window, and we've got a 1-score game in 2 of them. We've got a 2-score game in all of them or less. And let's get you caught up here on what you may have missed. Okay, the Jaguars and the Cardinals, when we last left you before the break, the Jaguars had just scored a touchdown to take the lead 24-21. The Cardinals got a couple of first downs, but then it was a 4th down. They needed to go for it. Jacoby Brissett nearly sacked, throws one up for grabs, and it goes incomplete. And so the Cardinals have turned it over on downs. They're not done yet, but 1 first down will end it. The Jags lead 24-21 with 1:58 to go. The Cardinals do have all 3 timeouts, so they're going to have to force a 4th down without a first down conversion, and then if the Jaguars kick a field goal, it'll be 27-21, and the Cardinals would have to get the ball back and go all the way down and score a touchdown. But 1 first down for the Jaguars, and it'll be over. Meanwhile, in Dallas, the Eagles trying to hang on. They were up 21-0. Now it's 21-14. The Eagles were driving, then it stalled. They go to kick what is about a 56-yard field goal, and Jake Elliott pushes it wide. It's no good, wide to the right. Cowboys with the ball near midfield, 13 minutes to go, and they'll have a chance to tie the game. Meanwhile, in the Browns-Raiders game, we had a touchdown that we'll fill you in on. And Vegas looking for a miracle, looking for some late-game heroics. And then we had a touchdown in the Falcons and Saints game. Let's get you to New Orleans first and get that update from Les East at the Caesars Superdome in this NFC South battle. Les, what's the latest?
Yeah, after a scoreless third quarter, Blake Grupe kicked a 33-yard field goal to get the Saints within 1 score. But then Kirk Cousins threw a 49-yard touchdown pass to Darnell Mooney. Bijan Robinson runs in a 2-point conversion. The Falcons lead the Saints 24-10, and the Saints just punted. So the Falcons in good shape to take complete command with 9:22 left in the 4th quarter.
All right, thanks so much, Les. Yeah, Kirk Cousins to Darnell Mooney, that connection that used to be a thing of beauty. Finally, they connect on a deep ball on play action. And, yeah, as you heard Les say it, they do get the 2-point conversion as well. So it's 24-10, and I believe the Falcons just got the ball back as well because New Orleans just had to punt it away on a 4th and 14. So just over 9 minutes to go, Atlanta with the ball back, and they've got a chance to ice this thing if they can take some considerable time off the clock. Meanwhile, let's go to Vegas, where the Raiders are trying to mount a miracle comeback in the starting debut for Shedeur Sanders. We go to Allegiant Stadium. Tony Cordasco's got the latest. Tony, what's going on?
Not today, because Myles Garrett just recorded his third sack of the afternoon. It was a strip sack. Malik Collins of the Browns recovers, and it is now the Browns' ball. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this one, and it's 24-10 in favor of the Cleveland Browns. And the good news, I know we were updating Quinshon Judkins as he was taken off the field from the medical staff, but he's back out there now and grinding for a 9-yard run there on first down. So that is good news for the Cleveland Browns. The story of the day, of course, the debut, the starting nod there for Shedeur Sanders, 11 of 20, 1 touchdown, and he had the 1 interception by Charles Snowden in that first half of play. The scoring on the afternoon for the Cleveland Browns, first quarter, a couple of runs by Quinshon Judkins, Daniel Carlson, 1 of 2 on the day from field goal range. He boots a 41-yard field goal, and at halftime it was 14-3 Cleveland. In the fourth quarter, long field goal by Andre Schmidt, 53 yards, 8 plays, 44 yards, and 3:45. And then the dagger play, if you will, as Dylan Sampson came in for Judkins, and when Judkins got injured, went off the field, went into the medical tent, and now he's okay, but he comes back. But in the interim, Dylan Sampson was out there, and a little swing pass from Shedeur Sanders. It goes 66 yards, excellent perimeter blocking, 66 yards to the crib, 3 plays, 67 yards. That was 24-3. And then, of course, a late touchdown for the Raiders. Ashton Genty on a 5-yard reception from Geno Smith. Daniel Carlson kick was good. That's where we stand, 24-10. 7 plays, 65 yards, and 3:07 on that drive. And again, Sanders has been the story of the day with 209 yards passing. Geno Smith, 248. Hey, no interceptions today for Geno. 27 of 41. He's thrown the ball 41 times. Most of them little swing passes, dink and dunk. 1 touchdown on the afternoon. Judkins, 47 yards on 16 carries now, and 2 touchdowns. Ashton Genty, he has 50 yards on the ground, but it's taken him 17 carries to do so. Dylan Sampson, 59 receiving yards, and 62 yards for Tyler Lockett of the Raiders on 4 receptions. 2-minute warning here in Las Vegas, and the Browns are looking to wrap up win number 3 on the season. Cleveland leading the Las Vegas Raiders 24-10.
All right, Tony, thanks so much. Hey, Jody, so Myles Garrett's got 3 sacks and a forced fumble. He's up to 18 sacks on the season. The NFL record by Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt is 22.5 sacks. Myles Garrett already has 18. There's still 6 games left to play, and the rate he's on, it looks like he might smash the NFL record. I mean, best defensive player in football or what?
Unless he gets hurt, the record will be his at the end of this season. They should just go ahead and give him Defensive Player of the Year now. I know that the Browns, they're going to get a win today. Good for them. Hopefully I get some Cleveland calls after you're finished with Gridiron Game Day today. The Browns finally get a win. He is far and away the best defensive player in football. There's a debate. There's close. There's several that could make the claim. No. It's Myles Garrett. He is so much better at a key element of defense in the National Football League than anybody else in the league. It's not even funny.
Yeah. I mean, he is a one-man wrecking crew. Meanwhile, in the desert in Arizona, the Jaguars leading the Cardinals 24-21. Last we left you, the Cardinals had just turned it over on downs, but they had all 3 timeouts, and they needed to stop Jacksonville from getting a first down. Otherwise, the game would have been over. Well, it was a 4th and 1 for Jacksonville. Arizona got the stop they needed. They burned all their timeouts. And then the Jaguars, instead of kicking the field goal to go up by 6, they went for it on 4th and 1. They go Play action. Trevor Lawrence rolls out, throws to the end zone, incomplete, no flags. They bypass the 3 points, and they don't get it. So the Cardinals take over, needing just a field goal to tie it. It's 24-21 still. They already completed a first down on a 3rd and 10. They got 9 yards and then ran for it on 4th and 1 to get the first down. And now the Cardinals have got it past midfield. It's another big chunk play to Greg Dortch. That's a gain of at least 15 yards. They are right near field goal range. They're at the 42-yard line. It would be a 60-yarder from Chad Ryland. At this point, there's 35 seconds left, no timeouts for the Cardinals. We'll get you back to the desert in just a second, but we've got to get an update from the Big D. Eagles, Cowboys. Dallas had the ball last we checked after a missed field goal from Philly. How did that drive go? We go to Bob Stevens. Bob, what's up?
11:40 to go in this one, and the Cowboys have come all the way back from being down 21-0. They have tied the game at 21 apiece as Dak Prescott just scored on an 8-yard run to cap a 3-play, 54-yard drive after the Jake Elliott 56-yard field goal miss. And the big play in that drive was Prescott, 43 yards to George Pickens. A big day again for George Pickens today as he has caught 8 for 122. Prescott is now 19 for 27 for 297. He has a 1-yard touchdown pass to Pickens and a 4-yarder to Brevin Stanford, the tight end, which capped an 89-yard drive. So the Cowboys were down 21-0 in this one. A touchdown at the end of the first half, one in the third quarter, another one here in the fourth quarter. Jalen Hurts has accounted for all 3 Eagles touchdowns, 2 rushing of 7 and 1 yards and 1 passing, 16 yards to A.J. Brown, has caught 6 for 80. Big news, though, Brandon Aubrey missed a field goal today for the Cowboys. It was 51 yards. It was wide left. The second miss this season for him. But then Jake Edwards went ahead and answered back with a missed field goal, 56 yards. The Cowboys were able to score. So, again, about 11 minutes to go in this one, and we're all tied up at 21 apiece.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. What a wild comeback. Philadelphia's offense was cooking in the first quarter. They could not be stopped. And after they went up 21-0, they can't do anything. They can't do anything. And the Cowboys have come all the way back because the Eagles have opened that door wide open. It is 21 apiece. Jalen Hurts just scrambled for a gain of 7 on the first play of their next drive. There's 11 minutes to go. It's 2nd and 3. And now the Eagles will pass again over the middle to A.J. Brown. It's a first down and more. He sheds a tackle. He's into Cowboys territory with a first down. And finally, in the desert, we told you the Cardinals were trying for a comeback. Well, Jacoby Brissett throws down the field deep and hits Michael Wilson for a gain of 31, but he's inbounds. The clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. They get down the field. Then Jacoby Brissett snaps it with 10 seconds left, tries for the end zone to Wilson, and it is incomplete. And with 6 seconds left, Jonathan Gannon does not want to risk it. They are going to kick the field goal to tie the game, and they hit from 29 yards out with Chad Ryland. We've got a tie ball game in the desert. Cardinals 24, Jaguars 24 with 3 seconds left to go in regulation. It appears we are headed to overtime between the Cards and the Jags. Jody?
Pat, the end of this Cards-Jags game. Shame on both teams. Liam Cohen, all he had to do was kick a field goal and then make it a touchdown game, so the Cardinals would have had to go the length of the field. Goes for it on 4th down, doesn't get it, swings the momentum, gives the other team the chance. Shame on him. You got Little as one of the best kickers. He could make them from 70, so you don't think he's going to make one from 45? Take your 2 field goal lead there instead of going for it. I get it. You get the first down, game's over. Cardinals have no more timeouts. But if you don't get it, you open the door. He did. The Cardinals go through it. And then you mentioned the pass that Brissett hit that took the ball down inside the 10. Shame on the Cardinal receiver. He gets up and he spins the football. He's got to know there are no timeouts left. You're tackled inbounds. The clock is running, and he's got to go over and recover his own spin off the ground to give it to the referee so they could put it down. They probably blew 10 to 12 seconds just because of his celebration, which would have given him a couple shots into the end zone rather than one shot into the end zone. I can't disagree with you got to kick the field goal. You can't take a chance. You got to get the game into overtime. They should have had 2 or 3 shots at it. They only had one. They make the field goal go into overtime. But shame on the Jaguars. They played the last minute as if they didn't want to win. And shame on the Cardinals, well, at least one particular player on the Cardinals who decided it was more important to celebrate than try and save as much time as he could to save the game. Somebody's going to win this game in overtime. I don't know that either one of them deserve it.
That's well said. Trevor Lawrence has 4 turnovers, by the way, 3 interceptions. 2 of them were terrible passes, and the strip sack got recovered for a touchdown. So he has tried to gift this game to the Cardinals. And, yeah, like you said, that was bad management there. Michael Wilson, who did make a tremendous catch, got up, tried to spin it in a first down celebration, then realized the clock's running, picked it up, brought it back to the line of scrimmage, and they probably cost themselves a play, another shot at the end zone. So, yeah, as Jody said, 24-24 headed to OT. And meanwhile, we do have a final score in Vegas. The Browns, in Shedeur Sanders' first start, they get a win 24-10 over the Raiders. Shedeur, in his starting debut, bounces back after the loss to the Ravens, although, still a lot of room to improve. He goes 11 for 20, 209 yards with a touchdown and an interception. The touchdown pass was a screen pass to Dylan Sampson, who took it 66 yards. So, look, it counts as a 66-yard bomb in the box score, but that was the nature of his first career touchdown pass. And the Browns were playing in the Wildcat formation for the majority of their snaps after they went up 24-3. So, intentionally choosing to not put the ball in Shedeur Sanders' hands. But again, nobody can tell him anything. He's got a W under his belt in his first start, and the Browns get a 24-10 win where Myles Garrett gets 3 more sacks and is 4.5 sacks away from breaking the single-season NFL record. Let's go to the desert as they're about to start OT. Let's find out how the nature of the coin toss went. Let's get the result of it as we're about to start overtime between the Cardinals and the Jaguars. Let's go to Adam Green. Adam, what's going on?
Yeah, 24-24. Chad Riley's just kicking off now. Jacksonville's getting the ball to start overtime here. And you guys did a great recap of how we got here. I would note that, Jody, you say someone's going to win this game, and that's not guaranteed, especially the way this game is going.
Sorry about that. You're right.
But certainly it's a game that Jacksonville, they're going to look back if they don't win this game and say they had that 4th and 1. It was an odd play. They were penalized for a formation issue on the play, but it never really had a chance when they could have kicked the field to go up by more than 3. And then the Cardinals coming down. You mentioned Michael Wilson had that great catch, spun the ball. Of note, Michael Wilson is a Stanford guy, so that was not a smart play for him on that. And then the Cardinals, from there, when they did not spike the ball, they threw one ball to the end zone, incomplete, then settled for the 29-yard Chad Ryland field goal to send it to overtime. So definitely you could look at clock management on each side of this game, how we got to it being overtime. Either one of them could have said they would have won if they would have managed the clock better. But if you're the Cardinals, you're excited to be in overtime. Coming back when this one would look like you had no chance after you have lost the possession on a 4th down deep in your own territory. Jacoby Brissett, 29-43, 28 yards, and 1 touchdown entering overtime. Trevor Lawrence, you mentioned 4 turnovers. But when he's been good, he's been really good. He's 18-29 for 256 yards and 3 touchdowns, along with those 3 picks and the 1 fumble. So Jacksonville's going to get the ball to start here in the overtime. There's 10 minutes to go here, 24-24. We'll see if someone can win this game and who that will be.
Thanks, Adam, and it's a good start. Trevor Lawrence just hit Parker Washington for a gain of 25 on a beautiful throw down the sideline. So there you go, 24-24 in overtime. Jaguars with the ball first. And again, unless we get a defensive touchdown, both teams will have a chance to possess the football. On first down, it's a handoff up the middle to ETN, and he scrapes his way for about 4 yards. So again, we'll see what the Jaguars can do. Meanwhile, it has gone final. Again, the Browns beat the Raiders 24-10. Cleveland is now 3-8. The Raiders fall to 2-9. In Dallas, more catastrophe for the Eagles. They led 21-0. It's now 21-21. And Saquon Barkley on a little shovel pass fumbles the football, turns it over. Dallas has it back. They've got a chance to take the lead. This looked like it might have been a one-sided affair early in the second quarter. We were headed towards blowout city. It was 21-0 Eagles. Now we're tied, just over 6 minutes to go, and the Cowboys have the football. I think I just saw a stat on the broadcast The Eagles have not trailed since week 6. It includes over 292 minutes of game time. That is the longest stretch without trailing for the Eagles since 1948. And they are in danger of relinquishing that stat right now if the Cowboys can go down the field and take the lead. It is 2nd and 20, though, after an incomplete screen pass. They nearly turned the football back over, though Dallas did. So 2nd and 20, just over 6 to go in a tie game. Falcons lead the Saints 24-10, under 3 minutes to go. That one's just about all over but the shouting. And then now on 3rd down, Trevor Lawrence, incomplete pass. He was looking for Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick never really turned his head. I think he was waiting to see if that one was going to the end zone. So another decision for Liam Cohen to make. It's 4th and 4. Do you try the field goal from 52 yards out, or do you go for it? We'll stay here before we take a short break and find out what the Jaguars do. Meanwhile, on 2nd and 20, Dak looking deep over the middle, diving attempt, and it's just incomplete. He was looking for Ryan Flournoy, who nearly brought it in on a diving catch. Instead, it's 3rd and 20 for the Cowboys, and the Jaguars are going to elect for the field goal. Cam Little comes on for a 52-yarder, and Jody, you said he's got a massive leg. He proved it there, bangs it through, no problem from 52 yards. Jaguars take a 27-24 lead, so the Cardinals either have to kick a field goal to match or a touchdown would win it. If the Jaguars get a stop, they win the ball game. We'll have the Cardinals in OT when we come back. We've got a tie game in the Eagles and Cowboys, and the Saints are trying for a miracle down 24-10 against the Falcons. He's Jody Mack. I'm Pat Boyle. Gridiron Game Day rolls on next.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, we got some madness going on right now across the NFL. Week 12, Gridiron Game Day. I'm Pat Boyle in for Anthony Gallo. I got the great Jody Mack alongside me. We've got 3 games still going in the late window. 1 game has gone final already. The Browns win in Shedeur Sanders' first ever NFL start. They beat the Raiders 24-10, although it was once again that Browns defense that led the way. 10 sacks of Geno Smith, and 3 of them from Myles Garrett. He's now up to 18 on the season. The Browns get to 3-8. The Raiders fall to 2-9. Shedeur did throw a pick, but he also threw his first career touchdown pass, a 66-yard screen pass that went to Dylan Sampson, who was filling in at running back after the rookie star running back Quinshon Judkins got hurt. So here we go. There's overtime in the desert. The Jaguars kick the field goal on their first drive. They lead the Cardinals 27-24. Arizona needs a field goal to tie and extend the game, or a touchdown to win it. No points, and the game is over. And on 3rd and 4, Jacoby Brissett looking over the middle for Greg Dortch. It's incomplete. So 4th and 4, it would be a 60-yard field goal to tie the game. Instead, it looks like the Cardinals are going to go for it. So we'll get you to the desert in just a minute and see how that plays out. Meanwhile, the Falcons trying to put away the Saints. It's 24-10 Atlanta. Not over yet. New Orleans needs a miracle. They need a touchdown. They need the onside kick. They need another touchdown. But they do have it near the red zone with 1:10 left to go, down by 14. Meanwhile, in Dallas, 4th and goal. After the Eagles turned it over on a punt return, the Cowboys were set up with amazing field positioning, and on 4th and goal, they decided to go for it. Let's go to Bob Stevens right now and find out how that ended. Bob, what's going on?
Okay, about 3.5 minutes to go, and the Eagles did stop the Cowboys on 4th and 1 on an incomplete pass to Jake Ferguson. So the Eagles took over, and they've been able to move it out to the Philly 29-yard line. The Cowboys, of course, had trailed 21-0 early in the second, rallied to tie the game with 12 minutes left. And you mentioned had a golden opportunity just moments ago as they were able to recover a fumble at the Philly 7-yard line. And then the Eagles defense stood up and was able to stop the Cowboys on 4 downs there inside the 7, all the way down to the 1-yard line, couldn't get in. And so the Eagles with the ball again once again. Dak Prescott, 20 for 32 for 34 yards. He's completed 2 touchdown passes, a 1-yarder to George Pickens and a 4-yarder to Brevin Van Ford, the tight end. He also ran 8 yards for the tying touchdown here in the fourth quarter to make it 21-21. The Jalen Hurts is 24 for 36 for 281. He's accounted for all 3 Eagle touchdowns, 2 on rushing of 7 and 1 yards, and a 16-yarder there to A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, by the way, has caught 8 for 110 in this game. And from a Cowboys standpoint, George Pickens has caught 8 for 122. So, again, 2 minutes to go here, and the Eagles on their own 29-yard line with 2 minutes to go.
All right,
tied up at 21 apiece.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, and it was a 3rd and goal that Dak threw into the end zone for CeeDee Lamb. He had it, and it got broken up as he was trying to corral it. It was a tremendous defensive play, and it ended up being, I forget who, it was either Blankenship or DeJean of the Eagles that knocked it out of CeeDee Lamb's hands. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown. And then on 4th and goal from the 1, they go for it, and Dak thrown off his back foot just short to Jake Ferguson, who tried to catch it off the turf, and it was incomplete. So the Eagles have been trying to literally give this game away. They fumbled the punt return to set the Cowboys up with 1st and goal from inside the 10, and the Cowboys get nothing. And now the Eagles have it at the 2-minute warning, as you heard Bob say, 3rd and 2 from their own 37. So anybody's ball game in Dallas. Meanwhile, let's get to the desert. We told you the Cardinals had a 4th down and the ball game, 4th and 4, down by 3, needing to extend the drive if they do not choose for the 60-yard field goal. Adam Green, what happened at State Farm Stadium?
They did not go for the field goal, the 60-yard field goal. They put the offense back on the field. Jacoby Brissett went deep to Xavier Weaver and had the ball knocked away by Andrew Wingard at the last moment. So the Cardinals went for it all in overtime on their 4th down play, and they came up with nothing. Of course, they had to do that because Cam Little made a 52-yard field goal to start overtime for Jacksonville. But the Cardinals in and get a field goal, extend the game, get a touchdown, win the game. But they got nothing. So Jacksonville wins this game 27-24. They improved to 7-4. The Cardinals fall to 3-8 on the season. And if you're Jacksonville, there's no such thing as a bad road win. But you look at some of the numbers in this game, and it was not pretty for them. They turned the ball over 4 times. Trevor Lawrence was picked off 3 times, fumbled once, had that fumble returned for a touchdown. And one of those interceptions was in the Arizona end zone, took points off the board. But he finished 18 of 30 for 256 yards with 3 touchdown passes. Those touchdown passes went to Parker Washington, Jacoby Myers, and Etienne. Etienne did have 86 rushing yards on 15 carries in this game. And for the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett putting up some numbers again, 33 of 49 for 317 yards and 1 touchdown, and went to Greg Dortch, who was the Cardinals' 3rd leading receiver behind Michael Wilson, who had 10 catches for 118 yards, and Trey McBride, who had 9 catches for 79. So a wild back-and-forth affair here in the desert. The Jacksonville Jaguars come out on top 27-24, the game that went to overtime in the last second and was held on by Jacksonville in the last second as well. So that's the final here from Arizona. Jacksonville escapes with a 27-24 win.
Thanks so much, Adam. So the Jaguars get to 7-4. The Cardinals drop to 3-8. Meanwhile, in New Orleans, the Saints were looking for a miracle. And on 4th down by 14, Tyler Shuck threw it to the end zone. It got picked off. And so that will do it inside Caesars Superdome. The Falcons with Kirk Cousins starting. Michael Penix likely done for the year. Drake London not playing because of an injury. They go on the road and they get a 24-10 win over the Saints. The Falcons get to 4-7 and the Saints get to 2-9. So that means we've got 1 game left still to go, still in action. Eagles, Cowboys, 21 apiece. 2-minute warning. They've just come out of the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 2 for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts back to pass. Looking. Pocket collapsing. He's going to go down. It's a sack for the Dallas Cowboys, and it looks like it's Osa Odigizua that got him. Right up the middle. Hurts held on to it too long. Nobody was open, and he gets sacked in the backfield. The Cowboys will take over, and they'll need to get into field goal range to try to kick a game-winning field goal after they went for it on 4th and goal from the 1 and came away empty. Wow. Really quickly, before we head to an update, Jody, the Jaguars beat the Cardinals. How about this for the AFC wild card, the AFC standings right now, the AFC playoff picture? The Patriots are the 1 seed right now with a 10-2 record. The Broncos are the 2 seed with a 9-2 record. The Colts are the 3 seed with an 8-3 record. And after a 1-5 start, The Ravens have ripped off 5 straight wins. They own the tiebreaker over the Steelers because of a 2-0 division record, and the Ravens are atop the AFC North at 6-5. But then how about this for the wild card standings? The Chargers are the 5 seed right now at 7-4. The Jaguars are the 6 seed at 7-4. The Buffalo Bills are the 7 seed at 7-4. The Steelers 8th at 6-5. The Texans 9th at 6-5. And despite winning today, the Chiefs are now 10th in the AFC at 6-5.
Tells you we're going to have a hell of a last 6 weeks of the season, specifically in the AFC, because that is wide open. There's not a lot of separation other than the Patriots at the top. And, oh, my God, how the Bills have plummeted off that loss to the Texans the other day. It's wide open. The AFC, not only for who's going to make the playoffs, and, of course, we need to figure that out first to decide who's going to be able to advance when they get there and end up in Super Bowl number 60. Man, the AFC is wide open right now.
Yeah, and how about there feels like such a huge gap between how the Colts have played this year and how the Jaguars have played, and yet that lead in the AFC South, it's now down to 1 game, and the Jaguars still get to play the Colts twice. They play them on December 7th, and they'll play them on December 28th. That division is still very much up for grabs, and Houston's not far behind at 6-5. They're 2 games back, and they still have to play the Colts twice.
They've got the best defense of those 3 teams.
Yep.
Texans have the best defense. Offense is kind of hit or miss, in and out, can be great, can disappear, kind of like the Eagle offense. But the reason why the Texans are still a part of this, they've got the best defense, they've got the best DB, they've got the best pass rusher in that division. That's why you can't count Houston out.
All right, meanwhile, this Eagles-Cowboys game keeps getting wackier. So 4th and 15, the Eagles punt it, and it goes 76 yards all the way into the end zone for what would have been a touchback, and the Cowboys would have started at their own 25. Meanwhile, they said a player was out of bounds for the Eagles, so they make them kick it again on 4th and 20, and this time the Cowboys get a run back all the way to midfield, but they say there was a fair catch signal called by the Cowboys punt returner, Kevontae Turpin. And so they're going to mark him down where he waved for a fair catch at the 27. I mean, my goodness, you can't make it up and how this game has gone. So the Cowboys start with 1:35 to go. Tie ball game. They throw it to Jake Ferguson. He makes the catch. He fumbles the football, and it goes out of bounds. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got to get to an update, but we'll have a wild finish for you when we come back. That's a fumble out of bounds by Jake Ferguson, and so it's going to be 2nd and 3 for the Cowboys at their own 34. They need a field goal to win the game. There's just over a minute left to go. He's Jody Mack. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Gridiron Game Day on the Infinity Sports Network. Final segment coming up. Jody and I will continue to recap the games from the early window that we haven't hit on yet. We'll finish off Eagles-Cowboys, and we'll get you set for Sunday Night Football. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs going to SoFi Stadium to take on Stafford and the Rams. Still a lot left to do here on Gridiron Game Day. Don't go anywhere. Here's an update now from Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
I've had Shedeur Sanders with a win in his first NFL start. Sanders passing for 209 yards and a touchdown. He also threw an interception. Sanders was only sacked once. Remember, that was a big problem in college. Browns defeat the Raiders 24-10 in Las Vegas. The Jaguars topped the Cardinals in overtime. Cam Little hitting for 52 yards out in OT to put the Jaguars ahead. The Jags D then stopped Jacoby Brissett and the Cards on downs. 27-24 Jags win. Jacksonville is 7-4. That's just one game back of the Colts, who lost in overtime to the Chiefs 23-20. Kirk Cousins and the Falcons handled the Saints 24-10. Bengals receiver T. Higgins hit the turf hard in Cincinnati. He remained still for several minutes before finally sitting up and slowly walking to a medical cart. Higgins was diagnosed with a concussion. Bengals lose to the Patriots 26-20. The Pats are 10-2. An overtime win for the Lions, 34-27 over Jameis Winston and the Giants. That's despite Winston catching a long touchdown in the Giants' loss. Jahmyr Gibbs had a huge day, over 200 yards on just 15 carries. He also had a 69-yard rushing touchdown in overtime. The Ravens take over first place in the AFC North via a tiebreaker over the Steelers. The Ravens downing the Jets 23-10, while the Steelers lose to the Bears 31-28. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin expects Aaron Rodgers to be able to play next week against the Bills. The Seahawks improved to 8-3 behind a 30-24 win over the Titans. Jackson Smith-Njigba already setting the Seahawks franchise record for receiving yards in a season. He's over 1,300. Tonight, the 8-2 Rams are hosting Baker Mayfield and the 6-4 Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. The Wings win the WNBA Draft Lottery. They'll have the number 1 pick for a second straight year. WNBA Draft is in April. College football news. Oregon reaches the top 5 in the latest AP poll, leaping over Ole Miss. The Mets and Rangers finalizing a deal that'll send Brandon Nimmo to Texas, Marcus Semien to New York. That's according to Jeff Passan. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day.
All right, welcome back. Final segment. Jody Mack takes over solo as he normally does every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. But we've still got one more segment. We've still got maybe one more snap. Cowboys-Eagles, here we go. 3 seconds left. Brandon Aubrey lining up for a 42-yarder to win the game. The snap, the hold is down, the kick is up, and it is good. The Cowboys come from 21-0 down, and they beat the Eagles 24 unanswered. They win at 24-21, a season-saving win for the Dallas Cowboys. They get to 5-5-1. The Eagles lose for the first time in how many weeks? Since they got blown out by the New York Giants in Week 6. They are now 8-3. It snaps a 4-game winning streak. This one was looking like a blowout. It was 21-0 early second quarter, and the Cowboys rally all the way back to win this game. And just like that, they are still right in the thick of things in the NFC wildcard standings. The Cowboys with this win, again, 5-5-1. They are currently now 1.5 games out of a playoff spot, and they'll definitely need some help. They'll need the Panthers to beat the Niners tomorrow, but still, the fact that they won this game, nothing shy of remarkable, Jody Mack. What the heck happened to the Eagles in this game?
Their offense completely disappeared after being on point in the first quarter, just marching it up and down the field, short passes, long passes, running plays, Jalen Hurts taking off, making plays with his leg. Their offense was clicking as good as it's looked in months. And then it just did a Houdini act and disappeared. And they did nothing the rest of the game. You talked about the Cowboys and where they're at. Jerry Jones takes a lot of grief because of what he does, what he says, trades his best defensive player. You got to give the Cowboys at least this much. They are near unbeatable at home. Dak Prescott doesn't lose home games within the division. Doesn't matter, Giants, Eagles, world champion Philadelphia Eagles, or the Commanders, who finished well ahead of the Cowboys in the standings last year and ended up in the NFC Championship game. Dak Prescott just doesn't lose at home to NFC East teams, and it proves to be the fact again today because despite being down 21-0, he stayed calm, he made his plays, he made his reads. Eagles' defensive secondary is one of the better ones in the National Football League, and they made some outstanding plays. You described the play that DeJean made in the end zone to keep
CeeDee
Lamb from catching a touchdown pass, and that's why the Cowboys needed the late field goal. Otherwise, they would have been ahead of time. But Prescott doesn't get worked up on this final drive. Unbelievable pickup back block by Javonte Williams. Short drop, 5-step, Nakobe Dean on a blitz, goes untouched, actually gets his hand on Dak's shoulder, but Dak still steps into the pass, throws it over both his running back and the linebacker coming on a blitz, and gets it to Pickens on a slant, who goes about 25 yards to get him into easy field goal range. That's a pretty impressive win by the Cowboys. You got to give them props. In their house, they're very difficult to beat. I know Dak Prescott doesn't have playoff stats and accomplishments, but he became the all-time leading passer for the Dallas Cowboys ever. They've had guys like Staubach and Aikman, and the guy he passed was the guy who wasn't calling the game today. It was Brady calling the game, but Tony Romo, the lead guy for CBS. For Dak to be the all-time leading yardage passer guy for the Dallas Cowboys, that's a pretty good accomplishment. I know he hasn't done it in the playoffs, but he's had a pretty damn good career so far.
Yeah. By the way, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. All right, so we got about 4 minutes left. Let's get one final game update from what's got to be a raucous, joyous AT&T Stadium, Jerry World, witnessing one of the better comebacks in recent memory. Bob Stevens to put a bow on this Cowboys-Eagles game. Bob, what a finish.
It sure was one of the great comebacks in Cowboy history, being down 21-0 like this, and to come back and be able to pull this one out against the Eagles was just terrific. This is the first two-game winning streak that the Cowboys have had. They finally get back to the 500 mark at 5-5-1, and of course, they talked about Dak's almost invincible here against NFC East teams, 19 straight wins against NFC East teams, and of course becomes the all-time leading passer in Cowboys history, surpassing Tony Romo today, as Dak throws for 354 yards, 23 for 36, and a couple of touchdowns, and of course ties the game with an 8-yard run. So quite a comeback win for the Cowboys. And in that final drive, which was 9 plays, 49 yards, there were two very important pass plays. One was to Jake Ferguson of 19 yards, and then, of course, to George Pickens of 24 yards before Brandon Aubrey atones for his 51-yard miss today with that 42-yard game winner. So a big win for the Cowboys. And, of course, George Pickens with another big game. He caught 9 for 146. We did see Jalen Hurts threw for 289. He was 27 for 39 and a touchdown to A.J. Brown of 16 yards. A.J. Brown caught 8 for 110 in this game. But the Eagles with 14 penalties for 96 yards. You don't see that very often, with this Eagle team. So, again, the final score, the Cowboys 24 and the Eagles 21.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. Wow, I mean, what a fun day we've had here. Just want to thank all of our stringers, David Schuster, Jason Earhart, Bill Rabier, Christian Vetter, Mike Popovic, Denny Kapp, Brant Douglas, Tony Cordasco, Adam Green, Les East, and you just heard him, Bob Stevens. Also, huge thanks to Rob Brown, who came by before the action started today, gave out some bets from the BetMGM network. Jody, so we've got Sunday Night Football coming up, and you will be on the air, as you always are. Nobody better to listen to during a primetime game than you. Buccaneers and the Rams. How you feeling about this one? Rams are a touchdown favorite, total of 49.5. Do you think the Rams just, roll right ahead and pick up another W, or do you think Baker's got some magic in him tonight?
I think it's a well-spread game. I think the Rams are probably about a touchdown better, so I'd stay away from tonight's game. But here's the intrigue for me. I'll ask you, who's the best team in the National Football League right now?
The best team or the team that has played the best?
Either way.
Well, I'll say the Rams. They've definitely played the best. The Patriots, I mean, you have to put them in the conversation. You have to put the Broncos in the conversation. I'll say there's no defense I'd rather have. I know what the Texans just did on Thursday, right? Recency bias can be a hell of a thing. There's no defense I'd rather have than the Broncos defense. The Rams have played the best. Honestly, if you're giving me a game in January, I would still honestly take the Philadelphia Eagles right now, Jody.
Yeah, it could be, but if the Rams win tonight, and the Eagles did beat the Rams earlier this year, you're right, they played the best. And after this week is over and done with, I think they can lay claim to being the best team in the NFL. It's an ever-switching thing. Being the best team for 1 week is nice, but it doesn't really mean all that much.
That's right.
But if the Rams win tonight, I think they can lay claim to being the best team in the NFL.
Jody, always a pleasure. Have fun. Jody Mack coming up solo for the next 2 hours. I'll be doing my regular show tonight, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern on the Pat Boyle Show. Catch it right here. Until then, Anthony Gallo will be back next week on Gridiron Game Day. It's been fun. Thanks to Billy Giacalone. Thanks to Nico Scarlatos. Thanks to Jack Carty. See ya.
You're in a 5-minute break.